Astra. And Team Secret, of course, double initiator, Jesse Vash on the Sova and Envy on the KO. Envy had a phenomenal game yesterday. If he can carry forward with that performance today, on a map like Breeze, yeah, they might have a better time. But then again, like you guys mentioned, Genji has a really strong Breeze too.
Yeah, and there's also going to be how much NDG can survive when he's alone, when he gets pressed on that side. Because usually he needs someone else to make that site defense that he has successful. So if he gets pressed, again, alone, what can he do right now? Has he learned from the past couple of days, or is it not going to be enough? Or is it not
Gotta
enough?
match up against someone like Meteor, because you know Meteor can handle sites by himself. You know that Meteor is that good. So again, I mean, my money's on Genji, but we'll see if Team Secret does a bit better.
With Team Secret and this Asian comp, yes, we've seen both these teams play it, but looking at how it's kind of lining up right now, Team Secret, they want to be more adaptable, they want to be faster, they want to respond faster, and judging how this is, you know, with the single controller instead, this seems more suited for that kind of style.
One big thing as well for Team Secret here is they're starting to learn, they're starting to believe that mid control and Halls control have been pretty important on the Breeze map, which we have seen them do in the past couple of days that they have played here as well. So that's going to be an important thing. Some of the teams, I think, when we started playing on Breeze, didn't even give a lick of attention on mid. So that's something I think Team Secret has really also, you know, put focus on.
All right, guys, I hope you guys are ready for the game. It's time to kickstart the gladiatorial arena.
all right.
Go
We
into the first
going.
map. Breeze over to our cast.
มาทันแมปแรกพอดีเลย สวัสดีครับทุกคน สวัสดีนี่นะครับ สวัสดีนี่นะครับวันนี้นะเขาจัดเลเยอร์จอ
You know, one team can only come out of this. It's whoever can play the best, and because of the way it's going to work,
สวัสดี
because
คุณ
it's a
มุก
round
นะครับ
robin.
สวัสดีมาชิโร่ สวัสดีน้องแอลนะครับ สวัสดีพีเบเตอร์ วันนี้มินตี้ด้วยนะครับ สวัสดีครับ สวัสดีเอ็กเทนนะครับผม สวัสดีครับ สวัสดีโมชินะ สวัสดีครับลาสเลเวลวันกัน สวัสดีครับ สวัสดีคุณพันช์ สวัสดีคุณเปียโนนะครับ สวัสดีคุณเควันนะพี่เอ๋ยไม่อยู่ อย่างน้อยพี่เอฟก็อยู่ เฮ้ย เพลย์อินเลยนะ พร้อมหรือยังวัยรุ่น
Yeah, exactly. And this is a really exciting matchup. Both teams seeming to be able to bounce back from some tough losses. You know, Genji coming up short against Paper X, Team Secret having a tough go of against Talon the first time around. They're looking a lot better as we go. Team Secret really seems to have found their form, found their mojo again. Genji has looked really strong throughout. Their firepower has
ขอบคุณนะครับขอบคุณคุณพันช์นะครับสำหรับ50 บิตด้วยนะครับ ขอบคุณมานุช BS นะครับสำหรับ8 เดือนด้วยนะครับ ขอบคุณครับ Thank you อย่าลืมกดไลค์เป็นกำลังใจให้ด้วยนะครับ ขอบคุณครับ
Munchkin to pick it up a little bit more.
Yeah, that's the big question, right? Obviously, Lakia, a big part of the strong finish at the end yesterday against RQ in that rematch for Gen G, but
มาแล้วว่ะ Gen J กับ Secret ว่ะ
those highlights for the first two maps. We'll see if he can have a stronger start. And then you mentioned it, Team Secret just looked all out of sorts on
นี่
day
เรียกว่า
one.
รีแมตช์ป่ะ
Here, they're trying to look that they've just revitalized. Day one was just a blip on the radar. They're back into that form that we know, the giant killers, Team Secret.
Exactly. I mean, no doubt that Team Secret could get this done. I'm really excited for this. One thing that I keyed in on for Gen G in their last go on Breeze that kind of caused them some issues was if Lakia dies, they have a real problem going for retakes and execute. So got to make sure that he's not
เทียบให้ Gen G เหรอครับเทียบให้เชียร์ Gen G
and getting picked off early or trying to set up some aggressive pushes out of like A main and
วัน
things
นี้
like
Gen
that.
G
But on
มา
their
แน่
side, Gen G has been very good.
Yeah, of course, they'll also have to deal with that KO that Team Secret has still been
เอาไปก่อนเลย
running
1 ตัว
this
ดีไหม
kickoff.
ยัง
Just a bit of
ยังก่อน
contact in
ยัง
mid,
ก่อน
but both teams not ready to push
เอ้ย
off of him and
โอ้โห
Cherokee
เอาไปก่อน 1 จริง
with a deep push into halls early on eliminates the entire right side of the map.
That's something Asarai was keying in on the desk was these halls controls for Team Secret already off to a really nice start. Genji gonna try to collapse towards B.
DG
เคลียร์แบ็กไซด์ก่อนเพื่อน
just has to anchor, stay alive. Jesse Vash waiting for the rest of the team's backup, and Gen G, they're wise to this as well as they want to make sure they're able to clear the site safely, but they just don't have time to be able to push in as the backup's already arrived.
ผม
They surrounded them, but guess
วิ
what?
เทคเจอร์คมมาก
Just click the heads, that's all that's
วู้
going to matter. Gen G holds their ground before they enter to pick up the pistol.
And this is something that you have to be concerned about if you're a Team Secret fan. Is that texture, if he starts popping off, things start to go sideways for Genji's opponents really fast. And this is a hot start for him. Getting some really important headshots here. Quick to turn, gets the double dink, or the single dink into the body shot there.
Yeah.
Unbelievable from Texture.
I mean, Texture has basically been playing the tournament of his life, which is saying something because we've always praised Texture's individual performance, but for him to shine so much on a roster like this for Gen G, now picking up that Guardian alongside Munchkin,
สวัสดีครับ
looking to snowball the lead as much as they can
ลื
in
มเอา
this
กระติก
anti-eco
น้ำ
4
มาจาก
rifles
ข้างบน
and just a ghost
เป่ง
for
ท่อ
Meteor.
เลยเป่ง
And
ท่อ
nice call here to pop a smoke towards mid, anticipating some pressure from Team Secret, buying themselves a little bit of time to rotate over towards A, delay this out. Texture, often pretty good for these, especially with a Guardian in hand. We've seen how accurate he can be with those
ชอบ
one-tap
เล่นการเดียน
weapons.
กันมากๆครับ
Yeah, just a hold from
เพราะว่า
Gen
พี่
G
เขา
though,
คมกัน
as you mentioned, just waiting to see if there's any aggression, if they can bait out any sort of that response. I mean, even if it's not contact, if you're able to maybe draw out some of those precious skills that Team Secret's going to have on an eco like this, as they only run the one sheriff on Jeremy. Jeremy, he's really been revitalized yesterday, picking up
สวัสดี
a
ครับ
lot
ผ
of
ม
kills, really climbing the power ranking as well. We'll see if that comes to
วันนี้
fruition
ที่เด็ดเพียบเป็น
on
ยังไง
the
บ้าง
sheriff.
Some nice
เจน
shots
จี
there.
2-1 ครับ
That Trailblazer. It's not
ช
gonna
นะ
go through the toxic screen, so no
คู่
info
ต่อไป
here for
อะไร
Gen
นะ
G.
Oh, and it's
ที่
going
ดู
to be
ตา
a
ราง
double
มา
set
ลื
right
ม
around the corner. They didn't quite check it, and it's going to be one kill each for Jeremy. Jeremy picking up a second as well. Spike dropped at the entrance. Sure, it's just Classic Center Sheriff, but it's way too dangerous for Gen G. They want a long-range battle. Drone trying to just aggress onto that crosshair of Lakia. And NDG on the flank. Lakia just has too many targets. He wants to isolate 1v1. Trying to pick up NDG. He's so concerned
อะไร
about
อะ
his
โดนอี
back.
โคอ่ะ
And Team
คืออะไร
Secret just will not budge time on their side. He picks it up and he cannot swing onto the second. Envy will pick up another kill to his name and they will get the thrifty.
Great planning here from Team Secret, making
สาม
sure
คู่
that
ครับ
no info is given over behind the toxic screen. And able to
ZETA
punish
2-1
Gen G when they
Secret
try
แล้ว
to
กัน
push through the doors to get into the
แล้วก็
site.
เจนจีเซต้า
Really well drawn up, great
คิดหนักเลย
patience,
เชียร์ใครดีวะ
not overextending, not using
อ่า
any
เซ
of that
ต้า
utility
แล้วกัน
like you talked
2-1
about, Will. Just
ยาวๆวันเนี้ย
really
ยาวๆของเลย
really solid stuff.
ยัน
But
วาง
that is a super encouraging sign here for Team Secret and a devastating blow for Gen G. A couple of marshals going to be picked up for them, but that's about it. And a lot of rifles abound here for Team Secret. Not quite a full buy, but still plenty of firepower available.
Yeah, and full armors as well, right? Just in case.
ของนี้เอา1 ใน 3 ทีมปะ
Of course, Meteor would have been able to buy up to that outlaw if he so wished. But we're not going to see that this time around. So Gen G just relying on the sharpshooters, Texture and Meteor, a marshal each. If they can return the favor, sure, in the grand scheme of things we often see, then the second team who gets that thrifty will be able to carry the momentum just a bit further, maybe one extra round. But so far, you mentioned it, all rifles the side of Team Secret, and being on that defensive side, they have no reason to give too much information.
Yeah, and if there's any two players who can get it done with marshals, I was just about to
Marshall.
say, it's Meteor and Texture for sure, and Meteor already finds one.
I mean, of course, the early kill onto mid as well, kind of forcing Gen G's hand to move forward, but Meteor is going to make sure that they can stabilize. Still holding onto mid with Texture lurking there. Is he aware that the potential push for Envy is going to come out? He just is not. They're neither of them checking next to them, hiding right behind the box, just in between them. And Envy just walks right in front of him, but it's going to be the Guardian with just a slightly faster fire rate, going to pick up the headshot onto Texture.
Well, this is something that has plagued Team Secret throughout some of their matches, is not checking those corners. This time around, it works out in their favor because he somehow sneaks behind Texture without either of them noticing. Now over to Borkum, trying to lock down this A site. Going to invest snake bite. Bit of utility thrown.
A lot of damage done. I mean, this is already back up all arrived here. Even the plan is going to be tough with that fragment. They have to let go and just right into Borkum's Guardian from long range. Sure, everyone hiding in the smokes. Meteor will be good for another shot. Borkum's going to take down one more member. Now just Meteor. Time goes down and he will have to drop that Marshal as well. 2-1 lead for Team
ด่านนี้
Secret.
Secret เลือกด้วย
Nice hold here for Team Secret. A couple crispy shots from Meteor, but not enough to break through their defenses. So
ทำไมก็ถึงแข่งกันวนๆมันเหลือ3 ทีมแล้วไง
so far from
รอบ
Team
play-in
Secret, but are doing their jobs. That's
We don't see Envy shaking up that often.
No.
But
the Texture too, completely shocked that somebody was behind him there.
นาวีเกือบหลับแต่กลับมาได้อะเมื่อวานผมดูนาวีแล้วแบบว่าเสียทรงในเกมแรก
that could have been a risky one, but at the end of the day, of course, it's going to be the round win. Lots of weapons carried over, so Team Secret trying to continue this. We do see a couple half armors on the side of Gen G, so they desperately need an actual round win if they want to claw their way back in economically here on this first map of Breeze.
Yeah, and you'd love to find a way to get a pick somewhere on the map to get this neural theft available for usage for Gen G. Just going to see if they can get into it. Only one away from the Blade Storm is Jeremy. Not going to be super important this round, but potentially in a few. Lakia, you know, if you could feed him an orb and a kill here, he should get the Seekers available. So, but Genji looks to be setting up for another, probably a B hit, especially with that toxic screen coming down.
Yeah, and
really starts to indicate it. Yeah.
Covers the nest. It's going to be a pinch onto B. The timing is going to be crucial because they're not aware that there's a bit more weight here, but a good flash onto Jeremy. He can't answer back, but NDG not hit by the flash. Jeremy can recover out of it. Cloudburst for a double, and that's the entire push shut down. Spike stranded once again at the entrance of the site. Only 2 members left for Gen G, and they just cannot approach the site on the B side.
Yeah, I mean, the contact there that Texture tried to take kind of backfired on him, as there was NDG lurking in the back of the site, ready to crunch. He's been great back there. Day 1 was a little rough. Since then, he's been good. Very, very nice shot from Karon.
That's the aimer, Karon. That's why he's proud. But it's going to be, of course, another trade back. Or the backups here. Yeah, the flash, long range as well. There's a reason he plays so much KO on any of the maps that Team Secret picks, and that's going to be a 3rd round win for Team Secret.
And we saw it yesterday. Envy really starting to be that 2023 Envy that we were expecting, where he was able to have just such an impactful performance on the KO. It was on Ascent, of course, but still having a very, very solid day. And the late lurks from Borkum were devastating to Talon yesterday. Going to be keeping our eyes on him surely throughout this map.
And of course, with the weapon dropped and enemies on low creds, it's going to be the Outlaw coming up again. It seems like once a couple of the teams started kind of experimenting it on those anti-ecos, more teams are like, oh yeah, we should really keep track of the credit situation. And I mean, you can see it on your screens as well, all half armor.
And he's got the Blade Storm to back it up.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a really nice setup here for Team Secret. Really well thought out in terms of the situation that they find themselves in this round. And Genji, once again, going to be fishing for some of those picks with the Marshall. Already saw Meteor hit a couple good ones. Maybe Texture's got a few in him this time around. Envy, okay,
I thought Envy was
just unreal.
Yeah, I thought Envy was going to have the advantage there, but Meteor just flicks right up to headshot level. And you can tell, other than Envy, I mean, everyone on the side of Team Secret, they don't want to give away these angles that you could potentially get picked off.
Genji มันเคยเจอ Secret มาก่อนมั้ง
just peeking right over the edge.
เหมือนจะไม่เคยเจอป่ะเจอแต่ RQ มา
The tripwire soon to be broken in halls if Munchkin so chooses to push up, but he's just going to hold next to doors. This could be an instantaneous pinch here as the Seekers come out. They're going to have sight. Jesse thinks it's the main force coming out from Metal Door, but it's actually going to be all from main. Just swarming onto Borkum. Pyramid's taken down, and Munchkin just drawing the attention of Jesse Vash so that he could not provide backup.
Yeah, this is really, really rough now as they get that See Meteor trying to fish for some Cosmic Divide invested here for Genji. Try to really make this unassailable. Texture going to be watching mid, but you can see Jesse's already kind of stuck in between the defenses and trade.
Yeah,
มันยังได้เว้ย
that long range, but that is going to be another member down for Team Secret. They only have 2. NDG has to pick off the 1v1s, and Munchkin just hiding right around the Cosmic Divide. Now, Jesse Vash, sure, he's not spotted, but it's going to be very low on time, and you still have 2 members in mid. He's going to have to get instant 3 taps. And they're just not showing themselves. They know time is on their side. Munchkin
50
with the Sheriff, and Genji will finally stabilize with a Thrifty of their own.
Yeah, and it's on the back of Meteor's opening pick here. Now, and this is no fault of Envy. He just gets outplayed. I mean, he's holding a great angle. It's the right thing. He even gets a shot to land onto Meteor there, but Meteor's just too fast. And that opens things up. You're able to get the neural theft. You're able to use that Cosmic Divide to buy a lot of extra time here. Yeah, Jesse slips the net a little bit. That might be something to consider for Genji in future rounds, but overall, you gotta like what you're seeing here in a response from Genji after some rough rounds.
Yeah, and of course, a success on A, and now Genji looking to pressure B once again. That's been their default hold. Now, they will all get tagged by that 0 point, so Team Secret, they're going to be very happy with this mid-push out of Jeremy. So much area taken over. I mean, even now creeping up on halls as well, they should have a very clear idea that this has to be eventually a B pinch mid, and of course, B main.
Yeah, exactly.
หรือว่าเพย์
Especially
รอบ
since you're catching Texture
ออฟซีซั่นเขาไปแข่งกันมาแล้ว ผมไม่ได้ดูด้วยเลย
in that knife. I mean, it's going to be really, really tough here now. You would think for Genji, but NDG still all alone. Mid control being taken here by Team Secret, so the rotations should be able to come through quick. Let's see how long he can hold on.
Yeah, it's just to execute. Now Texture just trying to stay alive for backup, and Lakia with a good swing out right around the pillar. We'll pick off that headshot. Now the site always meant to be empty. NDG was always meant to just buy time for the rest of Team Secret. We'll have to take a look at what the retake looks, but Karon is distracting Jesse Vash. He cannot come to provide that. It's so valuable recon support on that Sova. now entering in from tunnels, and
แต่ที่
Texture is just
จำไม่
going to
ผิ
be
ดคือ
spammed
ไอ้
through the boxes and the wall there. Not going to be able to
มันก็โหด
survive
ไม่ใช่เหรอวะ
in
ตอนนี้
amidst the toxic screen. Recon pings him, Meteor staying alive. He's trying to isolate the 1v1s. He can't land the shot onto Envy, and now just looking for that post plant, but the 0 point and it's going to be the null command as well. That's just keeping them tied up. They cannot use their skills, and Envy's just pushing out, knowing that they can't do anything to stop this defuse. The half has been done. They're still able to try to continue it, and still so much time left on the clock.
Yeah, this is just a brilliant read throughout the entire round here for Team Secret, and Envy's utility is so valuable in this round, particularly the 0 points. The first one to get the info on that B Hall's push, and then they're able to use that to take space into mid to set up for this retake, and then immediately they identify the positions, the late post-plant positions of the two controllers who are looking for those lineups, who are looking for those deep positions to be able to set up the gravity wells, the snake bites, those kind of things. And they are able to identify and isolate and eliminate the forces of Gen G there. Really, really nicely done by Team Secret.
Yeah, I mean, this composition of Astra and Viper, we've seen it a couple times in the past as well. Obviously, a little bit of extra post-plant power, but that's where that
เก็บซื้อสกินไหนบ้าง
so
VCT
handy.
เฮ้ย
You see that on the
ยังไม่ได้
Icebox
ดูเลย
maps
ว่ะ
too, whenever teams try to
ว่า
counter
ไหน
out
สวย
with the KO.
เดี๋ยวค่อยเข้าไปดู
Team Secret making great use of the compositional differences as they lead
ปีนี้เชียร์ทีมไหน
4-2 in
เป็น
this
พิเศษ
first
วะ
map of this best of 3.
Yeah, I'd like to see if
ยังไม่รู้
Gen G
เลย
is
ว่ะ
going
ว่า
to try
เชียร์
to
ทีม
hit
ไหน
B
เป็น
a
พิเศ
little
ษ
bit more is to use a little bit of that Astra utility to displace NDG in the back. He had
ต้องดูว่า
opportunities there to get
อันไหน
some
สวย
kills.
งาม เน้นสวยงาม
Fortunately,
อยู่
Lakia very, very clean with his aim in that last round to open up the site, but
ปรับได้สูงสุดใน
unfettered,
ใน
NDG
ทวิชมันได้แค่
certainly caused
720 ครับ
problems.
Yeah, Munchkin, they've been
แต่
leaving up
2K
that
นะ
walls
ใน YouTube
quite open as long as he doesn't go all the way through bridge. The tripwire just set up right next to the berry at the start of each round. He will break that, just trying to make sure that Team Secret has to shift their
Secret
weight.
เริ่มกลับมาแล้ว
Jesse Vash
เกือบ
is
จะหลับ
sitting
แต่กลับ
so
มา
far behind in spawn, and
วัน
we've
แรก
seen
นี่
him
คือหลับ
do
จริง
this last year quite a few times as well, kind of taking that commander position to make sure that they can still rotate. They have a safe rotation if the execute comes out.
Yeah, and he's got lineups for days from back there
Yeah.
too, so a lot that he can do
30
from that
seconds
position. And the Blade Storm at the ready
I mean, this
for
is
Texture.
not a setup that Secret has shown yet in this map. Of course, not completely ridiculous to expect, but Jeremy just hasn't taken this close angle for the double. He has been spotted. The flashes come out with the Cloudburst. He's going to escape, which is exactly what's needed, so NDG can start to help pick off the kills at the entrance. No backup in the site, but Texture will still force his way all the way through. In the back, Bladestorm still online. He's hiding behind the box. He'll pick off another one. And oh, the Spike's just trying to be stuck, having trusted Texture, but he can't get there in time. And it's going to be a 4K for NDG.
Yeah, phenomenal movement here from Jeremy. It's a big part of what makes this so difficult for Gen G. The spot with the trapwire as well. Good setup, good anticipation here from Team Secret. And I wouldn't be surprised if this is a timeout from Gen G, because it might be time to pump the brakes a little bit and reassess here. As, again, no real utility hits NDG. He's able to just kind of walk around the site and do what he wants, and that's going to be a real problem. He's gotten comfortable. We've seen it, yeah, day one, some jitters for sure. Team Secret talked about it in the interviews, but since then, he has looked really solid on this B defense.
Yeah, very calm. And I would go as far to even say that Team Secret perhaps expecting that some utility might have been used, right? NDG and Jeremy both holding close for that cross angle, trying to make sure that they're the ones throwing a curveball. And Gen G perhaps relying a bit too much on the fact that it does seem they've identified, okay, it's always this NDG anchor solo on B site. Team Secret generally so far at this kickoff tournament, they seem to favor that 1-4, 1-1-3 setup on a lot of these maps. So it's targeted. He's the newest one. He's the youngest one. Let's target him and make sure that we kind of rough him up to make it an easy site entry. But he has not been shaken at all on B side.
Yeah, the idea is not bad at all from Gen G. It's just Team Secret is a step ahead of them in most regards. So looking over to this now, finally, Gen G going to be able to get another full buy-in. Viper's Pit is available here, but Hunter's Fury, Neural Theft, Blade Storm, a lot of ways to combo that Hunter's Fury off of NDG's utility. And then, for Gen G, it's just trying to get into a position where you can actually get that Viper's Pit down. The plants have been mostly few and far between. I mean, that one round was all that they really got. The other one was a pistol win off the back of mostly shooting of Texture. So here, getting to that position is going to be crucial. And I like what they're doing. They're going to start assessing mid. They haven't really done that a lot so far has Gen G. Other than that one time Texture pushed up and had that little bit of a, whoopsie daisies with Envy. We'll call it that. A little bit of a loop-de-loop. And it's going to be interesting here. But look at that, where that one-way setup. They see him, and that's a great setup.
I mean, even lining up for the headshot on the jump onto the box as well. Jeremy was just prepared for it, knows exactly how that poison cloud operates. The lineup from the attacker side uses it against them. And now Secret, they're very well aware that this could have been a pinch onto A site. Borkum just trying to stay alive, trying to create space for Envy. And Envy is holding on to his utility until the actual execute happens. So much patience from the Filipino squad.
Yeah, I love what I'm seeing. A lot of kind of what we saw against Talon, where they just kind of let the players come to them and then try to react based off of that on their defender side. Nobody going for any crazy lurks just yet. Nobody doing anything unorthodox on the side of Team Secret. JessieVash now be leaning in, expecting this A hit.
Oh, but Envy's position is so good. He does get flashed, though, right off on the pop flash. The Hunter's Fury was awaiting. Can it delay? Oh, it's actually just going to get a kill. Even gets the second tag as
ทำไมเขาดู
well.
ใช้อันติโซวากันง่ายจัง
And the pit will go up, but this is a risky endeavor for Gen G, but they desperately need it. No way out of this pit. Now the neural theft. They know that both are sitting in the site. There's no exit. They've got him surrounded. Second ping as well. Shock dart, a lot of damage onto Munchkin. Both of them now so low. It's an even fight in the pit, and Jeremy's going to take the pit down. Lakia, he's wrapped all the way around, but they should have a decent idea. The last time he was pinged was in that pit. Can he line it up? He cannot get the second and third. But now, it's still a 1v1, trying to go for that pop flash. He rotates over. He can't find the kill in time, and NGG will just get the defuse as JessieVash finishes up. And it's going to be Team Secret leading once again 6-2.
What just beautiful reactive
โอ้
play
เมื่อกี้
here,
ถ้าไม่สเปรย์อาจจะได้
especially
เพิ่ม
from
แล้วนะ
JessieVash. Right before the
แต่ถ้า
second
สเปรย์
pick
ก็
of
อาจจะ
the
มีได้
neural
เพิ่ม
theft, he expects that there's going to be movement towards the other side of that Viper's pit. Let's loose with the shock dart to soften up Munchkin here. I mean, Jeremy probably had him dead to rights anyway, but it's still better safe than sorry, and the Hunter's Furies just absolutely beautiful. Finding a kill and a second ping onto that, and that round right there, you got to tip your cap to JessieVash. He played that brilliantly as the Sova.
Yeah, I love that he just sent the Hunter's Fury as well before the pit even happens. That we've seen kills come out from that move before, so Texture just barely getting out of that one, not getting hit with the bulk of the actual combo, the snake bite and the shock dart. And Secret continue to hold some mid control. It's back to NDG, solo anchor on B side, and this is just such a safe default setup from Secret. No reason to budge.
See if they're going to push out of Karon's smoke through mid, though. Sitting right by the pillar in the smoke is Jeremy, considering it at the very least. And Akia now starting to reaggress, going to use a flash to check, confirms. And over towards the hallway, it seems like they're going to set up for an doors crunch onto A.
มาก็เจ็บกับช็อกดาดกันไปรัวๆเลย
At the very least, right? So it kind of makes up for that early guiding light used. Only one flash left, but you've got the ultimate to help cover a lot of that information. Now we'll see what the preparation is. It seemed earlier Team Secret was well aware of this potential pinch. The Seekers come out instantly out of the cloud burst, and it's going to be a flood onto the site. Three members jumping all the different angles, and each of them picking up a kill. Now Texture eventually gets straight in, and Envy's is so quick, but Munchkin coming
แต่ว่า
up
ญี่ปุ่น
from
เขา
the
ชอบฟาร์ม
rear
มิ
on
นิมอล
A
อะ
main. Picks up a double.
Nice execute there, but Envy able to hide in a spot where
มี
nobody's
สามคู่
really
ครับ
able
เต็ม
to identify him until it's almost too late. 1v2 now.
Oh, that is a
โอ้ย
wide jump swing, but he'll get the
ทำไม
information that he so wants. And
จำพีค
Munchkin
มัน
still safely
จ
stationed.
ำสกไกลเลยวะ
Just keeping him at bay with the Trailblazer as well, and Munchkin just standing way out in the open. Hard to expect that one.
ช่วงนี้ได้ดูแต่บลีดครับคิดถึงเริ่มคิดถึง
Yeah, this is
แฟ
one
ก
of
เจอ
those
ร์กับไอ
executes
บ็อก
that
ไอ้ไม่ใช่ไอ
Gen
บ็อก
keeps
ไอ
in the back
เพล
pocket until they need it, until they need to kind of reset themselves, find their groove again. We've seen it a couple times here on their breezes throughout this kickoff. And it's the Seekers through the door. Everybody jumps in. I mean, the Seekers do hit Envy, but again, no one's able to identify his position. They get a ping from Jesse's utility as well to set up Envy for the first one, make it a little bit easier for him. So, even though things go Gen G's way, it's tooth and nail. It's a lot of damage done to them.
Oh, and this is another switch from Secret. Whenever they wanted to take the tempo back, a little bit of extra weight onto the B side, trying to assist Jeremy as he pushes out. The camera almost acting as a
เฮ้ย
distraction.
เจเรมี่
Sure,
เกินไปเปล่า
curious if Gen G's able to kind of go through the mental hoops to figure
Look
out that
at
this
it.
might have been a setup for a push out.
Yeah, they did clear the camera, but are they going to be able to suss out Jeremy's position here? Munchkin is taking his time, and they've got a crossfire here with NDG as well, so it's even doubly difficult. I mean, ideally for Gen G, they just don't even try to go this way. But
Yeah, they're more scared about the elbow, right? I mean, thinking that maybe the camera is spotting for an elbow push out, maybe a pinch out from the B side as well. They've now cleared elbow, but they have no idea about Jeremy. We'll see if that comes into play, or if it's just going to be time spent here on the 10th round. Secret still holding strong on A side as well, just right around.
But
yellow.
Jeremy's going to hear those footsteps,
Yes,
so
I mean,
he's going to know. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why this position is so crucial as well, right? No matter who goes out there, you have information that the exit has happened. Maybe they went mid, maybe they went A, but at the end of the day, they're not coming B side, which is why Jesse Vash now able to try to provide support from behind. Tripwire still holding halls as well. Fragment to buy time. They cannot rush through just yet. The door opens up. Can he get the kill? He takes out Meteor, and that makes the defense just oh so easier. Snakebite cuts off the backup. Texture down the site alone. Genji creeping through, but Texture gets taken down. Now it's just 1v1s, one at a time. It's going to be Jesse Vash taking all three, and Secret leads 7-3.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so well drawn up here by Team Secret. Keeping
จริง
track
ๆ
of
ดู
the
เมา
movements
หมัด
of
มาคนนี้
Genji all throughout. You know, Borkum trying to sneak in through A main a little bit, but even though the trap wire is there, it doesn't matter. They still have all the information they need. Envy, quick to get up there.
ดูจะคม
Snakebite just a little bit out of Jesse. Still has the angles he needs to pop some heads, and clean shooting from the IGL of Team Secret. Give them that 7-3 lead. Now they have a Viper's Pit to play around with. Let's see how Borkum wants to play it. If they're just going to try to gum up the front of A here a little bit and try to force things to the other side of the map. It's going to be, looks like it's going to be a little bit more reactive this time around. Neural Theft and Cosmic Divide again for Genji. We saw that work a treat quite a few rounds ago, where they were able to combo that to get a round win, and certainly feels like they might need it again on another eco with a similar ult setup.
Yeah, I think what we're starting to see from Genji is, I mean, obviously their executes look good, right? The teamwork looks good, the comms are there, the aim definitely to support it,
คุณ
but
PX ใหม่
if
นะ
they're
ครั
not
บ
able to creep
มา
up
ลิ
and really
PX มา
set
ลิ
up
โอ
for the
เค
execute in the
อ่าน
most
ผิดขอโทษ
perfect manner,
โอ้โห
they're starting
คุณ
to
ซับสไคร
shuffle
ต์
a
ด้วยนะ
little bit, and they're scared of using their utility to
ผมก็
gain
เพิ่ง
more
ตื่นเนี่ย
information
พูด
before
ช้า
going in
ๆ
because
เนี่ย
they
น้ำก็
have
ยังไม่
these
ได้กินเลย
playbooks where they
อาบ
need
น้ำ
the
ลงมา
entire
ก็
set of utility other than that initial guiding light.
เปิด
But this
ส
time,
ตรี
like
ม
you
เลย
said, the ultimate is there. Even if the firepower is a little bit weak, they'll get scratched up. Now they're
เฮ้ย
starting to
เดี๋ยว
use
สแปม
the
แรงนะ
Nova Pulse to try to clear it out, but Jeremy's up top this time. He tailwinds back, and now it's the bait and switch with NDG. Lakia will clean that up, but Jeremy, he's just too quick. He's been warmed up here at kickoff. He's here to prove that he deserves to be the primary duelist. Still holding onto the site. Spike is down. 30 seconds on the clock. Jesse Vash with another cleanup as well.
Yeah, just so impossible for Genji to really do anything on this B site. The defense has been phenomenal. Meteor tries to go for the no-scope, gets some damage, but no kill going to be found, and Team Secret goes up 8-3. It's just, these B site hits are just unassailable. I mean, every time the utility from Genji is either late or just isn't hitting what it needs to for them to get in, to set Texture up, to do what he needs to do as that duelist. That angle is beautiful there.
เจอร์มี่แม่งโห
Off
ด
that
ว่ะ
cyber
โห
cage,
ดสัต
able
ว์เล
to
ย
see the heads of his opponents. Find some damage, and Jeremy letting them know at the end.
Yeah, spoke a little piece of his mind there.
Yeah, well deserved. I mean, it's, you know, a lot of people felt like Team Secret might be the underdogs coming in here, and they certainly have something to say about that.
Yeah, a lot of people question.
Oh
and
my.
Jeremy just putting the nail in the coffin almost in this first half. As he takes out Lakia, the only way to securely gather information for Genji. Initiator down, no flashes on the board. And now you really just have to duel your way into this site, but there's a pit on the A side. B just hasn't found success. If you're one of the players on Genji's side, I mean, we see Munchkin, he's trying to put out whatever calls he can as IGL, but you got to imagine you're running dry.
Well, that's absolutely the worst player to lose. I mean, now you have almost no ability to clear this Viper's Pit easily. It would take a coordinated push of some kind. You have no flashes, you have no Trailblazer to get in there to isolate the Viper and really do anything about this. So sure, Meteor's going to hang out by it and see if maybe, you know, he could catch Borkum slipping a little bit, but I doubt Borkum is really interested in doing anything about that. This is
It's a full send fake.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, just doing whatever they can without their flashes, but you didn't clear the site for utility. No reason for Team Secret to move away from it. As I see that, Borkum just going to charge it through as if they actually fully bit the bait. That's going to be the A side.
เดี๋ยวไม่เห็น
That's a great fake. I mean, what an interesting
พวก
usage
โอ้ร้อน
of that Cosmic Divide. Of
อย่าโดน
course,
ละ
now you get the information off the Neural Theft as well from Meteor, so this push from Jesse should be accounted for and dealt with.
And now it's going to be Munchkin on the lurk as well, and I don't think Team Secret really have the leisure to account for that one. Takes out Jeremy, and that about shuts off the round. Like you said, the fake really
พังเลย
sending in
บอ
part
ก
of
คุม
that
แม่ง
big
ทำพัง
one.
เลย
Munchkin also jumping through those
อยู่
cyber
ดี
cages,
ก็เดิน
making so much noise
เดิน
as
ออก
if
กลาง
it's
ไป
more
เขา
than
ยัง
one
ไม่เข้า
member
เลย
after he tosses out that poison cloud. trying to sell the idea that they've been bottlenecked, and Team Secret starts to just bite. Now, just 2 members. They put up the cyber case trying to stick to the half. They want to get 1 kill though, and it's not going to happen. And Gen G, when things are all said and done, 4 heat, not as bad as we would have imagined when the map first started.
Yeah, no.
8-4 ถ้าได้ราวพกนี่ก็
This is
ชื่น
tough
ใจ
though
อยู่
for
นะ
Gen G. You came out winning the pistol, probably feeling pretty good, and then immediately losing the eco
น้ำ
after
แบบนี้
that
ระหว่าง
to Team
3
Secret, and that's where things really started to kind of unravel for them. Really not able to find that comfort, that coordination. I'm just not seeing a ton of impact from Karon on his utility with the Astra. I can't remember a single gravity well that was impactful in a round. Things like that. If you're going to be playing the Astra, those gravity wells have to be on point. Now, part of it, obviously, on the attacker side is so that you can use it post-plant to, disrupt, delay the spike diffuses and things like that. But they frankly couldn't even get into that situation very often. So, I mean, regardless, this is just a really clean half here for Team Secret.
This fan just asking the Gen G players to please let them breathe a little bit more comfortably. They've been holding their breath here in the stadium. I don't blame them. I mean, all their matches are going to that 3rd map. I mean, sure, while the players individually looked explosive, even that rematch against RQ yesterday really could have gone either way in that 3rd map of Icebox. So Gen G fans just teetering on the edge. Team Secret, they've just been gaining confidence map after map.
Yeah, no doubt about it. It is, Gen G has had to fight such a hard battle to get here. Both teams have, honestly. And for Gen G, they have played, max maps every single match that they have played. So a lot of their playbook is going to be tipped.
วันนี้ดูกับใคร
And another
น่าจะคนเดียวครับ
thing here
วั
for
นนี้
Gen G is they were like 66% on their attacker side on this map through the first 2 times they played it this year, and only getting 4 rounds is concerning.
Yeah, that's not a good stat that you want to kind of follow up with there. So Gen G, for now, they'll have to forget that, though, as it is a thing of the past, now focusing on the defensive side. We mentioned again, if it does come down to tiebreakers today, after these 3 best-of-3s, I mean, map differential, round differential, all these small things are going to matter. So Gen G really want to take the lead and run with it here on Breeze.
Mid push for Borkum, seeing what kind of information he can get. 3-stack towards mid for Gen G. Already sneaking texture in towards that wall, that new wall got created on the update to Breeze. Everybody expecting, something that Team Secret seemed to be favoring on their defender side with some mid pressure. And Gen G here kind of trying to anticipate that, just leaving the A site wide open. Only Karon with eyes on it right now from mid doors.
Yeah, and ready to exit as well, right? So just texture watching his back. Looks like it's always meant to be a full retake onto the A site. Should hear the toxic screen. Oh, and now they want to take out the lurk as well. They're actually going all the way around on the minimap. All the way but MDG, not quite in a position you could expect. He should hear all these footsteps. He hears more than one, so he's just going to hold. He doesn't want to get picked off. He knows that he can give the information to his teammates. The tripwire tripped. He's going in. He sees way too many members, and he's going to get he's going to get 1. Will survive, as we do see Borkum trying to come up as a distraction. But the biggest thing is now they have to worry about that flank. Jeremy pushing his way out. And that will free up Team Secret to now keep all eyes on A main. The forces arriving too low for Munchkin. Envy gets 1, does find the defuser, has to stop, and that's just the timing. The ping pong back and forth for Jesse Vash, and a clean pistol win for Team Secret.
You can see why Team Secret very happy to play this map. I mean, reading Gen G every step of the way, from NDG's position to the way that Jeremy pushes right into the cyber cage here of Meteor, expecting him to be right around that corner as the door is opening. And then Jesse hanging out in Karon's smoke waiting. So this is incredible. The way that Team Secret is using the smokes of Gen G against them, finding these positions where Gen G just isn't expecting players to be.
Saw it in the first half as well, using that attacker's poison cloud to create, in essence, your own one-way on that jump up to the boxes for Nest, things like that. And this is where a lot of that counter-stranding comes into play. You know the tendencies of your opponents. You try to say, okay, well, if they're always going to use that utility, how do we react to it? How do we use it against them rather than just back out from it? That's what makes Secret unpredictable, a little crafty here in VCT Pacific, and to some extent makes it tough for teams like Gen G that like to play fairly textbook, likes to play execute heavy, to figure out how Team Secret will react.
Yeah, no doubt. And we've seen that Team Secret very, very smart throughout this so far. Jesse Vash has had some brilliant reads just on his own, but now as a team, they downloaded Talon after losing to them the first time, really just used Talon's own game against them. And just had a phenomenal run back. Now here against Gen G, kind of looking like a similar type of play style where they're just willing to let Gen G be the one to make the mistakes and then punish them, or at least find ways that Gen G's setups can be used against them as well.
Oh, gonna check with the drone. Does he check both angles though? He finds both targets and they've all been spotted. Only Classics, no way to react to that and fight back. Secret will find a free B site as the members of Gen G dwindle down to 3. One Sheriff in the hands of Texture, and because it's Texture, sure, we never know. But now they hear it. Sheriff in the hands, not giving an easy angle, trying to set up a double there. Can't find the low target Envy either. And you gotta imagine at a certain point, Gen G, they're just holding. It's just Texture trying to get kills with the Sheriff at long range, but they accept their fate. The rest of them just Classics in hand, waiting for the spike to go off.
Yep, it's just
ยิงไกลมันยิงยาก
in their due diligence.
ขนาดผมยิง
Bash, that
ผ
drone.
มว่าแล้วขนาดโปรเพลเยอร์ยิงไม่ค่อยโดนเลยแล้วผมยิงโดนได้ไงบ่อย
Jesse also good with the Guardian. Lakia gets a dink,
Hey.
gets a kill. That's not bad.
Yeah, I mean, hey, you just had a Classic. You heard that they were coming out your way anyway. You gotta pick up whatever kills you can. Should be able to get out with all the weapons that they wanted on the side of Secret. Now a 10-4 lead, a pretty hefty one. Mostly half armors on the other side of Gen G as well.
Very concerning now for Gen G. Seems like they're going to have to dial up something special, try to find a way to get fired up, but Texture, his impact severely minimized here. 7-12 right now. Munchkin, the top fragger for Gen G so far. That is very concerning.
I mean,
very concerning.
Kind of goes back to the memes of the old days with Optic, right? If you got your non-fragging IGL starting to top the board, something's not going
สวัส
right.
ดีครับ
Star Duel is not with that Gary Power in this map. We won't name names, but I'm
No,
sure
yeah.
it's all of our favorite IGL. So, well, Secret, I mean, they can match the firepower fairly well. And of course, even if they don't, Hunter's Fury will come online the next round. I mean, Envy, very close to his null command as well. They've got what it takes to just push right up to the finish line in map 1.
And it feels like so much of what Gen G is playing for here is off of contact. No push outs, no
ทุกคนกำลังหลับ
proactive information gathering, but Karon there just steps out, takes a overbeat
ATO ก็หลับ
Jeremy out. Now the information Team Secret attempted to be gathered. Karon gonna be sitting on the back of Pyramid there. Use that gravity well. That one at least delays. That's not bad.
Yeah, especially with the jet down as well.
Hey,
They know that
Gangma.
they have this advantage,
Oh,
but
no.
no one aware of mid doors. Now there isn't a backup. Okay, we do see Munchkin trying to keep his eye on it, but there's just too much time. The timing in favor of NDG. He picks off one, and Munchkin goes down instantly as well. The entire site. I mean, they just all get hit at the same time. The comms perfect for Secret as NDG, the newcomer, helps open up this round.
There just is no mid pressure, no mid control, no mid information at all for Gen G this round. Not a single ounce of energy was expended to check that part of the map, and it pays dividends for Team Secret, who find once again another weakness in their defense.
Oh, he's even going to pick off Texture, and that is not going to feel good for the star player of Gen G.
โดนโบนัสอีก
Been talking about how he's had the terminal of his life, and Meteor now trying to scrape together whatever he can. The only remaining member of Gen G from 2023, but time is not on his side, and neither are the craftiness of Team Secret as they win the 2v1.
หลับอยู่
11-4
ตีหลับ
lead,
อยู่ตอนนี้
7-point difference, and Gen G still not
ไม่มี
catching
พลาดเลย
up.
มองไปที่
That's the bonus
เกม
now
2 กันเลยแล้ว
for Team Secret, and it's do or die time for Gen G. This is looking like it could be a quick map 1 here. Gen G has looked pretty solid on Breeze, but Team Secret now looking like they...
Yeah, get those nerves out, get those nerves out, get comfy.
I guarantee he's feeling really comfy right now. This is going very, very nicely. A couple Marshals, some Sheriffs for Gen G, full Vandals in the hands of Team Secret. You've got the Null Command, you've got the Hunter's Fury. Munchkin able to dodge the 0 point. Now up and over goes Team Secret once again, going for a mid-explore. I do see Munchkin at least considering this from the double doors. In fact, they're considering it from both angles. They're expecting this, and they were setting up to try to punish it, but the early pressure from the Marshals is going to back Team Secret off more towards B.
Yeah.
Now over into Meteor. I mean, this is a guy you wouldn't mind having this situation.
And he's busy shooting, so he can't get the information with his camera either, and Team Secret punishes that instantly. Realizes if the Cypher is scoping down, There's no way to react to that. Munchkin will pick up a consolation kill, but that's all that's going to
ซี่
be.
แวร์เขาไปกินอะไรมั้งอายุขนาดนี้ยังแบบ ยิงวัยรุ่นจะพัง
the timing in favor of Team Secret that leads them right to map point with an 8-round lead for Team Secret in map 1.
I mean, it is an eco, but it's an eco you have to win at this point. So the concerning thing for me here for Gen G in terms of just an overall perspective is that they're kind of tunneling in on stuff. I mean, from the macro where they set up for this mid crunch and they kind of tip their hand maybe a little bit too early with those Marshall shots to just Meteor not expecting somebody to already have flanked over to the left-hand side of the site because he's too busy popping shots through a smoke trying to catch a freebie that he misses the even thought that a player could come over from that side of the map. And this is a little bit concerning for Gen G, and just great play from Team Secret. Just absolutely phenomenal stuff from Team Secret. Do not take anything away from them.
This speed, it's a little fast, but Karon, that one singular gravity well right before the Milkman hits him, it's actually buying just enough time for backup to arrive. Of course, the weakness being applied to Envy helps pick up that initial kill of Meteor. Now we'll just wait until that KO eventually goes down. But Jesse Vash, jeez, Jesse. I mean, he is trying to clean up house. You're switching positions as well. The pop flash is good. Lucky will pick that up, and they will eventually pinch on to Jesse Vash. Gen G desperately holding on to this map.
I mean, Jesse's so good today, man. He is looking like his birthday buff is carrying over today, man.
Oh, it's the birth year buff. Yeah, 2024, the year of Jesse Vash. Better watch out.
ฮัลโหล
34,
ตัด
that's it.
เจนจีไม่ตื่นนี่ก็หนักอ
This
ยู่
is
นะ
his best year yet, for sure. I mean, he is looking phenomenal. Great to see Karon having some impact with his utility. Something kind of felt like was lacking maybe a little bit earlier on in the map. Now starting to get a little bit more.
อยากให้วันแลนมีภาคไทยบ้างวะ
Trap wires once again, as always, being set up on B. And now this time, Gen G leaning a little bit more towards this B side, potentially expecting a switch up. A lot of anticipation for Jeremy's landing zone at the front of the B site there with the Cypher utility. Trying to see if they can punish that position. I don't know what happened there.
I mean, just the off peek out.
I don't know why Lockie is...
To be fair, yes. Why was he standing right in the middle of the stairs? That is a question that we will never discover the answer to. But Jeremy with a quick peek out gets the kill. Perhaps Lakia just a little lax on the timing. But either way, that leaves Meteor all alone. So Munchkin just trying to pinch together. Now Genji's moving across the map. They're trying to pinch into this B site, but unbeknownst to them, Hall has been taken over by Secret. So the real tail in this loop around
อยากให้เสียงเขาพากย์แบบว่า ชิวๆอ่ะ ไม่ได้แบบว่าเป็นทางการเลยขนาดนั้นแต่ไม่ดูยากแหละไม่ค่อยมีภาพเท่าไหร่ ถ้าเป็นแบบว่ากำลังไปโจมตีอะไรอย่างเงี้ยแม่งดูเป็นบอทไปหน่อยหรือว่าแบบเลสเปิดตีแบบเขากูโดนเข้าไปแล้วฮู้อะไรแบบนี้แม่งยังดูมันเลย
somewhat favoring Gen G, but they have so few members, and the peek out from NDG doesn't get the kill. Karon has to wait until the screen goes down. He goes for a quick peek, and it's going to be the timing on NDG on the reload. They've now entered the site. But just Texture all alone, and all three members spread out across a 13-5 one-sided victory for Team Secret as they go up 1-0 in this best of 3.
แต่เวลาไอ้ท่านนั้นติก็มาไอ้สัตว์จะเอาใช่ไหม
So good at every twist and turn, never giving Gen G much breathing room at all. It took some really creative executes on their attacker side to really accomplish much. Otherwise, it was team.
จะมองไปที่มองไปที่แมป2ก่อนตอนนี้ถ้าเจนจีไม่ตื่นก็เตรียมไปมองไปที่เกมถัดไปเลย ไอ้ท่านเดือดยิงที่ดูจะ2-0 จริงเจนจีต้องไปทำอะไรสักอย่างแล้วตอนเนี้ยจงตื่นไม่เหมือนหลับจริงนะเกมเมื่อกี้คือเดินไปหม่งรัวๆเลยที่เขียนมันก็เล่นแบบว่าตามแผนไอเดนแบบว่าเล่นดีฟอลต์มากโอ้โหมีแต่เจนจีเนี่ยเดินไปหม่งรัวๆงงจัดไอบ็อกมันเป็นแมตช์มันเป็นแผนที่ที่เพิ่งเข้ามาในแพทล่าสุดอะแล้วมันแบบเหมือนเขาไม่พร้อมกับการเล่นมากกว่าเลยเอาออกไปแต่ทีมที่พร้อมก็จะเล่น ก็เลยแบบว่าแบนส่วนทีมส่วนใหญ่เลยแบนโค้ชเดินไปมะนาวคนละลูกบีบใส่คอซะนะบีบใส่ปากไปเลยตื่นไปดูย้อนโซนจีนมาเหรออยากดูอ่ะจีนอ่ะจีนน่าจะแข่งใกล้ๆแปซิฟิกปะเวลาใกล้ๆกันสวัสดีครับใช่ด่านไหนกลับมาเขาจะเลี่ยงกันหน่อยๆไม่ค่อยมีเวลาเตรียมตัวขนาดนั้นเพราะว่าเตรียมตัวแมปที่มันมีอยู่แล้วมาแต่ทัวร์หน้าอาจจะได้เห็นไงเพราะว่าจะต้องมีทีมที่แบบว่าเล่นฉีกๆหน่อยเพื่อที่จะเอาชนะในแมปตัวเองป๊าไปไหนอ่ะดูดิหลับไม่หลับอ่ะปกติไอ้2 คนนี้จะอยู่ท็อปแฟกกับกลายว่าไอ้นี่ต้องมายิงแทนมันกินเนี่ยมันกินบอกโหตื่นหน่อยเถอะพวกมึงอ่ะทำอะไรกันอยู่แต่ทีมซีเคร็ตมันเหมือนแบบว่าค่อนข้างที่จะแพ้ทีมที่เล่นเร็วนะดูอย่างทารอนวันแรกอะอย่างนี้อยากเห็นไปเจอเปเปอร์เล็กเลย แต่ถ้าเล่นตะล่อมอย่างเงี้ยโดนหมด อย่างที่เห็นเลยภาพเมื่อกี้เลยวิดีโอบอกเหมือนจะหลับต่อดีกว่าก็อยากดูไงให้เจอเปเปอร์เล็กอะจะได้รู้ว่าซีเคร็ตเนี่ยกันทีมเล่นไหลเร็วได้ไหมถ้ากันได้ก็ของจริงแล้วทีนี้มีภาพเลยไปรอบลึกเจนจีเหมือนจะกลับไม่เหมือนจะกลับอะเมื่อกี้คือไม่กลับเลย กูไม่กลับหลับเลยหลับยาวๆเลยนี้อุ้ยเมาส์เดฟนี่ไวอยู่นะเห็นไหมโหรู้ป่ะเซนเมาส์ของฮิโรลอนเท่าไหร่ EDPI 163อ่ะ DPI 400แล้วก็เล่นเซนส์ 0.4 อะโอ้โหผมว่าเดมอนวันแม่งช้าแล้วนะ ไอ้นี่แบบเล่นยังไงวะ แผ่นรองเมาส์เอาโต๊ะมาลองเลยปะเนี่ย เป็นไง ผมลองแล้วคมไหมเห็นรูปสปอยคำต้องห้ามอยากให้ไป ผมไม่ว่างเลยดิ ส่งเพื่อนๆไปอีกแล้วไปแล้วผม ถ้าเขาไม่คุยกับผมก็ไม่รู้แหละผมก็อาจจะนั่งมึนๆนะแต่ก็สนุกแหละ ถึงเวลามันก็ต้องพูดปะวันนี้เรามา watch party ไงก็เลยแบบว่าส่งเพื่อนๆไปแทนยูนิตเราเยอะอยู่แล้ว โดนยิงหลังปล่อยตายอย่างเดียว แล้วฮีโร่ที่ชอบเล่นคือไอ้พวกสกายด้วยนะ ที่แบบว่าต้องสะบัดนก เล่นได้ยังไงวะเล่นโคตรช้าเลย เป็นติกแข่งยังวะ อยากดูอัลฟาเจอร์วะมาแล้วโ o ตัสเอาวะไม่มีไอท่านว่ะรอบนี้ แต่ว่าอาร์ติเคทหยิบเป็นสกายมาเอ็นจีเปลี่ยนเป็นเฟดเป็นคอมยุคใหม่กว่าพรุ่งนี้ตี 2เดี๋ยววันก็เหมือนจะแผ่วๆลงจากตอนฟอร์มแผ่วลงนิดนึง
Sanity for
Over again. Are we all insane for keep going back to the analyst desk after every game? What are we doing out here?
But then they keep coming back to us.
Oh no, it's an infinite
no.
loop of insanity. Well, hopefully that's not the case for either of these teams as we do face Lotus on map 2. Now Gen.G, a great showing on Lotus yesterday against RRQ. They've consistently favored this map, but that also means that there's a lot of tape to be studied, and we know what Secret likes to do with that.
Yeah, no doubt about it. They seem to have really gotten Gen.G's numbers so far, and another map that they'll have some info on. Certainly has alarm bells ringing in Gen.G's ears. There's no early pressure, early aggression. A little bit of a mound push here for Munchkin to potentially deal with. Lining up with the snake bite to try to slow things down a bit. Keeping a couple members over on the other side. I think looking to see how much contact they get here as Team Secret before they really fully commit.
Yeah, but they're not quite aware that the backup's already arrived on Waterfall. Now the Poison Cloud will actually push them back. And now Genji looking for a timing on the counter push. It's going to be the paranoia. It doesn't quite catch anyone as they
ตื่น
launch
ตื่น
right
ตื่น
around the wall.
เจนจี
But that gives
Ông
the
ơi.
idea to Team Secret that this was a rotate, and they will just hold. They know that they can't win the timing fight if you rotate at the same time. Just looking to re-aggress, make sure that they're not losing control of Mound. You love to see this type of operation from Team Secret.
It's just delayed here from Genji on that attempt to punish the orb push. Munchkin once again under a ton of pressure, has to get the heck out of there. All the utility forcing him back, but he's going to re-aggress on this angle. Looking to see if anybody's going to try to push in. And
Not
goes
ready
in
for the
early.
push out. Yeah, Jeremy coming in. It's going to be a double team as
Oh,
well. I mean, Munchkin not
oh,
quite finding out that it was two members,
หลับ
and it's
ยาว
just
ดูทรง
kills
นี้
on all sides, and we see a flawless on the pistol round for Team Secret.
It's just every time Genji wants to do something, has a tendency to do something, Jesse Vash and Team Secret are just a step ahead. And Genji a step behind. Again, the util dump onto that orb is just way too late. By the time they even get the paranoia and the fade util out there, Team Secret's already around the corner. And then they're just waiting here, and Munchkin trying to do what he can, tries to go for an aggressive play into the smoke, seeing if he could maybe do what Team Secret was doing to them a few times on the previous map, but did not pan out. Not the Season 8, the Haunt Nade combo here from the side of Genji to try to gain a little bit of extra space, try to put those classics, those brand new, very awesome classics that we have, Will.
I know. I'm still kind of torn on which one's my favorite, but maybe their success rate with classics would change my mind. we do see some cheeky kills with the classic.
So you're a GE fan then, if
well, they're definitely up there. If we ever get Frenzy team skins, right, team capsules, then GE definitely rising all the way to the top of that. But here, Genji, I mean, not trying to use any of the utility that costs some credits, so making sure that they're aware of how to claw back into this. Now a reverse stack onto C site, but Team Secret, they still have a minute on the clock. No reason to push this out. Borka very well aware, and he's going to be down everybody. Jeremy picks up the last cherry on top with the Vandal. And I mean, no reason to go to the other side. You might as well make sure you're holding the site here for Team Secret. What a disaster for Genji.
To Genji's credit, there was one player who was aware of it. In the midst of all that chaos, I couldn't quite catch who it was, but kill for Karan. Second.
ได้ไปสอง
Nice piece of work with his brand new fancy classic skin. Definitely adding a little bit of a buff there for Karan. But I mean, there was recognition that this corner could be here. You can see it's actually Texture watching him and Meteor. It's just people are walking all over the place in front of him, in front of them, and making things a little bit tricky. Of course, the crossfire as well from Jeremy makes it unassailable for the side of Genji. But I will say, for Genji's credit, they are at least aware of that position of Borkum.
Sure. Obviously, the firepower not in their favor either, but the results will favor Team Secret. Now just a full clash onto Rubble. No means of stopping here for Team Secret either as they just keep pushing through. Borkum perhaps overheating just a bit further. Wanted to create a better angle, but his teammates not able to counteract that. Jeremy will finally follow through the snakebite, doing work to cut off Lakia's exit into Link.
And going to pump the brakes a little bit here, and this time Genji not
เย
going
ส
to
หลอก
fall
เด็กคน
for
เดียว
it.
ที่เหลือแม่ง
Keep
เอา
their
จัด
feet
เลย
planted as well. Not going to anticipate the rotate this time. Karan at Baby Door. Texture on site. Munchkin in here as well.
Oh, but Jeremy's just so fast on that swing, and now the backup being called over, but Munchkin, he knows he just needs to stay alive. They have to regroup. Texture on an island in tree. They don't have quite the hard sell information yet, but they do still have their suspicions on the side of Team Secret. Very wary of that tree position. Looking for a pinch, and it's going to be the showstopper to make sure that he doesn't get traded out. And Texture taken down. The site taken over by the Filipino squad. Low health not an issue as you get the site. Munchkin trying to come back around, and it's going to be Envy, who was still a little too focused on trusting his teammates to push out a tree. That does give an opening for Genji. Already a tough round, but Munchkin trying to make the best of what he has left. 2v2, Jesse Vash still remaining. Can't win the fight yet, but time in the favor of Team Secret. As Munchkin can't get the reload in time, and another bonus round win for Team Secret.
Even though Envy dies there, I trust that Team Secret has in each other to hold these angles. And one really a key factor that allows them to, really rip that showstopper and think, okay, we can get this done, is that there's a quick check up into heaven well before Bunchkin gets there to come in, and they know that they have the freedom to make sure that they can cut off this extra flank angle, and it is well worth it to make sure that you really only have to worry about one other half of the map, the northern half. You don't have to worry about the southern half anymore. You've got that dealt with texture down. You can turn your attention towards the other forces, and yeah, it didn't quite go exactly how you drew it up for Team Secret, but still, job done. Very, very nicely handled as they are really starting to roll with this particular match. And this is concerning for everybody else because, again, you know, obviously if you 2-0 this group, you're going to win, and Jeremy's going to win that duel.
And I was a little afraid of this looking at the minimap as well. I mean, we've seen this type of pinch, the trap play from the defense as we see Team Secret just regaining control. But, I mean, with the weaker weaponry as well, I mean, Team Secret barely aware. They only send Borkum, who does have an exit with that Shadow Step to try to pick up that orb. See if you can bait out some of that utility. Secret is very well aware of the options that Genji has shown so far, and they're not showing anything new just yet, so it's just a process of elimination.
Exactly, and
คือสกายมันเนิร์ฟเลยนะมานะ
it's just incredible the way that they're just dismantling Genji here. It doesn't seem like the firepower of Genji has any real say in this, or they can't even get it going. Meteor gonna drop down. Heard the spike planted. Gonna see if he can get a few punishes with his Sheriff. Oh, he was ready, but NDG swung wide.
Gotta find that first shot. It's just a Stinger and a Sheriff. I mean, sure, you evened out the econ for the next round. So trying to figure out what the best course of action might be here. Obviously, the most ideal would be a couple exit frags to your name, but you also have to consider Jesse Vash now on the hunt, only 3 points away from those Seekers. If he can get the double here, that would be the most ideal scenario for Secret. He gets one. He's trying to swing around. Lakia will eventually shut down the Sky, leaving him 1 point away from the Sky ultimate. But the round already escaping Genji's hands, and perhaps the match as well, as they will now be down 0-4 as the spike goes off.
วิ่งสเปย์บอกคุมมึงเหลือแล้วน่ะเหลือ1เลยมึง
Very, very concerning here for Genji. Again, obviously, if Team Secret just goes 2-0, if they're able to beat Genji here, beat Zeta, they move on. There's no question about it. However, again, if it comes down to the tiebreaker, the rounds start to really matter. And even potentially if there's some really weird world where the round differential is tied, comes down to how you did on your enemies. Map picks did not go good on Breeze at all. So this is just snowballing Genji's chances of potentially making it out of the play-ins, just right out of, you know, any possibility of having a chance. It's just, I mean, it's amazing what Team Secret is doing.
Yes, obviously a grueling schedule and a brutal tournament format, but at the end of the day, going down to that lower bracket in the groups, you do have to claw your way back in. All three teams today facing the same scenario, and it just looks like Team Secret came prepared for this moment. Almost as if to say they've always been used to having to claw back in to prove themselves back again once maybe some fans or us along as well for the casters started to lose faith. They always say, no, it's just one opponent, it's just one day. Now clearing out those angles that Genji loves to hold. They often have that cross angle set up with the Killjoy utility, so Team Secret
พี่เกตบอกหลังๆกูไม่ตลก
that gives him the confidence to break
เอ
in.
อ
The
ดิ
Seeker's not
เอาหน่อย
going
พี่เกียว
back. Meteor in time, and
กินแค
Jeremy
โอ
stranded on the entry. Still too much utility left to be able to swarm the site. From the shadows onto the A site. This is a risk, but he's going to just stick it all the way through, and Jesse Bash will catch the rotate on Meteor.
Spike planted.
He had him read. He knew that Meteor likes to try to push out immediately. Of course, with Borkum's TP as well, a new
เจสซี่แวนนี่อายุ33นะค
Team
รับ
Secret's attack plans.
Do.
Texture though, good for one, not good for the other.
Yeah, that's going to be Envy holding time until Jesse Vash can get through. If Borkum can just stay alive, maybe even win this 1v1 against Lakia. No, Lakia with a nice swing and a crouch will clear out the site. They have information about Rubble. They know that Jesse Vash was still on C site. Will they start the defuse? They're going to look for the stick. It's going to be the Paranoia on one side. Charon still trying to defend the diffuser. They're just going to barely be able to stick it and finally get a precious round win as Envy just gets a nice extra ult point to his name.
Still very costly here for Genji. And again, a different look from Team Secret, and it almost works, but when Borkum TP's over there, that starts to spread out Team Secret, and then Jesse stays around for that lurk. Yes, it works. Yes, you kill Meteor. Yes, you're reading the way that Meteor likes to rotate out of there. We see this all the time where Meteor wants to get out of that C site quickly and start pumping out toward B if he possibly can. And Jesse punishes that. However, everybody kind of gets a little bit disjointed here. Allows that firepower of Genji to really shine through in those isolated battles. Something that Genji is going to need that of and more if they are going
Sure.
to be able to win this map.
มาถึงไฟพาวเวอร์นะ
Like a very tough match overall. Secret not only coming prepared in the strats, but the firepower, none of them really backing down from the likes of Texture, Meteor. I mean, even Charon, who Genji has been touting, has aim second to none. Now, the push out from Mound allows Genji to hold a bit more of a frontward line across
มอง
the
ออก
map.
เลยว่าแมป
Sight
3เนี่ยยัง
just
ดู
being
แบบ
anchored down by the
มี
Viper
ภาพนิด
alongside
เดียว
Alarm Bot. And this
พูด
ace
ไป
sniper
เซต้า
seemingly prepared to
Secret
empty if need be. You do have that Nightfall on Lakia for a potential retake or to delay.
I mean, he's going to have to find a way to get out of there potentially. He's in
Yeah.
a really tight spot.
Oh, and Texture dies as well. That's his only exit plan. Lakia now just has to fight, but gets hit by the paranoia. The paint shell's doing some damage to him as well. Scratched up, can't take the rope anymore, son, as he's just stranded in the middle of the site. The Nightfall will buy time, but Jeremy has not been hit. He takes that full health to try to break it open for his teammates on Team Secret. The smoke comes up, but they spotted him right under it, and Borkamos get the spray, and Jeremy hiding in the smoke already. Munchkin just barely surviving, but too many members of Team Secret already on the site, and it's going to have to be a save for Meteor.
Yeah, this is just a great
เดี๋ยวก็เจอกันแล้ว
play
นี่
here. Texture maybe getting a little over-aggressive or just getting beat at the point. And then that puts Locky on an island. Great combo there with their utility, with the paranoia and the paint shells, knowing that the only exit for that player from tree is going to be towards that ramp in the back of the site. And they made Locky's life miserable. Even with the Nightfall invested, just not a lot they can do.
Yeah, I mean, the Nightfall investment's the one that hurts the most, I think. I mean, you were already stuck. I don't mind the timing of it because obviously Team Secret tried to stall a little bit, tried to wait for their own utility for that set execute to come out. So Lakia thinking he has just enough time to get that decay onto his opponents, bring the backup together, and scare off Team Secret. But Jeremy just barely backs out of the Nightfall. Still has full health, still has audio, and says, I will be that scout and the entry that my team needs. And that's all they needed for that round, and that forces a timeout from the Genji coaching squad.
Yeah, of course. It's going not great here for Genji, and it needs to turn around sooner rather than later, of course, if Genji is going to have some hope in this. And you can see that Munchkin
เหมือนเจนจีจะแปลก
pressure
ๆป่ะ
this match starting to get to him
Yeah.
a little bit there, head in his hand. And of course, it's very tricky here because a lot of the things you've been able to get away with as Genji so far here throughout this event are now starting to be just completely dissected by Team Secret. A lot of these, individual hero plays and things like that just aren't being given an opportunity. The sloppiness sometimes with the utility from Genji where they're not really all together on the same page, or the timings are just a little bit off or a little bit too late, things like that. But, here it's like Team Secret is just more proactive, just understands the positions better. Their utilities landing in more impactful situations. Like you said, Lakia there just misses a player. That makes it even worse that someone's free to just run around on the inside without those tethers attached, without any information on that player's position. To just really add confusion and chaos to what Genji's trying to do to try to hold on. Now, Munchkin's got a Viper's Pit. You've got the Rocket for Texture. So this round feeling very, very important here with those two big ultimates in hand, even though you're on a very weak buy.
That's the part, right? I mean, sure, you could go for a broken buy in some way, shape, or form, but they know that hasn't been doing them any favors so far in this matchup against Team Secret. So they will choose to save just that one Phantom carried over from the previous round. And Secret should have a fairly good read on this. The timeout giving both teams a chance to regroup.
I'd really like to see, honestly, Genji go for it here. Like, try to set up a play where they can use Texture's Rocket to grab a gun, but, are they even going to be given the chance? It doesn't look like it. Look how far back Team Secret is playing other than their three-man stack. So they're aware that could be a possibility bouncing in, and a little ambitious there from Jeremy.
Yeah, I mean, perhaps just trying to get the scout out to how many members are stacked up here, and he gets the information, but Meteor still gets two. Now, is he
ต้องตื่น
aware
แล้วแหละ
of Borkum having crept in now? He's very well aware. The Prowler providing the backup. That will be weapons recovered as well. And now, I mean, this is the dream scenario for Genji. You mentioned perhaps using the showstopper to recover a weapon, but they're just going to get it for free with Meteor getting the double on the entry.
Yeah, I'd say this is probably the first round of the entire match that's left me scratching my head a little bit with Team Secret. That one a little bit ambitious. Not much help for Jeremy. Envy, though, good against Charon.
That should lead to the spike plan as well on one side or the other. Oh, having a little too much faith. That B site was open though, as Envy still trying to check onto the A side, and that's just walking right through the decay.
ที่โปรเพลเยอร์มันพลาดตอนพีคพิกทอไม่ค่อยแตกเพราะแม่งวางเป้ากันโหด
Now just looking to get
ถ้ามันโดนยิง
maybe
หัว
the
ทิ้ง
Viper's
มัน
pin
ก็
up and
ก็
ready
ยัง
for the
ยิง
next
หัว
round
คืน
as
ได้
time not on his
เอ้า
side. He won't even be able to finish that as Lakia will get the
สวยๆ
last
อีโคนี่สวยเลย
kill. A thrifty for Genji.
Very well may be the spark for them that changes their destiny on this map, because it certainly felt like it was going the wrong way with that and with that poison cloud there. Nobody really able to feel comfortable to get in to try to help and attempt to take Meteor out, try to cut off his angle from Mound, but Meteor was well ready for it, not fooled by Borkum's TP at all. Now you've got the op, now you've got a bunch of ults available. Team Secret with their showstopper.
โค้ชบอกว่าถ้าเรานี้แพ้ไม่ต้องกินข้าวเย็น
It's going to be tough for Gen G potentially if they go for this.
Well, yeah, they've got a double setup as well. Just gonna hide away in that box. It's gonna have to be a quick
ไม่โพส
peek
ต์
there,
เอ้
and
ย
he's not
เอา
gonna
ชิบ
find
หาย
the
เลย
kill, but it is a
เอา
setup
แค่
from
ราว
Gen
เดียว
G.
จริง
He
เหรอ
gets scratched up through the wall. The trap play from Gen G dismantled by Team Secret. C site now open. Gen G scrambling to reposition, but they just don't seem to have a good answer as they are now spread out, one on each site.
I mean, Borkum's just holding that angle. He's just ready for that player to be there. It's just great protocols, great discipline.
And now just the fake out on the door. Meteor, high intensity. Not quite sure how many members would have rotated through that. Lakia also prepared to fight for his life on C site. But Curiosity has killed the cat, and Meteor can't afford that in this round. Same goes for Lakia. He'll find one, but can't escape with his life. 45 seconds still on the clock. So much leisure for Team Secret.
อีกนิดนึงเมทิโอ
Meteor has to win this battle if they're going to take
Finds
this
one.
round.
Oh, the swing out from NDG.
Unbelievable.
I mean, great movement as well. Just a quick react on that first contact. And Charon, while they don't have solid information of where he might be, the process of elimination in the favor of the 3 members left on Team Secret. Now Charon clearing every corner. The Poison Cloud will go down at some point, and Smoke's there as well, and decides rather than going for a hero play, might as well play it safe. Don't want to lead NDG a little bit too close to that lockdown either, it seems.
Gun here.
It's going to be a save.
Gun
For
here.
sure. With a, you know, there is some bank account here for Gen G to work with, and he's able to recover that op. Jesse had picked it up, but with Lakia finding him, they're able to come back over and at least carry that very, very expensive weapon over into the next round as Team Secret will claim their 6th. Go up 6-2.
บอกคุ้มต้องตายเท่าไหร่
And,
บอก
you know,
คุ้ม
you felt like maybe there's a glimmer of hope here for Gen G. You're finally able to get that operator into Texture's hands. And once again, Team Secret just tearing them to shreds. Look at that. They're just so ready. Everybody on Team Secret knows their angle that they need to be covering, knows their job, and they execute it nearly flawlessly. So
Yeah, I mean, especially with it not being a jet either, right? You gotta imagine there's some sort of backup. Now, Gen G in this coming up round, they go back to their default setup that they've shown so much here at kickoff with the turret over in that new corner on C site. That's something that Team Secret has been checking for. Every time they attempted the entry into C, obviously it bites them back a couple of those rounds. The 2 rounds that Gen G actually does get the round win.
Well, you can see here that early on for Gen G, it's a push towards A main to make sure that this is going to be a C hit. Now you've got Munchkin and Meteor here. Tons of mollies, tons of delay, tons of damage that can come through. And you got the Paranoia at the ready as well for Charon. So this hit comes through for Team Secret. As long as the utility usage is good here for Gen G, should be a fight in their favor. But
เอกเจอกูไม่
like
ตื่
for
นเลย
now, Team Secret isn't fully
ตื่น
convinced
เถิ
that
ด
this is the direction they want to go. Alarm bot to check for Texture over on the other side.
Yeah, and I'm very curious about this because one of the things that plagued Gen G's opponents yesterday is that even if you knew the setup, you couldn't break it. This time it's going to be the guiding light that absolutely denies the turret that frees up Jeremy to fly high with the showstopper, and that is going to be the site broken open and actually cleaned up as
เราจะมอง
well.
ไปที่
Jeremy and Borkum continuing to
ZETA เลย
fire
อั
on
นนี้
all cylinders, and it's just Texture left. With the operator in hand, it has to be
มองไปที่
once
ZETA เลย
again one of
พูดถั
the
ดไป
worst scenarios for your opera where you're just holding on for dear life.
Yeah, this is just is painful. I mean, Texture's 1-7 right now to make everything just really apparent in
Oh,
how
no.
sideways it's going. Yeah, NDG should have him dead to rights here, to be
I mean,
honest.
it's so quick, right? It's so hard to predict that NGG would have just been chilling the entire time into the middle of the map. Oh no, is he gonna
Yes.
go for
Yes!
it? It's gonna be the Filipino special from NDG. Welcome to Team Secret. You have now been initiated.
It's Tondo Gaming time. Let's go. And that's usually when you know that it is going to be a Team Secret
ละ
match.
เมา
When the Tondo Gaming rears its fearsome head.
Man.
I mean, just getting right over all the util. There's no extra help there from Munchkin. I mean, you expect to be able to cover everything with all of those mollies and others. And that is just amazing here. I mean, just beautiful stuff from Team Secret.
That, yeah, classic Secret round. Good counter prep. Some good trades as well. And then, of course, the finish on the Tondo Gaming. Now leading 7-2,
ตื่นปะล่ะ
and you called it,
สภาพ
Paper Thin. When that happens, when the knife
นี่
kill
ซื้อ
comes
ออฟก็
through,
แล้วนะ
that's
มี
when
ออฟ
the
ให้เล่น
squad
2 ราว
just
น์ก็
feels
ยัง 1-8
unstoppable, no matter the opponent. You got to imagine the mental damage done to someone like Texture, who's just been fragging out this entire tournament. Everyone around the world saying this is the moment that Texture's been waiting for in his career, to have teammates who can follow up on all those frags that he's had the entire career, and now he's the one being shut down.
No doubt. It just feels like off the rip, Team Secret able to take the reins of this and really just punish Gen G in a way that has set them mentally back. They seem exhausted. They seem not as snappy, not as reactive, on top of just being outread in a lot of situations. And it has become do or die for Gen G. I mean, they need to start getting rounds, and they need to start getting them soon.
Yeah, a little bit of a different setup for Gen G here. Charon does have the option to back out if things go south on C site. Now one more Nano Swarm waiting, as they do know they like to bait this out, and Meteor just going to be holding that off. Angle will snipe him out of the sky, so Gen G a good bit of an adaptation after the last one, and Borkum gets a little dicey on that shadow step forward, and Meteor answers
นี่ไง
back
บัฟมีดหรือเปล่า
here to support the team that he's been fighting for the past 2
เอ้า
years, but it's a collab for Jesse Vash.
รอบที่แล้วมีบัฟเต้นอันนี้มีบัฟมีดหรือเปล่า
But mental damage absolutely delivered.
Yeah, and I'm hearing some Gen G players trying to get them fired up a little bit on stage, trying to see if they can get themselves back into it. And yeah, a little micro adjustment here from Meteor's positioning allows him to bail out that player. You can see able to track a nice shot too. Goodness gracious, Meteor. Absolutely starting to feel it.
Did he just say what I think he said? Just said they're bad. Okay, I mean, listen, you got to do what you got to do to hype yourselves up.
Yeah. I mean, look, it
ค
can
วามเป็น
still
โค
happen.
เรียน
You're
ในตัว
not
คุ
out
ณ
of this by any stretch of the imagination. Well, they're going
เพ
aggressive.
ราะว่าบุก
Well,
ว่ะ
I mean, if they have that confidence off of that trash talk, they got to deliver
Hey!
on it. It's going to be
Whoa!
a triple kill for Charon on Texture. Still holding on. Lakia here for backup. Is Secret aware that there's more forces? They absolutely
อะไร
are.
วะ
A 2-for-2 trade in favor of Secret as they now equalize. 2-2 ults on both sides as well. Both sides, Viper and Killjoy. But the early rotate from Munchkin. The lockdown, he wants to find a timing here, wants to isolate the 1v1s. He's got to find it, but Envy lines up the headshot.
And again, an attempted hero play from Munchkin gets shut down. Trying to see if he can cut off both these players. Meteor.
Timing, he gets one. He's so quick with it, still got it with the scope, but doesn't get the collat. And NDG will finish the round.
Before the switch.
I like the idea from Gen G there. Roll with the confidence, and it almost worked, but NDG swinging that corner so aggressively, so effectively. We saw him do it to Meteor earlier. Now he's just right around the corner with the extra cover fire. I mean, it's so tough right now for Gen G, because this Team Secret team, not only are they reading the maps well, but their aim is crispy. They're playing off of each other very nicely. This is something that really impressed me against Talon, was their teamwork, was the way that they just played for trades. They weren't afraid to just stick close enough together where they can cover each other a little bit. Jeremy's going to maintain that op. A bunch of ults everywhere in this final round of the half.
Yeah, just some aggression from Gen G, as they don't have the best weaponry. Now, they do have all the ultimates they would want. In fact, the entire arsenal of it for a retake. So, taking strong control of Rubble. You don't mind it, you don't hate it, but they will have to at least delay, take out some of the other counter utility as well, because Jesse Vash still has the Seekers. Borkum with the From the Shadows as well can really throw a wrench in your plans.
And I don't think they've ever identified this alarm bot positioning. I don't think Texture ever fully pushed through enough to know. Now you're going to expect one in there in some aspect or another. Seeker's going to be committed here through the site.
ขอ
Borkum,
อนุญาตปักเลยแล้วกัน
information check, lockdown to try to delay, and Meteor able to step up with a stinger and get Jeremy.
All right, that should be a weapon recovered as well with this lockdown in favor of them. He will get detained, but
ก็อย่า
teammates
อ
on
อกไปมันเป็น
standby.
เบ็ด
Genji's surely aware as
จะไล่มัน
we
ไปก็
do
พอ
see Jesse Vash just trying to get his energy back up after his birthday. Trying to get back into forward. The pit goes up though, now that they've been pushed out of that C site. B closed down. Now regaining control of Rubble, but the timer not in favor of Secret. Only 20 seconds left. Jesse Vash is here to try to sell the fake, the Nightfall, but it's going to tag two members, and Genji should have a strong idea. The run and gun with the stinger, and Lakia does it when Genji needs it most.
จิงเจอร์เขาเล่นกันอย่างนี้เหรอวะ
Shuts down the round.
โห
No
ดจัด
time for a spike plan. No
เอาว่ะ
way
ตื่น
to get
จง
the
ตื่น
ace for Borkum. And it will be a 4th round win.
wake up
I mean, that's nice. Getting those stinger kills is a really nice little extra treat there, and no falling for the bait here. Jesse, probably purposefully taking the detain from the lockdown to try to see if he could bait somebody out, see if somebody would get over aggressive on Genji. Not going to fall for it this time. Ready of Jesse's tricks, but still an 8-4 half for Team Secret. Concerning for Genji, but now they go over to the attacker side. Again, they're better on this side of the map typically, and they're going to have to be if they're going to keep this match alive, because right now definitely feels like all Team Secret all the time. And there's some good rounds here and there. That last one being one of them. Some nice trickery, but they had all the ults to work with, right? Like coming into that round, like if you're not winning that round, then it's not great. You're feeling kind of bad.
Yeah. And the one on the very top, it's a little poem for Munchkin, trying to use his name as an acronym, but it just completely does not follow the letter, and it just says Sangbum, which is his great name. Wake up, please win. Has nothing to do with his actual ID of letters. Just trying to send a message here.
Please win. Wake up. Yeah,
that's what's needed though, right?
Yes,
I mean, the call is clearly in favor of Secret. Jesse Vash staying one step ahead of Munchkin, the IGL of Genji. And while you have some other veterans like Lakia, like Texture to help with a little bit of the calling, I mean, Munchkin, we've been told, leading up to kickoff after some experimentation in the offseason, is now the primary IGL. He's spoken about how he wants to prove that the difference in direction that he chose away from T1, he wants to lead Genji with that color, with that philosophy, and to do that, he's going to have to get out of planes, get to phase 3 in the weekend.
Yeah, I mean, he needs to keep his mental in check. He needs to get creative. He's going to have to dial up some unusual plays, some plays that are going to be off script. Going to be dealt with by Team Secret, but he's going to need to find stuff that isn't in their playbook, stuff they haven't practiced potentially, to try to find ways to break through Team Secret. Because right now, Team Secret has their playbook downloaded. This is something that, Genji certainly had to be concerned about coming into today, is that they've showed a lot, and on these maps that both teams are going to favor, particularly on Breeze. And now you're seeing it here on Lotus as well, that there's info. They've already had to tip their hands quite a bit. Genji just going to do a little bit of damage to NV. Meter takes a little bit. Everybody backing off. Jeremy going to be point of contact. Back up from Borkum on the other side. Paranoia at the ready.
At the minute mark as well, trying to regain control of Robo. It's still a lot of utility, like you mentioned, available to push back the aggressors of Genji. Now the Haun's going to come out. Jeremy pops it out, but the Prowler to follow. But it's just utility trade. And at the end of the day, not much area gained. Eventually, it's just the force rotate on to B, but there's still an alarm bot, a Nanoswarm, and the Toxic Screen as well. Jesse Vash is so prepared for this as they just walk right into the deadliest trap in the pistol round. Spike down past the Toxic Screen. Pink shows to push him out alongside Snakebite. They'll get that kill, but they have no idea how many more members there might be. That's good news for Genji as it's just one member on the site. Now a 3v3. Not aware of Baby Door. It's a quick swing from Texture. Equals it out, and NGG tries to find a timing. That's a risky move against the likes of
ไม่วางด้วย
and the entire crowd here at the S Factory trying to cheer on the home team of Genji.
Able to find a much needed pistol win at an opportune time. And I like the way Gen.G plays this. So a lot of the beginning part of this round is them baiting out the utility of Team Secret. They basically have nothing left except that Nano Swarm at the door of B by the time they get here. So yes, they lose a couple players on the initial attempt, but they have the ability. They still have the paint shells. They still have the paranoia. They still have everything they need to get the job done here, and they're able to do it very, very effectively. If Texture can get into this game, then things can get real scary real fast.
Yeah, you want to get him fired up. Jeremy shuts him right back down and says, I've been climbing that power ranking here for VCT Pacific kickoff. There's another shot through the smoke. Nearly a run and gun with the Sheriff. Karen's not going to feel good about that one. Gen.G now stuck at door.
มุมนี้อีกแล้ว
Cheeky timing, but the
ไม่เนียนรอบนี้ไม่เนียน
Not going to be able to use that to his advantage this time. Envy even. Another Prowler as well. Full util usage. Getting that value for Lakia, but Envy is too quick with it. I mean, this round not going in any way that it was supposed to on paper. And NDG has found a timing. But so has Meteor. Now, unbeknownst to each other, we'll walk through, ring around the Rosie. It's going to be hard to recognize that NDG might be in the site, but Meteor, he does make sure he's thorough, and we'll bring home the round win.
Still a painful, painful round for Gen.G. They lose 3 of their guns. They lose a lot of armor on the players that survived as well.
ไปดูที่เกม3อยากดูเกม
So that's a lot of economic damage done here. So yes, they get the moral victory for sure. At least it doesn't go the way the last time they won a pistol on Breeze did, where they lost the ego. And nice hold here from Meteor. But again, if you can get the firepower of Gen.G online, if you can get them in the game, things can change very quickly. But still, Jeremy not missing a beat there with those Sheriffs, picking up 2 huge kills for Team Secret. He's out the gate. Jeremy claims the orb. A little push out here from Jesse Vash, trying to sneak himself around the side of the wall, trying to find another tricky position, but going to be backing right off as there's no contact from Gen.G.
Yeah, I mean, 1 point away for Jeremy, though, off of that orb on the showstopper. So if they do go for the flank, a kill, that will be the showstopper for that retake. Team Secret on the defense, of course. Trying to funnel them to the other side of the map, and now with enough pressure down, it's going to be a repositioning. Trying to leave Jeremy alone on that rubble to hold on. If he gets a kill, he has that showstopper for the exit as well. This is just a walk-in, but NDG just right next to that one-way. Now a reposition as well after that corner's been cleared. This is going to be so hard to read for Gen.G if they want to go into the C site.
I just love NDG's positioning there, trying to punish Gen.G again with those smokes, with those tricky positions that maybe Gen.G won't expect. They now make their way in. Meteor once again going to be watching for the lurks, watching that B angle.
Oh, this crossfire could be deadly. Both of them elevated as well. Not sure if Gen.G is going to check the left side. Texture, he's going to make sure he's thorough, but it's Envy one more. Texture not able to get the 180 swivel as he has to get the kill. Snake bite down as well. Time in the favor of Team Secret. 15 seconds on the clock. It has to be a quick rotate to B, but the backup has arrived. Jeremy, if he gets 1 kill, once again, it's the showstopper. That Raze ultimate that's going to ruin the show for Gen.G. They will be able to stick the defuse. The kill not coming through for Jeremy. Meteor keeps Gen.G's hopes alive once again.
Unreal from Meteor here. That was a tough spot to be in. That had to be some kills, so they had the time to get that plant down comfortably. And he's able to come through huge for Gen.G.
And the wraparound.
1v3.
Munchkin, a little shaky on that, but Envy, of course, well aware of the possibility. He's got that full year of experience last year in VCT Pacific and has grown as a veteran now for Team Secret.
Wait this one out at this point. Meteor here.
Meteor trying to look for a kill on the exit, perhaps.
An upgrade on the Vandal as well.
Yeah, just barely gets out. Won't finish the lockdown with it, but we'll get the round win, and that's all he ever really wanted. The lone remaining member from last year's roster, trying to uphold the name of Gen.G.
And it's good patience here from Gen.G. A little bit of a different look, and some snappy shooting as well is helping. Texture finding that opener. Meteor. Ooh, that is not normally. That is not normally, my friend.
But it's great to see that Meteor is in this position where he can kind of keep keep his mental in check, right? He's also one of those players that has other members like Texture joining him to support his firepower, so when things go south, he's the one who can bring up the rear end rather than always having to lead the charge.
ปกติมันจะมี2คนที่ตื่นไงมีเท็กเจอร์เมทิโอ 3 คนก็ผัดกันตื่นในช่วงที่ผ่านมานะแต่วันนี้คนอื่นก็ไม่มีใครตื่นเลย
Paranoia now to follow, so has to get out of dodge.
Yeah,
ต้องตื่นสักคนดีวะ
get out with their lives. A little bit of a scratch onto NDG, but I think it'll be counted as lucky stars that he's alive. Secret losing control of Mound, but they will still be able to flood the site. Of course, bit of a half buy here with 2 Marshals and a Vandal.
Still that showstopper to be considered for Gen G, so they're really playing patiently. Still the haunt, another utility available. Jesse Vash can spam through the wall.
Yeah.
ผมบอกเลยมุมเนี้ย
Meteor's also been on
ถ้า
the
ผมพี่
receiving
ผม
end
ก็
of that wall quite
ก็
a
แบ
few
งเหมือนกัน
times. So experience coming through, and Texture will just blast back through. Time
โคตรเสี่ยงเลย
favor. Borkum hands out for the Paranoia and the Shadow Step.
ผม
And a nice
เอาเว้ย
headline surge
เจอ
for
ตื่น
Texture
แล้ว
as he clears out Heaven as well. Keeps the defenders at bay. I mean, Meteor bought the time, and Texture has arrived. Gen G trying to tie things up in what seemed like it would be an impossible map here on
บับมีด
Lotus.
บับมีด
Doubt they're looking so clean. Turret, check positioning. Meteor gonna try to get aggressive on the back of it. Knows the Marshall's there, and he's got the double 3 in the round for
เห็นนิดเดียวก็คือ
Meteor.
เอา
And Gen G has tied things up, Will. This has been an incredible comeback they've had.
And this is something I
So
was
clean
always
wrap up.
concerned about with this team. In some ways, it's good that they're all great veterans that have had their moments and have had some titles here and there. But at the same time, you have to imagine there's a lot of pride on the line, a lot of individual pride where they come from all these different rosters. When things go south, can you keep it together? And you look at
มาแล้ว
guys like
มาแล้ว
Texture Meteor trying to keep calm. I mean, Munchkin still trying to come up with new ideas on the calls. It's great to see that they're able to claw back 5 rounds in a row if you count the last one of the first half.
No doubt. And
Ui,
the other
mình
thing
đi.
is they got 2 huge ultimates online in that last round. They've got the showstopper, they've got the lockdown for Gen G. Jeremy, though, on an operator and a showstopper of his own, the Odin in play for NDG as well. So you can see the stack towards A. Really, really strong here for Team Secret.
เฮ้ย
This
มันจะ
looks
แบง
to be a trap in the making. Look where those
อู้
handles
ตาย
are
เนี่ย
too.
Yeah, the deep alarm bot it is going
เฮ้ย
to
ได้อยู่
signify, but the
เอ้ย
Prowler
โอ้โหสวย
pushes him out and the
เอาว่ะ
reposition Meteor on the timing
ไม่พลาด
picture.
ไม่พลาด
All the way up into heaven. Does that? Oh, yes, he does. I will
Woo!
eat my words as Borkum gets taken down by the showstopper.
ตื่นแล้ว
Thought it was
ตื่น
gonna
แล้ว
be another moment for Texture where he misses an opponent, but it's a 180 swivel with the rocket in the air.
Able to get it down just in time, but
บับ
now
มีด
you gotta see
รอบที่แล้ว
it.
เจนจีได้บับเต้นรอบนี้ได้บับมีด
You
อ่ะ
invested into that operator. Sure, you have the showstopper, but now it's absolutely a call.
เจ็บออมแล้วล่า
Inch through,
ต้องล่าแล้ว
get one fly through with a showstopper, but this is not the moment to play with theories. As Gen G has very much made the comeback a real possibility, now leading 98 as this round comes to end. They're on the hunt for these remaining members. They have the credit lead. They've got it banked up. They want to break Team Secret's economy. The real question is the operator, can Jeremy stay alive? He's trying to stay as far back as possible. Not going to be
Whee!
spammed out.
What's the
Yeah,
other
doesn't
good?
want to take that risk as Jesse Vash will pick up 2 to his name. That's the Seekers Online.
Yeah, that's fine. You know, getting the Seekers isn't ideal, but if you're Gen G, but at the same time, you're still just rolling away with things. So you've got plenty of money, like you said, and now you've got another ult behind that lockdown. So things are starting to really cycle really nicely here for Gen G. Not just the round wins, but also getting those ults continuing to shift through, especially the big powerful ones. You've still got that lockdown behind you. Yeah, you've got a few for the side of Team Secret as well, and this is a good time to take a timeout. Reassess here. Is this the first Team Secret timeout?
I think it might be.
I think it is,
I mean,
right?
They've never really had a need for
Right,
so
exactly.
far.
Yeah.
And Breeze even comfortably in the lead the entire map, ending at 13-5, a very one-sided scoreline. And the first half, 8-4 here on Lotus as well. Now, the big question is off this timeout, you mentioned they have some good ultimates. They have the operator. Do they use the ultimates to kind of counteract what's going to look like a broken buy here? Or is it just going to be, all right, save up, make sure the operator has support, keep that alive as we get ready for the remaining rounds? We'll have to wait and see. And it is just going to be Bulldogs and half armor. So they want to buy up, they want to match the firepower as much as they can in this round, trying to make sure the lead doesn't get out of hand.
Yeah, I'm fine with this. I think this is a really solid idea. You've had some okay reads. Like, frankly, they had a good read on what Gen G was going to do that round. It's just Gen G is starting to feel it, and that cracked firepower that we've come to expect from them so far here in kickoff finally is shining through, and players like Meteor are able to win battles that look like they should be rather tricky. That is a little bit concerning here for Team Secret. Some smokes gain a little bit of space, but the toxic screen is going to stall them up for now. Just a little bit of spam back and forth, nothing connecting.
Yeah, and we do have Meteor on the lurk in B main this time as well. So Gen G
มันตื่นจริง
could be
อัน
very
นี้
well
ฟิล
prepped
ฟิล
for
เหมื
a
อนตื่น
pinch onto B, depending on the util setup, seeing if they can bait out any of their
Oh, oh,
crucial
oh,
utility, maybe an op shot, maybe an ultimate, whatever it can take to gain an advantage and some information.
The Nanos are a lot further back this time, so Team Secret is going to want to absorb the pressure a little bit more before they spring their trap.
Yep, baby door being broken, so putting some pressure onto the B side. The paranoia as well, they actually just want to speed on through as Meteor's already taken up all the space up to the entrance. Texture in. The real question is, how do you get out? The Seekers have come through. Texture is hit. He's just trapped in the middle of the site. Spike can't go down. Eventually it does. The Snake Bite's just doing a little bit of damage onto Charon. And now a hold on the site. The lockdown early to make sure that they can buy time, and that's going to allow the pit to come up as well. The showstopper has to be used on one part or another, but the lockdown buys so much time as Jeremy just can't find the approach.
NDG going to try to find a way to sneak in the backside, but Lakia on guard duty there through Baby Door. Texture pushed up far enough, trying to see if I think he can cut off this blast pack showstopper angle if it is going to come through, but I think already Team Secret is saying, well, they invested their ults. Let's really keep our guns because we invested a lot into this round as well. Let's not let this slide any further away. Ooh, a leg tag there, and the finish from Jesse.
All right, I mean, I don't mind the aggression from Texture as well, of course, trying to take out that operator as he survives one shot, but it's a good setup from Jesse Vash to keep the young duelist alive. Jeremy sitting at 14 kills. He's been a little quiet the past couple rounds. Just wasn't part of the action, really, as the operator has been avoided by Gen G. And now that they know that that's the focal point being carried over, it's going to be on the side of Gen G to figure out the next couple rounds.
And now you've got some toys to play with for Team Secret. Now is your turn to try to punch back with those alt rotations. You've got a showstopper. You've got a Viper's Pit. Jeremy's been sitting on this showstopper for a while. See if he can find some value in it. Right now, though, just covering Mound. Once again, a very similar setup. Jesse pushed way out into mid here towards the spawn of Gen G.
I mean, this is a big curveball, right? Even if he doesn't trip that alarm bot, he definitely catches vision of a potential lurk rotate. He knows he has control of the middle of the map. Meteor just bouncing back and forth. It does feel like Gen G at some point, if they don't get an easy entry into A, they have plans for a C rotate here, and that could spell trouble. Given the IGL's position of Team Secret, just inching forward, you called out the deep, kind of further back utility from the Killjoy last round for Team Secret. It remains the same.
Never got sprung, so the trap is still going to be a little bit
holding on to the nanosword, but that's not going to pay off, and it's just a walk right through his Texture with a wide swing on NDG, opens up the site. Lucky and Karen following suit. A site broken open. And Jesse Bash just will not find the timing. It does seem like Meteor got a little bit of audio cue there and a little bit of a duel against Jesse Bash. The timing not in favor, but still the numbers absolutely advantageous for Gen G. And this has been the switch-up, right? Gen G in the last couple rounds, it's just been quietly walking up until they're ready to spring the execute. And this time, as they see no reaction to the alarm bot, they say, let's just push our luck a bit further. I mean, it looks like Team Secret really wants to wait until the last minute. And they're into the site.
No doubt. Nice shots from Jeremy, but the money is no problem, no concern at all. Jesse gone.
No chance for Munchkin. But, I mean, listen, Jeremy's proving that if they ever did come to his part of the map, then he probably would have gotten him.
Yeah, and as Gen G,
but in
a way you're fine with this because A, Jeremy's already got the showstopper. Who cares if you feed deaths over to him? You're full buy. You might as well gain alt orbs any way you can. You don't care if you drop a few guns in a few rounds. This is, you could throw bodies at this all day. It does not matter as long as you've got the round win secured. Go for it. Yeah, there you go. Now Munchkin's in it.
ปลุกเพื่อนแล้วเว้ย
He was looking very pressured, of course, as the leader for this squad. But the last couple rounds, absolutely good reads from Gen G, and now they see the strong push back onto Rubble. And they were fairly prepared for it. The spike wasn't picked up at the start of the round.
The haunt as well, getting so much
เข้า
info
ซีไว้เนี่ย
on what's going on over there. Wasn't cleared quickly by Team
เจนนี่
Secret.
บอก
So
ซื้อผิดอีกแล้ว
Gen G identifying immediately. Tons of pressure on that side of the map. Let's try another side. Texture now with an op of his own to
ก็เป็น
counter
DG ไงที่เจอ
Duelist. Munchkin might be crossing paths with Jeremy here in a second as this execute is about to happen.
Yeah, it's just going to be quick clear on the utility, of course. Oh, meanwhile, on the other side, Jeremy pushes out very far out, though. Picks off the tail end of Gen G, and that forces her hand a bit. Sure, you have a minute left, but either you need to regain control of A main, or you're going to have to go for a fast push onto C. That latter part, of course, timing not in your favor. A Prowler draws out the showstopper. He doesn't have his goal. He jumps over Munchkin.
จุก
Madman.
Rosa.
The acrobatics as he keeps the hopes of Gen G alive in this round.
Unbelievable, Akia. Unbelievable.
30 seconds.
Where does that come from? Never misses a leg day, that's for sure.
For sure. I thought he was crazy for keeping his knife out, but maybe that's just what you needed to get a little bit more airtime. And now the Nightfall as well, just keep them tied up on the A side. Gen G, you might be cooking a bit too much though, as there's only 12 seconds on the clock. Kieran's going to have to jump through, and the site is not open. Now it's from the shadows. Chooses elsewise. You already saw the pit on A. It's the only site that was open.
แล้วไซ A เขาเปิดติไปแล้ว
with 1 second left.
โอ้จะยึด B ได้วะมาวาง B ดู
They have to hold on 2 members for now. Backup has already arrived. Locky is still on the lurk. He's gonna run into Envy. That's a death on the side of Gen G. Texture now holding from main. Meteor trusts his teammates, gets the swing.
อุ้ย
Contact there now. Contact ready for heaven. And Envy's going to start pushing through his zone as NDG. Texture all alone. A little late to the party with the operator, and despite the heroics of Lakia, it will be Team Secret clawing back.
Finally, Team Secret is able to find a win in this half. It has been so difficult for them, and it looked like it was going to be again. It looked like Gen G was going to find a way to best them. Munchkin somewhat aware of the possibility. I don't know if he was necessarily expecting the op to be there.
แล้วสุดท้ายมันทะลุ
Challenged
โด
it
น
anyway. Then the jump from Lakia felt like that might be a moment that just kind of spirals this round out of control. After 7 rounds in a row for Gen G, Team Secret is on the board in their defender side. Can they find more? Got the op back. They've got a judge for Jesse, expecting a player to potentially blast back towards B. We saw this previously with Jesse in that position.
สู้อ่ะเจอนี่มันสู้อ่ะ
I mean, a little bit of a ego battle there between the Odin and the operator as well. But barely missing shots on each other. Just a little bit of a scratch up on Jeremy.
And I love that Gen G is taking their time now. It's been working really well for them on this attacker's side. Not many fast hits. They're really working the map, really trying to figure out where the players and the setups of Team Secret are, or at least getting enough space that they can just kind of execute so quick that Team Secret doesn't seem to be able to react sometimes.
Yeah, and I mean, constantly spamming the Odin too. We see it with teams that are good at using the Odin on this map. I mean, for one, obviously you're clearing angles, but two, the sound really helps mask anything else you're doing. Slow creeping up, taking control bit by bit. Now, on the minimap, we can see this is pretty much a full send on to A. Maybe a rotate out together in through Baby Door if things really don't go their in the way of their ideas. It's going to be a Jeremy finds a nice timing shot. The showstopper still goes through, but the paranoia holds him at bay. Borkum hiding in his own smoke. The site has been cleared. It's going to be Texture answering against the earlier op shot from Jeremy. A nice clear onto Evan, and he's now taking control of the enemy's smoke. A deep smoke out from Karen as well will keep them at bay a little bit further. Jeremy just trying to pressure if anyone's here. Texture wants to go, and he sees the barrel, but he can't find the kill. Yes, he does right at the edge. The operator down, the raise down for the speed retake, but they will start flowing through. Lockdown. Meteor can stay out of range in tree, just opening the door. Will he actually exit? Yes, he will. They want to hold from outside, just a firing range onto the spike. Now the locked in over, and it's going to be a quick peek out, but the judge is not what they expected.
ใจเย็นใจเย็น
So low, the judge knows the Vandal switch up at long range, but he does not have time Jesse Vash will try to
เฮ้ย
stick
ไม่ทัน
it, but it's going to be
โอ้
too late as Genji reaches map point on Lotus.
ว่าแล้วในโฮมันเฮอะไรวะ อ๋อแม่งไม่ทั
What
น
incredible rounds we're seeing from both teams, fighting to the nail
เก
for
ม
this.
สามเกมสามไป
Texture there heard
นุ่ม
that blast back and knew exactly
ตื่น
where
แล้ว
Jeremy
อยู่ดี
went.
เจนจี
He
ก็ตื่น
immediately was looking up, sniffed out Borkum inside of this smoke as well. Well played by him to give them the chance. That nano popped at a great time here by Meteor during the lockdown to make sure that they couldn't start defusing it, getting it to half. And that's a key point that keeps that round in Genji's hands. That allows them to delay enough. A nice attempt by Team Secret, but the point of attack by Texture too good, reading those situations so nicely.
Oh, and I love the way that they've been taking control of this rubble as well. I mean, a bit of a different blast pack just to make sure you get out of the head of the paint shells. Haunt onto the side of rubble as well. So Genji fully in control of the A side. Once again, it's a 5-man stack. Do see a Bucky for Jesse Vash, and he found some fun with the judge, but it does get a bit more difficult with the pump action. Caron in
อ
the
ยู่
lead
ซ้ายอ
for
ยู่ซ้ายเช็คหน่อย
Genji. Had a great save in that previous round,
ตรง
buying
นี้
just enough time.
เช็คเถอะ
Second to last kill. The rookie, all eyes on him as an unknown factor. Has been putting up some numbers, but would love to have another map to showcase even more of what he's got.
ไปเที่ยวไปหาข่าวบี
Just
แล้ว
waiting on some util here. Toxic screen and the haunt going to be available. That might be the go time. Still the boombot there for Jeremy to maybe cause a little disruption. Because he's going to push the
เฮ้ย
smoke.
Oh, and it's just
Wow.
not going to pay off. His texture just finds him right away, and now it's going to be the C's. They know that it's caught on to somebody. The Prowler there, they hear the Bucky, and that's timing for
Wabang.
Meteor to swing around and get
Is
an
it Wabang?
easy
Ano
double
doon
kill
yun?
lined up. B site is now open. NDG and Borkum left alone. NDG will swing through
Wait.
with some heroics, but Caron rookie for rookie, and it's going to be the last kill for texture.
เกมสามว่ะ
As S Factory blows
Woo.
up, and Genji bringing us to a map 3.
What an unbelievable attacker side here for Genji. It looked like it was going to be all Team Secret, and we were in store for a fast 2-0, but they had something else to say. The superstars for Genji really heating up
มาว่ะ
in
น้อง
that second half.
ๆน้องๆเขาได้ตื่นแล้วว่ะ
To download and understand what Team Secret was doing, playing very patient, waiting out for some of the utility, waiting for Team Secret sometimes to get a little bit over aggressive, but also starting to understand the way that Team Secret was attacking the smokes and other positions like that. I mean, you saw a texture with that showstopper, just read Borkum like a book.
Yeah.
And oh my goodness.
แค่3ด่านเลยวะ
What a map, and we all knew this was going to be a long day, but Genji guarantees it will be extended. We
ไม่ได้
have
ดู
the
ด้วยเมื่อกี้
analyst standing by to break down the action from Lotus.
We've got a series on our hand.
บัฟมีด บัฟมีด รอบที่แล้วเจอ RQ บัฟเต้น รอบนี้บัฟมีด ยอมไม่ได้ ไอบ็อกเหรอ จัดไป ไอพวกนี้นี่ ทีมซีเคทไอบ็อกดีกว่า ไม่แน่ใจว่ะผม ดูเจนจีมาผมไม่รู้ว่าไอบ็อกเจนจีเป็นไงบ้าง รอดูเกม3เลยเดี๋ยวมาแป๊บนึงคิดว่าภาพวันนี้3ทีมเจอหมดเป็น3โอ้โหนู่นน่ะจบประมาณ5 ทุ่มถ้าเกิดว่า3เกม3คู่คู่แรกแมป3น่าจะสตาร์ทประมาณบ่าย3จบน่าจะ4 โมงโอ้โหแมปละ3 ชั่วโมงไม่คือแมปละ3 ชั่วโมงเกมละ3 ชั่วโมงแมปละชั่วโมงตีไปมาแล้วครับเอาไม่ใช่ครับรีเพย์ครับคิดถึงด่านเพล เอาว่ะเศษว่ะแต่ไม่มีเก็กโกะอุ้ยเอาว่ะไม่มีเซนติเนลแสดงว่าอาจจะต้องเล่นเข้าไวหน่อยมีนี่หว่ามองไงไม่มีว่ะแค่ว่าซีเคทเป็น2เซนติเนลหลอนอันนี้หลอนคนดูหลอน
We're going to go into the third map of this first series. Let's go over to our casters, Paper Thin and Will.
Thank you very much. Now on to the last map of the series. Now, of course, we still have 2 more best of 3s left in the day, and both teams will have to play another one at some point later on, but they would like nothing more than to start the day with a series win, try to get that lead to make sure they secure their spot into the playoffs.
I mean, no doubt about it. And for this particular comp here, I'm really excited for the Sage because a lot of teams have strayed away with it. You know, obviously you can sneak the Harbor in there for a pseudo-Sage-esque guard of your plants and post-plants and that kind of thing, but Gen.G doesn't run that, and the sites themselves haven't changed on this new icebox. So the Sage walls are basically the same when it comes to how you want to set them up, how you're going to play with it. So let's see how well Gen.G can remember exactly how those lineups need to work to get around those walls.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be the biggest question is how do you combat the wall, and of course, a bit of an aggressive push. Now, a lot of teams favoring taking over that snowman now with the site changes on B. It's going to be entire control, but they realize the site's been empty, so a little wary of this retake, and it's going to be the delay. And it's going to get the flashes onto everyone. Munchkin set up for a nice double kill. Maybe just trying to stay alive, but Meteor has wrapped around, and it is a very quick retake for Gen.G.
ได้มันย่อรัวๆเลยว่ะ
The wall is attempted, kind of catch some people off guard, but Meteor plays it great. Doesn't really try to punish this much. He throws the Nano Swarm in there early. It's quickly dealt with by Team Secret. That's when the wall comes up. Just seeing if maybe there's somebody back in Snowman or somebody up in the top of the site. Punish up towards Kitchen. Not going to be available. Great patience here from Meteor. And then the double flashes work a treat. I mean, Team Secret is wide out in the open. That's just what you love. That's what you feast on as initiators with flashes. Is players out in the open like that. The Dizzy connects, Munchkin's flashes connect, and then it's just fish in a barrel for Gen.G.
Yeah, Outlaw's out for Texture as well, and he started to heat up a little bit towards the end of Lotus. Obviously had a rough going for the majority of that map, though. See if he can regain his confidence a bit more as we see no armor on the side of Team Secret, just a Sheriff for Jeremy. He's aware of this angle, but Munchkin just drops down, resets his aim with the Guardian. It's going to be a quick double kill. Actually just pushes forward for the third as well. Envy catching strays a little bit. Jesse Vash and Meteor in a battle to stay alive more than anything, but Meteor will clean up that kill.
Great finish here by Texture. I just love the way that Munchkin just drive by. Like not even able to get that kill with the Outlaw. He's just like, nah, I got this, bro. I mean, he's feeling it. Backstage, Munchkin was fired up. He was so ready for this, and you can see he is mentally very much in this game. Yeah. Accuracy there too. Texture's got the final, but
yeah, he's happy with it. I mean, just pre-firing every single possible trade angle there. So good for the IGL of Gen.G. Now no command already online. You've still got 2 Guardians and an Outlaw. Some Bulldogs as well. But of course now the buy round. Mostly full armor. Envy the only one. Has to make sure that he secures that Sage utility to try to force the plant.
I mean, if you can get Munchkin here in time, you can make even getting a plant down here so difficult for Team Secret with that no command. You're not going to be able to put up the Sage wall. You're not going to be able to do some of those things that you really would like to. Drone's going to come out.
Here comes the hit. Out, and that wall can't come up. Sure, the slower comes out, but they don't have full control. Munchkin gets another kill to his name as well. As the Sova now goes down, no great way to get information as Team Secret. They haven't gotten control of the safe site, but they don't really have an exit either. They're going to have to force their way in. Landing the shots, but does back them up just enough. Going to have to reposition, tries to get out with his life. Munchkin is there to go for the trade. Spike still not in position. The wall finally comes up. A flash drive to delay them. Snakebite at the ready. Munchkin another kill. 2 triples back to back with the Guardian. He's still hungry for more. As the Outlaw cleans up one. 1v1 and now Texture has dashed forward. Now got the Guardian. Mind games
What's
at the
the
ready
gun?
between NDG and Texture, and NDG knows he still has 30 more seconds.
NDG
Just
อ่ะ
has to wait for Texture to make a mistake. The one who approaches
เฮ้ย
maybe the
ขวา
one who bites the dust, but NDG
Oh.
with a nice swing out from the far side. And that's a triple for Team Secret as they get that third
Humming.
round.
Still, it's a brutal round here for Team Secret, and I guarantee Genji is quite happy with how that one went. Sure, you'd like to get the bonus, but you did so much damage. And already cycling ult so quickly is going to be Munchkin. Texture's got an operator in hand. NDG plays this nicely, anticipating that he can just hang out on top of the wall as he caught a glimpse of him up in the nest earlier. And now Team Secret's bye. Gonna have to be a little bit scuffed after losing so many guns in that round. And back on the Outlaw is Texture. He had an op in hand briefly before we cut to the replay, so I thought maybe he'd keep it, but instead they're gonna opt to just keep going with this Outlaw, knowing that it's with the economy, there's gonna be a couple half armor buys that are gonna have to come through if they go for full rifle buys.
Exactly. Just a good read on the economic situation. Still able to fire off two. Now tries to set up a trade for Munchkin, but a little greedy on that one. Just wanted to buy enough time for Texture to find an exit. Now he's not going to find a good one, but the timing is there with the one-way, so he's able to walk just barely out as Yellow does get cleared out with the utility from Team Secret. Now all grouped up, but a deep lurk in from NDG. I mean, Team Secret has all the time in the world to rotate over if they so wish. Mid, the only area where the Filipino squad doesn't really have any information.
It's just going to be a held angle here. Meteor with the high-low setup alongside Texture. NDG, I should expect that this is going to be a rotate. Yeah, indeed. You can see that Envy has the spike and he's going to be moving. It's just been no information
Ui,
gathered. A nice
Home.
shot by Texture to take down Jeremy.
Just a flick all
Yeah,
the way
Jeremy
around. I
was
thought on
a
the minimap,
rotate
Jeremy
legend.
absolutely should have the
30 seconds
advantage
left.
there. And that shuts down the approach. Now the Toxic Screen and the Jet remaining was meant to sell the fake. Of course, Jet going down. That keeps Genji questioning just a bit. A little late on the rotate, so they will have to give over the spike plan. The big question becomes, what does your retake look like? Texture very low at 15 HP. Can pick up a Vandal, though, so firepower coming up. And Envy not going to be able to use that Resurrection just yet. See if he gets an angle on the retake. And Lakio just a quick flick downwards.
Lakio
Clears
มา
out
ช่วย
NDG. Right under Raptor has been cleared, and it's going to be a collab, it looks like, from Envy. A double kill either way for the Sage. Does have the Resurrection, and that's going to bring Jesse Vash back up. It's going to be Intel and Shock Darts available. Only 15 HP and a dream. Spots one, but the Shock Dart barely dodges it. Texture just wants to find the 1v1s, but they won't give it to him. And Team Secret ties it up 2v2.
Yeah, it just
แปลก
great map awareness here by Team Secret. Able to punish that early setup from Genji. And I think now maybe Genji kind of wondering, oh, what if we had gone for the op here? But it didn't really matter. The opening shots didn't even land. And that's nasty from Envy with the Guardian. That high pen proving its value there. So, okay, back to evens now, 2-2. Genji a hot start, Lakio with a Bucky. 4 Sheriffs, otherwise for Genji. Know that they can do damage with it for sure. Trying to gain a little bit of space here towards Garage to put this Bucky to good use.
And that's the drone, and that should spot you. Just wanted to find a time, but the fragment actually does a lot
Hey!
of damage. How did he
Whoa, whoa.
still get 2 kills as he's just getting burned by his own teammate?
ๆกาจะได้1แต่ได้2ไง
Maybe just making sure that Lakia feels the pressure that he ain't got no exit, because he's got to fight for his life. Takes down 2. And Munchkin still hidden behind Yellow. Meteor's going to get the first kill. They're just not quite aware, but it is a wide
ยิง
swing
พลา
for
ด
Markham. Picks up the kill after a bit of a spray. Alarm bot deleted, and the site somewhat in control. The wall going to do a lot, but the real question is, Vandal picked up on the flank by Texture. He's wrapping around. Spike not planted. And another kill for Meteor through the ground, and Texture will get a free kill to his team as they bounce back with a thrifty for Genji.
And Munchkin just stood up and let
โอ้โห
Team
ลูกซองเลย
Secret
เมื่อกี้
know it. He is absolutely feeling it right now.
นี่ถ้าเป็น
It's
จัด
also
นี่เวิร์ด
gonna
ได้
give a
3
thrash over to Lakia after the
ตอนนี้ก็
start
คุ
of
มแล้ว
that round. I mean, the fragment here may also be to just kind of confuse Team Secret to make them think it's actually a back off, potentially,
Could
but
be. I mean,
I don't know. It could just be miscommunication.
I mean, obviously you don't take as much damage. It's a Hail Mary anyway, so
Yeah, why not?
at the end of the day, it's not the thing that killed Lakia. I don't blame it, but it is
เปิด
a
ที่
little
ดี
bit
สุ
of
ดเพื่อพี่
humor
เอ
to watch as it's going to be a
ของพี่เอ
double
เป็น
push
จัด
out.
เลย
Both angles as well, both onto Raptors and Pipes. And Texture, nice quick kill. No
Healer
overtime,
down.
backs off, and Gen G, they've dwindled down the numbers of Team Secret down to 4 once again.
And this was something that Gen G was doing against RRQ. They would get aggressive at the early part of the round towards towards the attacker side nest, and RRQ shut it down for the most part. It almost never worked, and Team Secret just not quite mentally prepared for it. These rounds have been really furious, so gonna have to try to recover mentally. Jeremy out there with a Marshall, presence revealed.
Just trying to make sure that they're not giving up
Oh.
positions on A. They
MVP
even get
by
the
that
dizzy
is so-
spot as well, and that's an easy kill for Texture.
Oh.
No sightline for Borkum, and Meteor
Solid.
holds true on B site. And the Korean fans are getting rowdy as they would love to see Gen G fight for that spot into the playoffs.
And it would be just an insane comeback here for Gen G after such a brutal map 1, after such a brutal start to map number 2. To have that run back and to now just be that Gen G that we've come to expect. The tremendous firepower, the coordination now starting to click. These double initiators have set up some really nice kills for the squad. Munchkin, of course, getting it done on his own with some phenomenal shooting. Still the thrash for Lakia, Bladestorm as well for Texture, Bladestorm for Jeremy. Lockdown for NDG though. So you can see Team Secret a little more wary, checking their angles a little bit more thoroughly this time around towards their side of A. Lakia is way out here.
Exactly, it's a push out and not just solo either, a heavy push out. They spot nothing, I mean not even a turret to watch the back, so they're pretty convinced that whatever they saw over on the A side should be the main forces, as nothing was spotted on B either. Just leaving Meteor to watch the potential lurk in mid. And this is the site already flooded by Gen G. Not sure if Team Secret will have any guesses to this. They start to see the wingman. They're a little wary, but Karen with a quick trade. And they haven't spotted Texture yet either. All angles still held by Gen G. And now the thrash to push them out. He does get the detain onto both. And it's just going to be a quick chase down as they're trying to find the last member. And chasing down. Gen G with a great rotate, great read on mid is going to get the 5-2 lead.
It's getting loud in here. It is really exciting for Gen G fans. Now you have another no command, second of the half already for Munchkin, and just reading every push, every angle. Karon there showcasing his aim.
เฮ้ยอย่ายืนดิ
To pop off
ชิบ
a
หายแล้ว
little bit, and it is time for Warbirds to pop a
เดี๋ยว
timeout.
ก็โดนบัฟยืนหรอก
They can get things
Mr. Yun.
squared away. Very, I don't want to say one-dimensional, but very deterministic here for the
Lakia
side
Yun
of
yeah.
Team Secret, where they're just kind of now sort of tunneling in on a site and not really kind of playing with the map like we saw in Breeze, right? A lot of attention towards mid, a lot of stuff like that. There's been zero attempts to try to get, you know, kitchen control or mid control or any of that kind of stuff for the side of Team Secret.
Yeah, it's tougher for mid control though, right? With stuff like the window,
Sure.
a little bit easier. I guess more options, I should say, for the defense to hold on to it. And in the past, of course, it was usually always the Viper. You didn't really have anyone else who could afford to lurk around in this composition, as you need the wall for the setup, you need the info with the recon. I mean, you just cannot afford much of that. Maybe sometimes it's the killjoy, depending on your setup on the lurk, but Team Secret, it seems like they're kind of starting to question the compositional differences.
เล่นไม่ถนัดเดี๋ยวเล่นไม่ถนัด
With double flashes, double initiators, a little bit more flexibility, and now they're trying to focus a little bit on the middle part of the map.
As they should. They need to at least put attention on it. It needs to at least be in Gen G's brain. They can't have this information for free. So I think they recognize that they need to at least show that mid is something being considered. So smokes and shock darts there, and that immediately draws a lot of attention for Gen G over. Texture here. Now finally, with an operator in hand, Meteor has a lockdown as well to boot. 4 ults for Team Secret, and the opener for Texture is good.
And it's Sage as well. I mean, that absolutely breaks apart the composition of Team Secret. The Viper down as well, and the kill doesn't come through, and it's going to be the same. They just cannot get this Jet out of this position. 8 HP and still alive. No need to reload if you're just able to find the shot for Texture. Very confident. Has his back covered with his teammates who have arrived in time.
Just unbelievable.
I now
the coordination and the teamwork is there for Gen G. Now they're playing at a faster pace, at the pace that I think suits this Gen G squad. on their defender side. On their attacker side, I'm happy to see them slow things down a little bit. But here, it's help quickly. It's everybody really playing for each other. Texture, love the change in angle there. Love the way he's utilizing these new angles that have been opened up for the defenders on this B side. Really gives you some space to
Oh man, just talking about all the knives flying right by him. Didn't quite get the kill.
ล้อเลียนทำมาเป็นล้อเลียน
As well from Lakia. Oh, really rubbing salt in the wound against Jeremy on that last round.
And look at that, Lakia just able to step up here, get an
จั
orb
กจุกจักจัก
more or less for free. Shot there, of course, to cover him from Texture, but Team
เดี๋ยว
Secret
ดิ
is playing so scared because Gen G is beating them at every twist and turn.
Spots one, wanted to get a bit more information. A little risky, but the Hunter's Fury is going to
หาย
come
น้อง
out
โด
to
น
clear him.
เฮ้ย
He
น้องรอด
stays alive above the slow orb.
Oh,
Envy finally answers back, but it took a little bit too much
Initiated.
time. It's no command and the lockdown now for Gen G. They want to make this a speedy retake. They know one's up on Heaven as he slides all the way out. The Meteor just chases
ใส่เชือก
through. No one gets out of my lockdown for free, he says. And that's the defuse being stuck. NDG, you just have to swing out. You just have to get the kills. You have to go for the spray down, but they're ready for it. Half already done. All three members aiming down their barrels. It's another round for Gen G.
Yeah, it's
บ่อ
just
คุ้ม
really starting to snowball here for Gen G. Just clicking,
มิทีโอเขายิงยังไงของเขาวะนะเมื่อกี้เนี่ย
waiting with open
They do this.
arms at the right side each time. I mean, Jeremy gives him just
I'll
enough
run in.
time to get the aim back
โอ้โห
down.
ยังโดนอีกอะ
That's not fair. That's just nasty there.
สวยจัด
The meteor the last couple of maps has been so impactful.
จะพ้นอยู่แล้วอีกนิดเดียวโค้งสุดท้าย
Last
Nít
map,
điều
he was
gì?
their top fragger.
บ่อคุ้ม
Yeah,
บ่อคุ้ม
this is part of the reason a lot of people were rating Gen G highly. Is just regardless of teamwork, etc. If Texture can't pop off, you still got Meteor. If he can't pop off, you still got Munchkin. I mean, you just have this relay of
Gen G
star
ตื่นแล้ว
players from previous
แมตช์แรก
teams.
นี่เมาหมัดเลย
As we
แม
see
ตช์
that,
แร
a
กนี่
little
คือไม่เอา
shaky
ทร
for
งเลย
Munchkin, but he will still get out, getting that information for his teammates as well with the 0 point. And at the end of the day, I mean, not much area lost. Gen G holding back on A side as they've already taken garage control. This map has been cut in
ใช่
half.
วัน
The
ที่
turrets
24เลยครับ
watching
พรุ่ง
mid.
นี้ไม่มี
They
พรุ่ง
know
นี้
that
วัน
this
พัก
is just waiting to be a hit from Team
วัน
Secret.
พักแต่ผมมีงานข้างนอกด้วย
I'm going to forgive Munchkin a little.
Cái
I
đồng
don't
phạt tông
expect the
phần
wide
là
swing
chỉ-
there either, especially with the operator in
จะดู
play.
แล้วมันก็ดู
The
ครับ
snake bites as well. All these mollies coming up from Gen G. It's just
นี่ไง
Oh,
พี่บอล
tied
อุ้ย
up even further
คลีน
as he just walks through.
คลีน
Straight
ถอยตัว
on for the ace for Munchkin, the ice
คลีน
kill, and he will get it.
โอ้โหโคตรคลีนอะช็อตเมื่อกี้
Riles up the Korean crowd, cheering for Gen G
โอ้
to represent Korea as yet another team in the playoffs. They're going to be leading 8-2.
Oh boy. We're going
Put
to see
clean
a
in
third
there.
no command here pretty
Boom,
shortly.
boom.
This is just absolutely filthy. It didn't hit the opening
ไอ้
shot.
สองตัวแรก
It
นี่
didn't
ยังคลีน
matter. Able to pick it up in the end. There was a...
Oh
ยืน
man.
อีกแล้วยืนอีกแล้ว
Oh
let's,
man.
let's go. A little extra
I
wordage
mean,
in there.
just so we're clear, this is not the mixed roster that exists in Korea. That's T1, but he still wanted to speak his mind and let everyone at home know exactly how he felt about that last round.
Yeah, Munchkin's got pretty good English. He's been talking to me a little bit behind the
ยืน
scenes.
รัวๆเลยยืนรัว
He's a funny guy, and you know, Team Secret, man, it just felt like they had such a good
ๆ
read
อ๋อเมื่อ
on
กี้
Gen
ตะ
G
คิวจะ
coming
กิน
into
ขา
the
แล้ว
game.
นี่ยืนหน่อยนึง
Now that you're really seeing what Gen G is capable of, they all start playing together. They all start reading their opponents really well. You know, Munchkin playing in such a good spot there, behind most of the utility, doesn't really get caught by any flashes or anything, and he's just able to sit back, mow him down, knock him down. Warbird's gonna have to dig deep here if things aren't going to spiral out of control in this half. 3 marshals, a frenzy, a sheriff.
It's rough. I mean, you only have 2 rounds left, and this is one of your buys, but it's the only way to do it, because otherwise you're already kind of giving up on the potential last round of the half. And now we return to what seems to be some classic setups for the Killjoy, helping watch mid, that allowed them to push out a B last time. And the biggest thing is Team Secret never caught sight of that. I mean, they just never knew that Gen G was so prepared because B Garage had been taken over. They do have NDG on the lurk this time, but it's not going to gather too much information as he doesn't have the weaponry to push through.
Yeah, it's extremely difficult here now, especially Texter's still an operator to worry about. Everybody but him.
เท็กเจอร์บอกกูโดนมีดหลังทีเดียวกูตื่นเลยหลังจากนั้นกูก็ตื่นตลอดมา
Yeah, I guess just wasn't caught when he first swung out onto Conveyor. He's able to
Oi,
swing back and
Hom.
he's ready for the follow-up as well. That makes things a little dicey for Gen G. Now, during all of that, NDG had pushed up into mid a little bit, sets up a slightly more aggressive alarm, but now he's pushing on to B as well. You got to expect, because of the kills, that there's a force shift on to A, so Secret preparing themselves for the potential rotate. Now, Texture has an inkling on this, but I don't know if he has the timing to get all the way back to Snowman safely on his own.
Think about all the ults you have to play with now as Team Secret. With 2 rounds left, no real reason to hang on to these too much longer. You've got that Viper's Pit, you've got that lockdown, you've got a res if things turn the other way for them. They are going to be able to head over towards the B site. Now, Gen G somewhat prepared for this. Toxic screen. Cover up.
The pop out from Texture. He's
ไปก่อนเลย
it's the Sage of all things. Res down, wall down. The spike is no longer safe. He has to stick it, but the snake bite's coming out. It should land.
ไป
No,
หนึ่ง
Caron finishes it with the Vandal. They know time is in their favor. The pit goes up onto the plant. Team Secret. What are your answers? You have to wrap around. They're going to the deeper end. Onto Snowman, trying to just protect the spike, and it will finish. It's going to be NDG with the operator that barely saves around for Secret.
Oh boy. I mean, if it isn't for some just filthy shooting from Jeremy here with the Marshall, this could be a very different round. Again, Gen G reading the map pretty well. Coming over at the right time, making things so difficult for Team Secret to get the plant down. That's just, that's so crisp, Jeremy. Absolutely, that is freaking nasty.
And that's the one that really did it for him, right? Because otherwise, Texture was a thorn in their side. They couldn't, if Texture stayed alive, they couldn't have pushed through all the way to Snowman. So Jeremy, the hero that Secret needed to have a chance here, as it's another aggress onto Conveyor. Slight push, but they'll back off because of the counter utility with the slow orb. Just mid being watched from 2 by Meteor. He's going to slow push out. They want to regain control. And that's a slow walkout from Jeremy. The res was there. Trying to beat it up, but Lockia's here for backup as well.
Oh, look at Texture. He's getting real aggressive off the back of that kill. They wanted to try to see if there was any punish they could find, but Meteor actually gets caught out, lurking out of tube. So that's going to open the door here a bit.
He needs to get the first kill. If he doesn't, well, it's not going to matter because that potential is now gone. And NDG will open up the site. It's going to be a retake for Gen G as they now swap over to the Vandal. Thrash at the ready, but that's all they have to combat the potential pit of Borkum and all remaining 5 members of Team Secret.
Oh, nasty opener.
Yeah.
โอ้แล้วรังเกียจตาย
Count that down
ไม่ได้ใช้
to
อั
4.
นตี
Now
เล
the
ย
null command, no Thrash.
Cole.
Should hurt, but it's just going to be dwindling down to 3 now. If Texture can find the first kill onto Envy, it
โอ้
will
มันน่า
not
จะได้ยินเสียง
happen. Munchkin all alone. Fragment lineup to try to clear out behind Yellow, trying to just funnel them in. It's going to land a little bit too far, and that might just be the dying heartbeats of this round for Gen G as Team Secret will get the 4th round and just catch up to 4 to 8 in the first half.
Okay. I mean, hope here now for Team Secret. They've at least rattled 2 off in a row at the end of this, and it took some, fancy shooting to maybe get this Gen G momentum in check. They were able to
หรือว่าโยนไปเรื่อยถ้าเป็นผมเมื่อกี้คงขายขำอะโยนไปเรื่อย
Meteor very nicely there.
เผื่อลงแรง
Some just crazy good shots, able to hold their angles very nicely, winning that duel against Caron, coming through a few good swings. They're able to turn the rounds into their favor, but now move over to the attacker side for Gen G, which was where they were absolutely just ridiculous on Lotus. And now you think about, oh boy, their attack is so scary. Are they going to be able to dial that up again? And again, that's the side of the map that Gen G's been really good on so far this year. So let's see what they've got.
Yeah, you have to wonder because you have the double flashes on for Gen G. That's what makes that attack so strong. Now, of course, with the Sage, you're not exactly looking to combat the initial execute so much, rather than going for that defuse, trying to push them back and make sure the post plant isn't quite there. But what comes with the double flashes is both those initiators with their own mollies as well. The post-plant lineups are going to be different. There's going to be a little more of it as well on the side of Gen G. So curious to see how Secret's prepped. Obviously, that's something we always praise them about, and that earlier timeout gave them just enough of those 3rd and 4th rounds to try to stay in the game.
Even if you get the wall up, we saw it earlier that the flashes can go up and over those so easily that you can punish those walls. Sometimes if you can find that extra flank angle, or if the wall is just set up in a position that doesn't quite funnel Gen G correctly, it can really turn against Team Secret. So certainly going to be keeping our eyes on how that's used. Gen G A little bit of pressure towards A, but this all looks a little bit fake as that spike hasn't been picked up just yet. Texture and Karon over on the B side, 3-stack on the A. So both sides mirroring each other in terms of numbers that appear on the other end of the map. Jesse try to potentially bounce a shock dart in there, thinks better of it.
Yeah, doesn't want to react too early to that Gecko utility. Obviously, that's the benefit of Gecko. You can just kind of throw that out, try to trade for util, but recover it for the 10-second cooldown. And after this default, no early push from Team Secret is going to let Gen G know that they will want to go to B. They've already taken care of yellow. They have the approach onto the site, toxic screen at the ready. And there is a deep nano swarm from Team Secret, but I can't imagine Gen G is going to push all the way into Snowman, given the positioning so far. Just an early check with that 0 point.
เจสซี่ยังศูนย์อยู่เลยนี่หว่าไม่ตื่นเลย
Potential
Is he
lurk battle with
lap?
him and Jeremy on the other end of this.
You gotta watch out. Oh, they are gonna push all the way through, and it's going to be the Nestorm that goes off. So not the entire team quite there, but Karon picks up the first kill, and he's going to find sight. Borkum eventually cleans it up with the headshot. A nice angle from Texture, but he can't find the
กับ A
kill.
ว่ะ
Spike still not planted. They have to take it back out of the site, and they're gonna have to run all the way through as Meteor has cleared out the A site, but two
โดนบอก
members
คุ้มบอก
lost.
คุ้ม
Now a 2v4. Meteor has to hold true with only 22 HP. He has to do the impossible and dwindle down the numbers of Team Secret as Munchkin has to run
10
in
seconds
and
left.
stick the plant. No cover for
เฮ้ย
Munchkin.
ทามิ่ง
He's just going to put it as far as possible. Meteor wants the first kill to run out from
โอ้โหเม็ด
Borkum.
เดียว
He's ready for the trade. But Munchkin, one for
พี่พาย
one
โดน
trade,
กู้
and
แล้ว
that's the wall up. Meteor, you just can't get back into the site. By the time you finish carving out the ice, the spike will be defused. And it's going to be Team Secret picking up the pistol.
Huge win here for Team Secret. Just able to get Borkum in a position where nobody's really ready for him on Gen G, and he picks up some huge kills. Much needed there. Jesse only has 1 kill so far this map. He was so hot to start this with his gunplay. That's pretty sick there, Borkum. That was Jesse's first kill.
I mean, been very quiet, right? Not much he had to do really during the first half as they were just getting shut down back and forth. I mean, let's say it like it is. I mean, Jeremy and Envy really putting up the bulk of it that had impact in some of those round wins.
เขาแข่งกันไม่พักพรุ่งนี้ครับ
Jesse's got a Marshall, a couple Stingers and Spectres and Bulldogs for Team Secret. Some Sheriffs invested, a Frenzy and a Ghost for the side of Gen G. So a little bit of a purchase to try to see if they can sneak a few kills away, just to tag a damage there onto Meteor. Not much done, actually.
Yeah, Meteor barely just getting a scratch there, and it looks to be a double swing out, and he's just going to hold the spray just enough for 2 kills, and the Ghost with the slow orb is going to secure a third. The commitment with the Stinger, you really have to stick with it, and he knows just how many bullets he has. And they're going to continue hunting forward. High-low setup from Team Secret. Meteor looking for a cheeky kill, but the recon is just going to give the 4th over to Envy.
Well, get a res on pretty quick here for Envy with this hot start that he's had.
I mean, that's a big one, too. Obviously, is going to help a lot against those post plants. Now, hunting for the ace. Teammates trying to help scout out for him. And it looks like Jesse Vash just following up on the ropes as well. Now they have information. It's the Stinger spray, and Envy will answer back with an ace of his own.
Very nice here. Nothing wrong with getting your Sage right towards that early res. Everything able to be kept for Team Secret. So you still got the Spectres, still got the Marshall, still got the Bulldog. There's the Stinger for Envy, good enough. The Ghost to do some serious damage. Great recon, great setup from Jesse for the 4th kill.
Let's go.
There, and you can see they're starting to get fired up themselves in a very crucial round here for Gen G. Half armors with the rifles. Full armor abounding for Team Secret.
Yeah, you're really going to have to make use of all the utility that you have. You really have to bring this comp alive for Gen G. Once again, a 2-3 split. Their go-to default turret watching mid, and they will just pressure pipes so that there's no aggressive push. And to trade util for util, but we noticed even right off the bat from the pistol, Secret, they're very well aware of the advantages that the Gecko brings.
No doubt. They are not falling for it too often here, especially on this defender side. Hasn't seemed to really give them too many difficulties, but now Gen G reconsidering the A side, swinging back over the other way. Texture made some noise though here, had to clear the Killjoy utility. A Nano Swarm has popped. Maybe give a little bit of extra help over towards Borkum if if there was a push towards yellow, but Texture actually backing off, taking their time, really going to try to dial up an explosive execute as all 5 members of Gen G are making their way over.
Yeah, all in main as well. I mean, Borkum, if he gets the spray down, if he gets the snake bites accurately, this could shut down the entire thing. He wants to close the angle. He doesn't want to swing out too early, but it might be a little too late. He does hear the talent, though. It's the perfect time. As the snake bite goes down, it's going to have the debuff. Eventually gets the kill onto Karon. That slows him down enough. Only 20 seconds left on the clock. No easy way to force this. You gotta send the wingman in. The nano swarm's now done. The dizzy to make sure that the spike goes all the way through, and it's a nice flash as Gen G gets 2 kills on the board. 3 versus 2. You do have the res, but do you have the opportunity to use it? No. It will get taken out. They now have information on the last member, Jeremy, with a bulldog. Pushing through, Mosh at the ready. Could just be an easy double swing, and it is. As soon as they get audio, it's going to be Munchkin picking up a headshot, leading Gen G 9-6.
A needed win here for Gen G, but a costly one. Still going to be able to get half armors and rifles. A little bit of extra money in the pocketbooks for the side of Team Secret. Still that res going to be available as well. Meteor and company holding on for dear life. Couple kills away from potentially having this one swing way out of their hands, and that extra money is going to turn into an operator for the side of Team Secret for Jeremy. Setting up towards A nest, but Gen G all over at B already. Nobody even bothering to go for any util trades with the Gecko or any information gathering. It's just a full-on slow push up here, and it's been left decently wide open. That knife's not going to get any of the info on Team Secret's positioning.
Yeah, I mean, they know that the entire entrance has been empty, and I think perhaps also just noting that that's been the tendency of Team Secret so far. Wingman actually able to get the spike plant as the nanoswarms have all been taken out, so the snakebite just not doing enough on its own. And now Team Secret, they do have a res, but they have an operator, so they want a long-range pick initially to try to get through. It's going to be the null command to make sure no extra skills can be used, but they've already pushed through. They've already surrounded yellow. And okay, you have to hold true, but he gets taken out by the flash. And Karon, he can't stabilize as he finds 2 targets on his screen. The 2 members, Munchkin and Meteor, can they fire through? It's just the IGL left, and he doesn't have enough firepower left in the bank. The Team Secret makes a swift retake.
I mean, just a little bit over-ambitious here from some of the points of contact for Gen G. Texture walks into 4 guns of Team Secret and gets gunned down quickly. Lakia finds a great angle. It's a good flash to set him up, but he can't steady the aim in time, and he's taken down. That's concerning for Gen G. That got pretty whiffy pretty fast for them, and that cost them that round. If they're able to win a fight or 2 over on that side towards the site itself, then maybe they can get that done. But just frankly, that's just Team Secret with this Flood retake, just winning these battles, isolating Gen G 1 by 1 and just storming through and claiming the round.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think, sure, Gen G, given the speed that they went in, they expected to fight a retake, but perhaps not a Flood retake onto the B site. Oftentimes, you're going to want to prep for that long-range pick, maybe set up some util to take over yellow, things like that. And no, it's just every member walking right up to yellow, just swinging by, making sure that they can have cross angles at the ready as the screen goes down. So Team Secret identifying perhaps the weakness that Gen G might have, as they're so used to playing with and against set plays. But now it's going to be Gen G with the timeout. I like the timing of it. You thought you had the momentum. The players got a little antsy. So Solo and HSK will calm things down.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind what Gen G does here at all in terms of the initial round idea. Take it slow, clear the angles, and then, you know, use the wingman to plant and then set up for the post plants. But it's too isolated in the post plant defense. There's no help for some of the initial points of contact. You know, with Texture swinging out like that, no one can trade that kill. That's just him going for the hero play. And that is something that has plagued Gen G so far here today a couple times. We've seen it from Munchkin, seen it from Texture, where they go for these big all-or-nothing plays, and sometimes they've been getting away with them this year. Sure, they look great, but you need to just be a little bit more patient in that post plant if you are going to be able to get across this Team Secret team, because they still have their teamwork fully online.
Well, speaking of floods, it's going to be a flood onto the A site this time from Gen G. Can't get through the wall too quickly, the dash through, but I don't know if he's quite cleared that pocket as they have it, and Envy just sprays down too. Thought he would have had the site, but Meteor speaks through, makes sure that he reads through that wall with an eye of his mind. But but they just can't get into the site. I mean, the entire push has been stopped, but Meteor with a Sheriff, he's not ready to stop just yet. No reason to back out. They want to stick for the fight. Just looking for some gun upgrades. He can't get it. And it's just a stinger for Karon. Too many members, and NDG will find him at the end.
Yeah, and this is one of those things that maybe you haven't seen a Sage too often in your scrims, and you kind of forget exactly some of these angles that can be created with this wall. And it slips through Gen.G's mind.
แปลกๆอันนี้
Able to
แปลก
find 2 super impactful kills on the point of attack. Jesse
ๆที่เกตเหมือนจะหลับแต่กลับมาว่ะ
seeing those bullets through the smoke, able to really track him down. The information comes through on the recon, makes it easy for the up and over for Borkum. Yep, Team Secret right back in this. It is 8-9 now. You got the Viper's Pit, you've got the res still. He's been sitting on that for quite some time. Lockdown for Meteor here. Let's see if Gen.G is going to find a way to just plant it right here back next to Yellow. Kind of similar to that same attack we saw a couple rounds ago where they're able to get the wingman plant down.
Yeah, just a quick one, but the 100's sure going to be sent down because he knows that they're all corralled into green, and it's just going to be an easy kill onto Munchkin. That's an important member. You know, that's one less Molly. 2 flashes down, the info down as well.
Here.
And it's that 0 point that gives it away. They know what the attack is going to look like. They know where they're setting up. Jesse Vash just says, okay, guys, I got this. Stand back.
I mean, sure, now the lockdown can go through, and it's going to buy them enough time, but Team Secret, maybe they have some choices to push through. They're trying to make sure that Yellow is empty. Texture just trying to get out alive. He cannot. And while the lockdown does buy time, Team Secret, all 5 members left still. The pit available, so is the res, so they can get aggressive. And that's exactly what's going to happen. Thrash, trying to keep them at bay, is going to detain 2 members, but it's still plenty to go for the defuse. The wall trying to force the half out. The detain just hasn't finished just yet, but NDG with the trade. The res comes back up. It's still 4 members. The opposite is true. Karon needs to get the kills. They haven't got that yet. And Karon with the firing range. Is it enough? Tondo Gaming comes in, but it will be enough time.
ได้อยู่ได้อยู่ได้วิน
Climb back up to 10.
What a play from Karon. Just barely able to buy enough time. That's another knife, but last time around,
Bub meat,
the
bub
knife
meat.
did not translate into a map win for Team Secret. And
โอ้
what
ได้
a
ยิงสวย
hold
จัด
here.
อะ
Meteor able to get a very critical kill off the rip. Detained there,
Oh,
helping
man.
him out. Oh my goodness, that is crispy.
Just the awareness to give up on that second kill. As soon as he doesn't get it, he knows he needs to stop the defuse, and it's before the half is done.
Yep.
I mean, the rookie getting used to the stage, getting used to pro play, bit by bit for sure. Maybe not putting up
เมื่อกี้บัฟหมดไง
the
เติมบัฟให้หน่อย
absolutely ridiculous numbers we've seen from some of the other additions this year, but he is holding true and growing as a member of Gen.G as they now find momentum. They've realized this is the weak spot of Team Secret. They want to continue punishing it. The spike plan continues to be given up by Team Secret.
Look where Jesse's playing with this judge. It's way in the
เด็ก
back.
โคตรรักลูกเลย
Expecting
แบบ
some
ว่า
aggressive push out. Well, Borkum just says they're not going to get that far anyway. They're going to have to go through my guns first.
Yeah, Borkum finally stopping the plant, stopping the push as well. It's a good shout onto that snowman, and they have to back out. Now they know the backup's all here. I mean, no real lurk for Gen.G at all.
โอ้ย
The turret
มันวาง
just
ยากวางเย็น
watching
จ
for
ริง
a flank around them, so they're gonna want to stick
หรือ
to
จ
this
ริงๆแล้วต้อง
unless
ใบ
they
ไว
start
เปอ
to
ร์ที่มัน
rotate
อยู่บนนั้น
down.
วะ
They won't have enough time to
จะ
clear
ได้วาง
every
สะดวก
single angle slowly.
ไม่ได้ก็ต้องเก็บมีดไปเช็คเหลืองอะถ้าเกิดเหลืองมีมันก็ชิบหายไง
Try to get the pit down, but even then it's not comfortable. There's just too many players of Team Secret here to really accomplish what you want to.
Okay, the 0 point
เดี๋ยววางได้แล้ว
back.
รอบนี้
Look at Jesse.
Yeah, still haven't heard the judge just yet, though, and the wingman will not get the plant down. And now they just have to push through. They don't have an option. The spike once again stranded, and the judge is watching it, ready to lay down the reckoning here.
30 seconds
And it's
left.
just going to be Gen.G corralled around Yellow. Meteor trying to make something happen with a very exposed location, and Jeremy will get the call, picks up the kill. And only 15 seconds left, the round surely in favor of Secret, but the real question is, Gen.G, can they stay alive? Creds not looking good on either side.
Yeah, so Gen.G
10 seconds left.
calling for the save, I think. Just trying to see if they can hold on to the rest of this round, and neither team really wants to drop a gun if they can help it. Jesse, though, might go for it. He's going to grab a Vandal of his own. He's starting to push this angle. Munchkin.
I just wanted to pre-fire it a little bit.
Let's make a
Doesn't
play.
take the big risk, though. Obviously, again, both sides not entirely stabilized just yet. It could still be quite a few rounds before the map ends.
Yeah, but what's concerning about this round for Gen.G is there's no plan B here. It is only a B hit, and like you mentioned, the turret is there to watch for the lurk, sure, but there's no opportunity because there's no information on any other part of the map for them to try to get anything else going. And the whole time, Jesse's just over there with a judge waiting. If they try to get too deep into Snowman, try to take deeper control, something they haven't really done a lot of on these B hits, he's ready there to punish it. Great job by Borkum preventing all of the plants with the wingman. That's a great adaptation by Team Secret to make that round really challenging for Gen G to get anything done. And
yeah,
now the economy's in the gutter and Team Secret's able to keep all their guns.
It's a situation, it almost feels like, where Gen G just felt the need to say, okay, if it's not broke, don't fix it. But Team Secret fixes it just in time to make sure the momentum stops. And now going back to that initial start with the 2-3 split default, and without the great weaponry, they will just have to file into the crosshairs. A nice swing to escape the first shot, and Jeremy gets tagged back, left down to 11 HP. Borkum has to give up on the backup as well. They have to empty the entire site. Jeremy looking for a sliver, but he gets spotted once again. The heal comes out from Envy, but the site given up, and the pin goes up from Gen G. Borkum does find a nice kill, though. Onto Texture. That's the jet down, the star duelist of Gen G out of the picture. Only 2 rifles in hand for the Korean team.
Oh, great util to clear this pit.
Ouch, surprise.
Yeah, they are just getting sprayed down, and the wall comes up, but it's not going to be that what matters. It's just going to be the deaths. You can see Munchkin on the screen of Meteor there on the camera, just kind of giving up, stretching out and saying, okay, this is the round. I mean, where we just had this half buy. Just let it through. It didn't work out. That's unfortunate, as Team Secret will get the defuse.
And they'll get a lockdown off of that for NDG. Survives the round with 2 HP. Moving in front of his teammate to try to block those extra classic shots. Almost pays the price for it. Texture has a Blade Storm. See if he's going to pop that to try to save a little bit of cash. And the spots there early from the recon dart had already been let out a long time ago. I thought maybe that since there was no drone available, it may be a little bit tough, but those pings from the recon dart give Team Secret the info they need to clear that pit. Now Borkum's got one of his own. NDG, again, with that lockdown.
Get out of my way.
And it's only a few rifles, a Guardian, and of course that Blade Storm here as Gen G's funds are right back towards 0.
Yeah, Gen G just going to wait for an aggression as well, thinking that perhaps with the switch up that they had, Team Secret might try to push the momentum they've now gained with an aggressive push out of B Garage. They won't find it. It's a late Poison Cloud onto mid as well, trying to set up Meteor for a lurk. And I was thinking about mentioning this a couple rounds ago before the action started to flow, is that that's another thing they haven't really explored, is the pinch or the late lurk from mid to help that spike get planted on the B site. Trying to just draw out more members. This time, the bait will work to at least draw the attention. And Gen G, I mean, they've always had, you know, an easy time getting right up to yellow. This isn't the trouble. It's about getting the spike actually planted and then being prepared for the retake. This time, you got pit and lockdown for Team Secret available.
Right, still have that operator to consider from Jeremy. Texture, though, ready. Try to get some big plays going with this Blade Storm. Going to swing out to the other side of yellow. Borkum, once again, trying to play anti-plant defense.
Oh, the push in. The Nano Swarm's there once again. Just barely getting under the bridge. Just trying to bait out any util towards Snowman, but he's just going to hold right under. Wants to cover these angles for his teammates, be the first point of contact, but he has too many angles to check. I mean, 180 degrees, that's so rough for him, but it's going to be Karon still standing right on the site. Denies the lockdown. Envy there to stop the push out. And now, once again, Munchkin and Meteor left all alone. The op just scratches them all the way down, and Meteor just cannot stay fast enough. Borkum will get the last kill, and Team Secret regains control as they go up to 11.
I mean, now things are starting to fall apart a bit with the teamwork for Gen G. You know, Texture out there on an island. And said it correct. It was too many angles to cover. It's so hard there. You can see he's just spinning back and forth, trying to see if somebody's going to drop down from above him.
ทำไมถึงคิดว่า Snowman มันจะดังออกมา
worry about coming from underneath tunnel. And then they try to double swing. There's just a crossfire set up there for Team Secret. And they just walk right into it. I mean, if they play back, it gets shut down by Team Secret with the flood retakes. If they try to get aggressive, try to cut it off ahead of time, Team Secret's already there working together, prepared for it. Now it's Gen G. Now you can see that things have kind of slid in the opposite direction with their mental. The head is back in the hand for Munchkin, and Solo looking to dial up some magic, looking to dig deep into the playbook here for Gen G to see if they can get over the line. And
I wonder if if Gen G
งง
just
ว่ะ
maybe
ถ้าเกิดว่ามัน
doesn't
ชนะ
have
1 แพ้
lineups
1 ทุก
prepared
คู่จะ
against
เป็น
the
ยังไง
Sage Wall and the defuse, because that's just something we haven't seen for them to buy time, maybe get a wraparound after the spike plant, because they've got it planted several times, but they're always trying to fight the retake head on when they have so many options for mollies. And you have to wonder if maybe that's just something they weren't expecting in this current meta with the return. Of course, you can set up that Sage Wall in multiple ways where it really disrupts the angle. Obviously, you can try to headbutt certain projectiles as well.
And it's tough, but in a way, it should already be kind of in there, in your mind as things you can do. But you've got, the thing is you've got people playing agents they used to not when this map was in the pool, right?
Sure.
Like Meteor's on, you know, the KJ, he used to be a duelist. You know, Karon's brand new. He's a rookie. He's playing great, but you're absolutely right, Will. I think maybe they just aren't quite ready for some of those angles. Probably doesn't help that that box got lifted up into the air. That might have cut a few off
Well,
as
yeah,
well.
I mean, that's a big one as well. That really disrupts a lot of the options you had, and I'm just wondering, I mean, I can't tell you exactly how many options they would have, but I would imagine if this is a composition you're picking, that's something that you have in your back pocket. Now a little more focus onto the middle of the map, though, and it looks like they're ready for an instant pinch onto B. If the spike gets planted, they'll delay it. But so far, they've started to have trouble even with the plant itself. Dizzy sent out far, not going to be able to get recovered. But it's a quick push, trying to draw the attention out so they can get the spike safely into the site.
Got that thrash again.
Oh
Send
yeah.
that out, see if they can clear a little bit of space, get a little bit of info, and they do, and they get that plant down as well.
Meteor needs to stay alive when he loses control of 2.
รอบนี้โดนนะดิ
Thankfully for Gen G, they still have 2 members on the late lurk. The 0 point is going to tie up the retake for just a bit longer. He wants his thrash so badly, and he will get it. The Mosh, don't know if it's going to land to clear things out, but NGG, he spotted both, so he's well aware that there is another member coming. And it's a back out entirely. The pit goes up, and you're not going to have too much time to regain control. The Thrash is going to just get shut down by Jesse Vash, and that's the defuse all the way through. I mean, he just could not even approach the site.
No, once you get that pit down, it just takes way too long to come back through. Sure, Karen is going to get a Pyrrhic victory at the end of that round with his kill, but the setups here from Team Secret, the re-aggresses, the timings are all too good. Getting enough space there by NDG.
โอ้ทำไป
Trying to get
ลุ
that
ย
lockdown in. There's no answers
เดือดทรง
available
น่าจะ
for
แตก
Gen
ว่ะ
G, and you know, it just seems like every time they go B, it just is thwarted in a completely different manner. They throw different looks, they try different things here. They're trying to push through mid, but they can't win their individual fights as well. I mean, that's a fight Meteor has to win. That's a fight that you expect Meteor to win up in Kitchen, and if he doesn't, the wheels come off, and the round goes to Team Secret, and now they are 1 away.
Match point. Currently tied 1-1 on the maps. And Team Secret looking to close things out, showing Icebox for the first time for this team here at kickoff. And they brought an age-old composition, proving that it still works. Like you mentioned, the sites themselves haven't changed too much. So the philosophy is there to drone is going to spot everybody. I mean, this is just a hard tell that it's an A push, and the site has been flooded already. Dizzy goes down, nobody flashed out. It's just a trade from Jeremy, but eventually Karen will push through. Bringing up the firepower for Gen G. The spike will get planted as Karen gets the 3rd. Gen G trying to stay alive. Now a deep lurk from NDG. How many can he get? Rookie for rookie. Can he find the kills? Barely spots 1. Is gonna find the first kill onto Karen, but he's not putting a nice swing onto Meteor. Munchkin has the timing on NDG. 1v1. Munchkin versus Borgman. Munchkin can get this. He doesn't land onto the pipes, but he would get the null command. He realizes that he's not on it. He knows the last angle he was on. Waiting for the jump peek. Should peek out right at the half, and he does find him. The half not quite done yet. He spots the spike as well. Goes for the spray down. Knows that he should be. Munchkin will secure the kill.
ได้ลุ้นอันนี้ได้ลุ้น
And they are going forward for one more shot at OT.
It's so scrappy right now for Gen G. They're just barely able to find that round win. NDG almost the
แล้วมีตังค์ทั้งคู่
heartbreaker. And it is Munchkin who's able to play this post plant very, very nicely. Karon here breaking
คารอนแม่งโยโร่มากเลย ไม่ไหวแล้ว
3 kills
ผม
in
ยิ
the
งไม่ให้หมด
opening. Jesse swinging out. Can't really get much done. And oh boy, it is so darn close, but tell you what, you can see why teams have been afraid to play Team Secret on this map. Everybody remembers how good they were on this map when it was still in the pool last year.
Operator for Jeremy gets spotted deep in from that 0 point. Both teams getting a lot of information through their initiative utility. Everything rides on this round for Team Secret. If they can close it out, they will start this play-in round robin with a match win, getting one step closer towards Masters. Operator down, Resurrection comes up, but that's the Siege util out. You know the Siege is still there. You saw the Sova util earlier, but Gen G, once again, it's an all-in setup.
They could set up for the lockdown and the null command here to clear a ton of space potentially on the site, but they still have this operator to worry about.
It has to be instant. They have to make sure they don't get picked off by this op, by Jeremy. He just wants to make sure that he doesn't get caught out. We'll just keep them at bay, trying to stick around to the very last minute on that lockdown. JessiVash gets one. Pushes forward as the lockdown goes through. That's going to give it an opening for Texture to push all the way in. Null command activated later to delay the retake. Spike not planted yet, but they will have a lot of time trying to regroup. They don't have any information about the remaining two members. 0 point clears out the site. Munchkin feeling safe for the plant. 3 versus 2. No util left on the side of Team Secret. And the flash will keep them by. NDG spots one. Should bring out the call for Borkum. Is Borkum ready? Munchkin still gets the headshot. And NDG has to power through 3. 1 down, 2 more to go. Can he have the time to do it? The young rookie that was playing online and gets taken down, and it is overtime in our first best of 3 of the day.
Unreal. Just absolutely unreal, this battle between these two teams. No one wants to give up. Everybody knows how important this is. There's so much on the line here in this first match, and it has just been an incredible back and forth. Both teams only able to find 4 rounds on their attacker's side, and Texture with 2 huge kills to buy enough space here.
หันมาคมใส่เฉย
A plant position, and now we go into OT. Got to win by 2. Texture that glass cannon right out the rip.
Yeah, just starting it off right where he left
ขอเหมือนเดิมเลยขอไม่เกิน 4 โมง
Wants to keep up the momentum. He's had such a great tournament so far with the operators, but today's Secret has had his number for the most part.
โอทีแรกของ Pacific ไหมน่าจะไม่ใช่นะน่าจะมีก่อนนะจำไม่ได้ว่าทีมไหน
Lots of spam trying to stamp Texture. Very aggressive. But he does have his back covered. Oh, and he's not going to find the shot. He thinks they might have swung in too deep, and Jeremy with a late timing. I mean, they saw the push out earlier, and now Jeremy remembers that timing.
It's just such a tough angle there. I mean, Texture.
วันแรกไงวันแรกมี OT อ่ะจำไม่ได้ว่าทีมอะไร
It's so hard to find where that player's head is going to pop out. There's a lot of options.
Lakia?
Lakia!
And that's a deep flash from his teammate Munchkin, but he's only
He
definitely needed more. The spray not going to find the kill onto Envy. It's a quick flood onto the inside, and a nice double swing from NDG and Borkum will clear out the site. And the first round of OT going very much in Secret's way. Karon's still alive, but 4 members to battle through.
Should be nigh impossible.
Yeah, he can't get the first kill either. Now they know his location. That's the one advantage he would have had. Just trying to creep in. He'll do what he can. Obviously, momentum a very big part of it when it comes to overtime as well. So whatever you can do to bring up that confidence. We know how snappy his aim can get. He's ready for the trades, but it's just another double swing with NDG and Envy. And Team Secret leads 13-2, or 13-12.
I mean, I think it's... You have the confidence as Texture to make those plays, but maybe this isn't quite the moment. You think you can catch Team Secret off guard, but Jeremy's checking for it. He's aware that something like that is possible. And NDG having some really impactful kills here as this map has gone on. Having a huge performance and giving us a little bit of a head bob. He's feeling it. Team Secret could close it out.
Secret 1 round away from getting the first match win. They will have to play another afterwards against Zeta Division. Any of these teams that wins both of their matches make their way into the play-ins. And of course, we could have those tiebreakers with the differentials, but that's not the question at hand right now. The concern for Gen G, can they keep the OT going? This time a bit more of a spread. They do have a backup plan onto B site. They know that Team Secret hasn't aggressed on that part of the map.
Yeah, I like that we're seeing this from Gen G. It was a concerning part of their attacker side before. Now playing with a little bit of pressure on both sides, and that knife gives no information. Everybody on Team Secret is playing right at the edge of where they expect that knife to land. They don't give any info over. Now the wall comes up though. Now Gen G has to kind of reconsider here. Take their time. They know that there's probably nobody on the eastern side of the site, but
They're just going to go for it. I mean, they drew out the utility, and they're just trying to bait out more of it, but they just say, okay, there's still members hanging around, even though they're not in sight. The retake clearly at the ready, so the siege wall down, the slow orbs out, and they feel that that's enough to try to get them into a position. Secret very quick on the rotate, though. Back up all at the ready. Karon knows that Borkum's been playing up in Evan. Borkum has to back out. Karon is still already. Deep Secret's just not ready for it. And Texture watching doesn't find the pick, but gives the information to Karon, who is still holding her on sight. Borkum eventually takes down his nemesis, the opponent Viper. 1v2. Borkum is in time. He gets a third. 10 seconds on the clock. Texture, he has to stick the plant. No, he's going for the kill, and he will get it with the shorty shutting down Borkum. We go for another.
Oh my goodness.
boy.
I love what Gen G does here, though. Karon getting that gives him an extra kill, which frankly helps give Gen G the round in a lot of different ways. Texture there on the lurk through mid. Yeah, he doesn't find a kill off of it, but he at least causes enough distraction and gives a little bit of extra info over that they can find a few kills themselves. Borkum almost said it's time. He almost said it, but now Texture on that op once again. This time gonna be over by yellow, getting pretty close to the front of green here, but so far just gonna keep his feet planted, not going for anything crazy aggressive. The rest of Team Secret now making their way back over towards A. Lakia, the only one on the A site proper, up on top of the pipes.
Secret, they sent that long-range recon onto green as well, but it looked like Texture hid right under the container. So Secret maybe playing with a little bit of false information that it might be a default hold. Meanwhile, Gen G, they know that the B site is fairly weak at the very least. Lots of forces on the A side, just waiting for the execute to happen. Look at the angles they're holding. The drone does spot two. Mosh at the ready just to delay.
Nano right on the plant spot as well, the default plant spot, to try to punish Team Secret if they keep going this way. Knife gonna catch a few more members, give a little bit of information that they're still sticking around at least for now.
Yeah, selling the footsteps as if they're exiting. No reason to move from Gen G. They're still watching mid with the turret as well. Operator on the B side. Mosh to buy time. The mollies are all coming through. They just can't get in safely. They will get delayed. Munchkin stays alive in the back of sight. Does he find an angle? He finds one through the screen. Can he find another? No. Jeremy will get that trade, but it's a double stack in the back of sight. Karon and Meteor just holding his Lakia. Even things out. Now a 1v2 once again for NDG, and it's going to be Karon, rookie as he fires back. Gen G leads one round in overtime.
Yeah, steadfast defense here from Gen G. Understanding the map, understanding what they needed to do to play some delay, some great positionings of their mollies. The snake bite from Karon lands, softens up some targets. The nano to delay the plant, perfectly positioned early on in that round, expecting this hit potentially.
คาร์ลอนตื่นว่ะเขามาตื่นในรอบโอเวอร์ไทม์อ่ะ
Texture on the other side to get it done.
คาร์ลอนกูตื่นนานแล้ว
Now Gen G seeing if they can somehow completely turn this on this head. This has been just one of the most incredible back and forth.
And it's going to be the fast hit onto B. A little variation of it though. The spike not in the hands of the Jet, just trying to draw them out. Just draws a lot of attention onto B, into
Jeremy
mid.
though.
Do they expect this? I mean, surely they have to. They've left it open for so long. Meteor looks like he wants to check it, but the angle is so advantageous for Jeremy. Meteor just does not think he's already going to be on Conveyor. Jeremy now on an island, just wants to buy time. Envy does get picked off across his own wall. If Jeremy dies here, that is going to be bad news for Secret as the site feels so weak.
Oh,
หลังดันบอกคุ้มบอกคุ้มอย่าดันเลยบอกคุ้มอย่าดันเลยไม่คุ้มหรอกบอกคุ้มกับ
to tighten the choke point against Gen G. Still 55 seconds. Gen G, do they keep in mind how much time has passed since they have cleared mid? Borkum, he gets one, and that's going to be the end of it. Munchkin saves him. Lakia has been holding control of green, and Gen G, they feel that they are close as they lead the charge onto the site and potentially as they try to lead in the play-ins today.
Tough situation now on site here for NDG.
He's so good! The pings are perfect. He just sprays it down. 25 seconds left. Now, just trying to bait out his position. Lakia's ready for it. NDG gets the trade onto Munchkin. Lakia, it's mind game for mind game as he only has 9 HP. He has to bait him out and he will get the wraparound. NDG does not suspect it. Gen G will lead with a series win. Hard fought. It was never easy for this team here at kickoff, but once again, it is another victory.
It doesn't get any closer than that, folks. Lakia on the floor, all the pressure falling off of him as he's able to clutch it out in that final round. Goodness gracious. Just unreal what we're seeing here from our first match today. If that's any indication of how this is going to look, me oh my.
I mean, the map 3 monster, Lakia. Say what you will about how his series starts, but he will always be there to bring home the fairy tale ending for Gen G. All these players looking for redemption in 20.
โอ้โหแล้วที่เข็ดแม่งต้องไปแข่งต่อไงประเด็นไปเจอเซต้าต่อโคตรขมับเลยนี่เดี๋ยวผมมาแป๊บนึงไปขออนุญาตไปพักเบรกแป๊บนึงเดี๋ยวมาคู่หน้าเซต้ากับซีเคท
having the potential to carry around out of the depths, and that's just what they needed to buy enough time to overcome this series. Well, that is going to be the end of this match, and we'll have the desk on standby to break down the craziness of Icebox.
Hey, we kicked into Icebox talking about Insanity, and Insanity we did have Gen G move on forward one step closer to Masters Madrid, but Secret did come really close. We went into overtime, and Nasser, you were talking about this earlier. You know, Secret didn't want to go to Icebox, and maybe this is why.
Yeah, again, there were so many factors that it felt that there isn't a surefire win for Icebox here. You're coming into this one with, again, a team that hasn't played this since last year, coming in from a different composition, having NDG to slot in, and there were so many things that you saw that could have gone their way but just didn't. But my goodness, did this still go that limit with the second overtime?
It totally did. I mean, so much of it. You had crazy moments from both sides. Jeremy getting some op kills, really sick stuff. Borkum even almost trying to bring things back from the brink, but towards the end, I mean, it's just, again, like the caster said, a lot more individual fragging power from the side of Gen G. You had aces coming out from the likes of Munchkin. There was one more knife kill, I think. Was it Jesse Vash who picked it up?
Jeremy.
It was
Jeremy picked it up.
On NDG, it was almost like a little bit of... Oh, sorry. Yeah, sorry, it was Jeremy.
Yeah, and then there's another moment where Karon kind of survived and it held long enough, killed so many, that exact round where he held on until the spike went off. And so many rounds like that allowed for Gen G to extend all the way over, into overtime.
Yeah, and here's another, at least observation I've seen in that third map, excuse me. It just felt like NDG was forced to try to do so many things in overtime, really testing how much stamina he really had to keep his composure, to be able to, bring Secret that round if he could, right? We saw the last round. He was fishing for the kill against Lakia, which I felt like he shouldn't have done because he had the position, he had the time, he had the HP, he had everything. And then, just trying to chase for it.
So before we go into that, where does this leave us now? As you can see, we just finished the very first match, which was really damn close. But this is not the end of the road for Secret. This is not the end of the road for any of the teams. Each of these teams do play twice as a single round robin elimination gladiatorial fight. So Team Secret actually will carry on forward to face against ZETA Division next. Now, what do you think about this momentum? We were talking about the momentum that Secret had. They were coming in real strong. They had the birthday buff from Jesse Bash, but then Gen G reversed that momentum. They came back around in the second half of Lotus, carrying forward through Icebox. How do you think they have been playing for it almost every single day? And they got one more series to play.
One more. Well, they got a little break before the next one, Gen G at the very least. But they did have a timeout being called in round 22. I think that was one of the things that gave them that extra boost Unfortunately, Team Secret not quite there and not quite being able to adapt on the fly. And, you know, as far as talking about the stamina of some of these players, NDG, for example, Team Secret's got to play another game next, and this is now play in single round robin.
Yeah.
You really don't have that many chances. You lose this game, then all of a sudden your chances at making it through play-ins becomes that much more slim, right? You have to, the win conditions is now like, ZETA has to lose. They have to win their next match. ZETA has to also, you know, maybe beat Gen G, and then they might be able to stand a chance at winning the tiebreak. So many factors. It's just not a position that you want to be in, so it cannot feel good right now, but they cannot let that affect them.
Yeah. So there's a couple of things, right? I feel like, yeah, absolutely right. They need to stop already the momentum for Gen G, because it's only one team that's going to get into the playoffs, but what
มาผมมาแล้วทุกคนโอ้ปวดหลังอัดคุงมาดูด้วยกันไหมนี่ไม่มีเพื่อนดูอะอัดไปดูช่องหลักไม่ไหวในเม้นต์มีแต่คนเล่นพนัน ผีพนันมันเข้าสิงอะลาสเนี่ยมีคนบอกให้เล่นเจดราม่าจริงนะหลอกอะไรหาดไปแข่งอัดหลอกกว่านี่ทีมแบบว่ามีอัดมีพี่อย่างเงี้ยทำทีมปะรวมพลคนหล่อเชียร์ใครเข้ารอบเพลย์ออฟเซต้าครับเซต้านี่ผมเชียร์มาตั้งแต่ปีที่แล้วแล้วนะ ลองจากเป๊ปนะ CGRS คนหล่อทีมใหม่มีอัดมีพี่มีแอนเทมมีลาสแล้วใครอีกคนโบเตอร์อย่างเงี้ยโหดารามีนี่ก็ได้เนี่ย แก๊งเกาหลีอ่ะคนหนึ่งอ่ะจิ้มมาเลย หล่อทุกคน เจสันไงเควินโอปป้าอันบอกกูมาโดนแซวเฉยกินจุ้งส่งฟรีนะสั่ง5ครบโควต้ายังไม่รู้เหมือนกันอ่ะคนทำโปรโมชั่นไปไหนไม่รู้สั่งกินจุ้งวันนี้ส่งฟรีถึงบ้านถ้าสั่ง5กระปุกถ้าอยู่แถวบ้านเดี๋ยวไปส่งให้พี่ไม่อยู่ไปชูป้ายวีเลิฟเปเปอร์โดราเอมอนยังไงชูได้พี่ไม่อยู่ก็ชูได้ทุกที่กล้าเหมือนใครใน VCT น่าจะเหมือน CGRS NDG นี่หน้าเหมือนจูดี้เลยนะ หรือว่าจูดี้มาแข่ง DGIS จูดี้จะโกรธยังไม่ได้เข้าไปดูเลยครับสกินคลาสสิกเปิดเสียงไล่นิดหน่อยแล้วมั้ง
Game plan. Everything's like really formal, and everyone does their job, and it works.
Yeah, I mean, look, follow the plan.
เฮ้ย
As
มี
long
บีด
as
มี
you
บี
have
ดไม่ได้ยังมีบีดอยู่โอ้ถ้าใส่บีดแล้วขนาดนี้ก็แรปเลยดีกว่าที่วันเหรอที่วันเป็นไงบ้างนี่มุกคนละเกมอุ้ยกดเข้าผิดไปส่องจอใช่เข้าผิดหน้าเมื่อไหร่จะแข่งวะเนี่ย ใช่เหรอไหนไปดูสิ VCT ไชน่าอุ้ยน่าดูอ่ะแต่เสียดายชนกับแปซิฟิกพิธีกรเขาแต่งตัวอย่างเท่เลยผมกินขนมอยู่เดี๋ยวเสียงดังเลยปิดไมค์ดีเคทบอกโอ้แข่งต่ออีกแล้วกูเพิ่งจะตึงมาเมื่อกี้แต่อย่างน้อยก็ได้วอร์มอัพแล้วมาแล้วครับ
Secret and what they pick, and ZETA might be able to go for something like a Lotus or a Bind, because that could really challenge Team Secret, but oh.
This is interesting considering lost the last series.
โอ้ไอ้บ็อก
On. They want to redo.
They definitely do. And again, if they would have any chance to pick any map that they're not going to be comfortable on, right? Especially that is this going to be a map, you know, might as well just put it at the very start, right?
Do
So I
I
feel
box?
like do or die, they don't want to have Icebox be their like last map, as I was mentioning when we saw that previous series with Secret.
I mean, they love bouncing back. They love proving everyone wrong, and they did go into overtime in that.
อยากรู้ว่าหน้าจอ
Icebox
โน้ต
just
บุ๊ก
now,
เขา
so
กำลัง
I'm
บันทึก
not
อะไรอยู่
surprised. And you're right, Quack. You were talking about, we've seen a lot of ZETA. Now, both of these teams are quite notorious for counter-stratting each other teams, and to have them kind of see who can big brain the other will be very interesting. But there's more data on ZETA right now, and here we have our agent pool. Secret obviously continues the same comp.
ZETA, of course, like doing the same thing that they did against Global Esports in the first day. Viper Harbor combo, it comes down to how Secret kind of adapts around this. And seeing as they picked it, I do feel as though they might have something studied or prepared. But I'm more curious about that ascent. But right now, I mean, ZETA has looked really good on this. Of course, Sugar Zero, Yuran, we can expect them all to do great things. They shut down players like Pulvy incredibly well. Can they do that against someone like Jeremy?
Just wanted to add, there's no more woes for Team Secret here to deal with the Gecko, which has been such an issue for them. Even though Lakia wasn't hitting, insane kills and everything, his Dizzies were so good at setting up his own teammates. So ZETA Division not bringing that to the table, at least is one step or side of relief maybe here for Team Secret. That being said, the reckoning from the Harbor, also something to just watch out for.
Now, this might be interesting. Also, the Icebox pick, the coaches, ZETA doesn't have enough time to pick it apart in time for the second or third map. With that, let's get into the game. Let's go over to
มาเริ่มแล้วครับ
Thank you very much.
Last
Kicking things off right where we left off, it's going to be Icebox for this map 1. Now, as the desk mentioned, Paper Thin, a lot of people have questions about, all right, Secret, how confident were you in this pick, in this composition? It's a little outdated, but they bring it out again.
Yeah, and it's going to be tough going back to back. ZETA had a chance to just watch this map moments ago, and ZETA looked pretty good on this against their opener in GE. So definitely looking towards Yuran and Hirodon, two of the players that were mentioned in the pre-match interview with the coaches, to see if they can continue to have that impact that they had the last time around when they faced off against Global Esports. So just a little bit of mid-aggression. Love it from Team Secret. Getting a very different look here to start.
A big change. Now,
ไปกันเลยหนึ่ง
not winning that first duel amongst the
โอ้
Killjoys, so
last
Les
thing
is going to pick that off, and that's a spike dropped as well. So, I mean, ZETA has a decent idea. They had this fast push as well, but they don't have any idea about this deep push into Kitchen, let alone how many members it might be. So, map control kind of all over the place. This retreat from ZETA on the B side, that's the big question to be had. Will Team Secret find the timing as Jeremy will pick one off? Gets traded. He's ready for the second. Hiroran just waiting for his teammates. There's 3 pinching on 2. Borkum stays alive, snake bite to try to draw him out. That's 1. He just has to buy time. That's all he needs to do as the spike does go down. And JessieVash long range kill onto Dip, and a nice headshot to follow up. Yuran, the rookie for ZETA Division, trying to stay alive. They would love to kick things off on the right foot, but Borkum is not giving him the time of day. I mean, this is just a fight for time.
Toxins going up.
Just keeping up the screen, trying to shift in, trying to find these 1v1s. He was ready for it, but not going to find the kill in time. Envy will clean it up for Secret.
Yeah, what a funky round there from both teams. With one pushing up middle and with ZETA pushing out B, it caused both teams to kind of pull back and have to kind of reassess some space. So that gives Jeremy one, and then Hirodon is right there to trade for the other. But then Jesse gets so far deep into the defender's spawn. He's able to find 2 kills with that Sheriff. And, yeah, you can see it on Borkum's face. This is going to be a rough day for Team Secret no matter what, but let's see if they can get off to a hot start here. Keep ZETA on the back foot. Start out early. Be clear, trying to set up this push for Laz. Hopefully spotted.
Yeah, that's slow orb as well. I mean, that's one of the things the Sage can do very well is really deny that ult orb from one side or the other. Jeremy's just going to dash on through, keep the pressure going. Team Secret has no intention to slow down. They are just forcing ZETA out of this site. Borkum in the lead with a Spectre. Slow orb from his own teammate, kept him at bay for a little bit, but NG picks up 1, and Borkum has to reload, barely stays alive, but enough time for a spray down assist from Jeremy Depp, cleaning up that kill, and eventually it will be a round win. A little messy, but still keeping 3 weapons in hand.
Yeah, not bad at all here for Team Secret. Depp is Depp. He's going to find his. No doubt about it this season. The guy is in the best form maybe we've ever seen him. And on top of the firepower that now resides behind Depp on this ZETA squad. Tough, nice little drop down there for Jeremy. Pre-fire on the corner for Borkum. Team Secret, all business here today. They want to try to right the ship. They do not want to go out in this match. If they can win here, if they can find a win here, they give themselves an opportunity and keep their tournament hopes alive.
Yeah, we're going to continue to keep track of exactly just how much these teams adapt, of course. Given the grueling scheduling, Team Secret, lots to learn from, but can they adapt to it with just that short break? And ZETA, how much did they glean from that? A very far back alarm bot, just making sure it covers screens for a potential lurk. And no pressure on mid just yet, other than the poison cloud just trying to bait out some more pressure. It will draw out that drone coming out from Huron, and he's gonna clear that out. And DG just hides right from it. No information gained for ZETA Division.
ZETA firmly planted. You can have kind of an interesting position here from Huron. Pretty deep into mid, maybe playing off that alarm bot, but as of right now, Team Secret not showing any of that mid pressure. Jeremy swinging wide. Huron safe behind that wall.
Are very well aware of this as well. ZETA, they heard the initial tailwind, and now backup has arrived. Looks like they have to give up the plant for the time being with the wall being put up. Not going to get the lineups all the way through. Again, you got to remember that happens when the Sage is on that other side. Now it's all about the retake. Can they flood onto the site? Looks like it's just going to be a push right onto yellow. He lands on top. Deb, he gets the pings for him. Can he find the kills instantly? But no, it's Borkham right around the one-way. Huron does get the trade as ZETA continues to push through, but they don't want to lose weapons, let alone they need to secure the round. And Borkham continues to stay alive. Cove now broken. And Envy with a nice headshot onto Huron. It's just Laz. He's always been a hero for ZETA Division, but not in this round as Team Secret will take the bonus.
Yeah, already Team Secret here being given a little bit of breathing room onto the B site by ZETA, playing so far back on the map. Gives them an easy plant. That wall still proving to be a little bit tricky for players to remember how to deal with. And Team Secret falls victim to it in terms of not being able to really contest the plant itself. That allows Team Secret to get into these deep post-plant positions. And the angles are so well covered. Again, everybody in a position where they can trade off of the kills, cover each other very, very nicely. Team Secret going to take the bonus here against ZETA. Both teams going to trade recon darts over on the A site. Team Secret staying behind there as Jeremy seeing if he can find anybody lurking in that nest. And push forward continues. Laz looking for another cheeky sheriff kill. Not able to connect this go around. Jesse's going to load up with his utility. Check things out. Toxic screens are up. Let's see if Team Secret can get the plant down.
Yeah, they will get some tags as well. Has some decent information, but not exactly citing everyone. Borkham will thin the numbers. Nice long-range fight with the Vandal, and Tef just hiding with the Classic. He's going to have to dash out. Can't continue with the fight without the weaponry to really back that up, and it's just going to be Team Secret that fires through. Depp constantly getting tagged. They don't want to give him that short-range angle, and Jeremy plays the timing well to his advantage. Should be clean finish to the round for Secret, but there is a Sheriff in Huron's hand. Not landing any shots just yet, though.
Yeah, tough position now for Huron. Depp couldn't snag that gun off the kill. He got dashed out and wasn't able to pick it up, so no extra firepower available for him as the round went on. And Huron, nope, Jesse Bash, not having any of it.
Yeah, quick little check. Doesn't want to take any risks. I mean, Team Secret, they know that not only do they need to win this match, obviously, ideally, they want to win it 2-0 given the endurance test that they're going through. But on top of that, we've mentioned again, the tiebreaker, if it comes to it, it's map differential, round differential, and especially, of course, round differential on your opponent's picks as well if it comes down to the wire. So every round counts, and they're snowballing forward to make sure that they have that advantage.
Yeah, the good news here for Team Secret is if you can 2-0 ZETA here, then you have a really good potential tiebreaker in that you were able to get a big lead against Gen G with that 13-5 onto Breeze. So absolutely, there's still a lot to play for here for Team Secret. You can see in their play. They are really fired up right now. You do have a Blade Storm for Depp. Jeremy's sitting on one as well. Jesse Vash has that Hunter's Fury that he has been so good with today, finding so many valuable moments to pick off players and going fishing once again. But ZETA wise to it, not giving him the opportunity to get a ping off that drone.
Yeah, but the site opened up. All the Killjoy utility already burned other than the turret watching for the flank. Now it is watching for that screen's entrance, so once they flood the site, they should feel relatively safe. do keep in mind, Euron still over on the B side as they hadn't quite heard the plan go through. A lot of damage put down, and it is going to be just an extra scratch onto NDG, down to 14 health, but the spike is down, pit is up. ZETA, you have to find the information to get through, but it's JessieVash who gets the first kills. Depp finds him right above the screen, but he needs to dive into the pit. He needs to dive into enemy territory, trying to make sure he catches anyone on the outside first. He will find Envy from above. Another reset for the Bladestorm, the hero for ZETA Division. How much can he do as it's only 2 members of ZETA?
ผมเดียวกันหมดเลย
He wants to go in on the close angle, tries to use the chaos advantage, but no, NDG is smart to it, and that's a 5-0 lead.
Phenomenal reactions by NDG there. Depp might add him dead to right. He's able to swing just in
เป็นผม
time
นะถ้า
to
มี
take
ปื
him
น
down.
สักกระบอก
Depp
นะ
doing
มุมนั้น
everything
แม่ง
he
ตาย
can
หา
above
แน่
the
น
pit,
อน
but never able to
Bang.
isolate and eliminate Borkum. Our ZETA, they did not have much utility left to clear by the time we get to this point. Depp, yeah, quick to respond. Jeremy and company seeing the feed there sticking out on top of the wall. Just really, I don't know what he said, but he's got a smile.
Couldn't translate that one.
Where's
for
Asarai?
There you go. That's what we needed for on this cast. But the good thing is he's putting that smile on, right?
Yeah.
I mean, despite a grueling match, which again, that's something Warbird's talked about. That's the first time NDG's really been pushed to the limit and then barely not getting that win. So something to gain experience from. And so far, it looks like the team has done a good job of trying to keep the spirits up. Obviously, they're going to be tired. I mean, that's just a given fact. But how much can you hang in there? Because at the end of the day, ZETA's going to be going through the same thing in that next match. So whatever round wins and map wins you can get here is going to matter for Secret.
No doubt about it. And really curious to see exactly how ZETA is going to recover after this rough 5-0 start. You know, playing very far back, giving up a lot of space. Some of it, you know, sometimes to deal with some ults that could potentially come through. You know, like in that previous round, you don't want to deal with getting pinged and getting Hunter's Fury by JessieVash. He's still sitting on it. They've got a lockdown as well. One away from a Hunter's Fury of their own to potentially counter that. One away from a Viper's Pit as well for Euron. So I'm curious. What I want to see is like ZETA get a little bit more aggressive, start challenging the front of A a little bit heavier potentially, but it's been really difficult with some of these util combos. Team Secret being really diligent with control of the space in front of the site. There's that ping.
Yeah, here comes the ult, and he's gonna have to use that tailwind to just barely get out. Does get hit by the first one, and it's going to be Laz right around the corner. Does not have the reposition in time. Envy will find him, and Borkum chases through. The tempo kept up at 11 for Team Secret as they have now cleared the entire site. Now just waiting to clear hell. He goes for the swing. Depp finds two. He cannot continue on to the third. But was it enough? That's the big question. NDG goes for the blend, and he finds Sugar Zero as the alarm bot goes off right at the end. As Secret continue to lead 6-0.
What reactions from NDG the last couple of rounds. We got to see him kind of spin onto Depp, not something that's easy for most players, and there he's able to pull off in time. Sugar Zero, of course, not with the best weaponry, but still, the snappy reactions here from NDG is a good sign. He had a couple rough clutches that he couldn't convert in the previous Icebox against Gen G. But so far, holding fast, holding stalwart, and already guaranteed at least an even half here on their attacker's side.
Now there's a head bob again, just making sure he's relaxed. See that whenever he's feeling good about that last round. The operator now in hand for Depp and ZETA. They've just been starving for a round win. They're not even thinking about match wins, tiebreakers. They just need to get on the board. And Depp continues to be targeted by all this util. He cannot find the comfort that he often has as a duelist.
Yeah, this is really, really good homework being done here by the side of Team Secret to keep Depp in check, knowing that he is a huge win condition for ZETA. Whoops, I'm not sure if he wanted to go up there, if that's an intentional fake for Jeremy. Still with those blades, wrapping around the corner. Depp just popping some shots through Cascade.
Oh, he
not
knows.
really, yeah, going to affect Jeremy. Yeah, that's going to give away the Harbor's position.
Yeah, and he chases him through. That snowball taken over by Jeremy should be enough of a distraction for the plan to go down safely as the wall stays up as well. And that's a kill onto the snakebite. Euron couldn't find the exit in time. ZETA, they're starting to fall apart. It's only the first quarter of the map. Depp will get some kills back on the board. Sure, he still has 8 to his name, but how many of them really had impact, as it's more just him trying to stay alive with this operator.
Yeah, and ZETA has no money. I mean, obviously you're down 0-6, so they haven't been able to find any rounds to really bank a little extra cash to rely on. And yeah, Jesse's so
early.
Tricky.
Oh, that's quick enough. Now, he definitely wants the operator. Calls over his teammates to see if they can make some sort of pitch from mid as well. Not going to be too much time, but the recon bolt will give him that position, and that should be Depp in safety. The last swing around, and Depp will survive with the upgrade.
หวัดเสียวเหลือเกิน
I was getting really antsy about that timing.
Almost, but Depp able to hang on to his operator and his life. Now the big ults are going to be here for the side of Zeta. You do have the counter to the lockdown with that Hunter's Fury. You do have that Reckoning for the retakes and the lockdown as well. So some options here for the side of Zeta. They've been playing retake heavy. Now's the round where that has to work if it is ever going to.
Yeah, I mean, you're already down 7 rounds. Even scraping together all 5 right now would be a desperation play for Zeta. Still have that operator as well. Just trying to set this up. Now we saw this trap play come up from Genji yesterday as well.
ยิ่งร้อน
But now they hear the bulldog, they hear the extra gunfire, and they're just trying
แต่
to
ถ้าเก
clear
ม
it
นี้
out. The
จาก
shock
เครื่องร้อนจะเป็น
darts
เครื่องล้าแล้ว
doing their job of pushing Sugar Zero out of position.
โอ้
Oh,
โห
the jump
แค่
a
ดู
little, just
ค่า
a
ดู
little
นี่
wide,
แพง
just a
มาก
little wide, and that's all Depp needs. That will be
นี่
the first
เอา
kill
เป็น
and on to the second, and this is exactly what Depp wanted. But the trade, Team Secret, they still have the option to continue pushing forward bit by bit.
Euron and Sugar Zero are holding their angles there, and Depp's going to get caught by the elevated position of his opponents. So now you got a tough hold as the rest of Zeta still holding.
In the middle of the map, he does get through on the drone.
Man.
Meanwhile, back on the site, Jeremy gets a nice peek. His barrel is shown, but Borkum, does he have the timing for the trade? And he will swing out. Unfortunately, Jeremy goes down for it. Now Zeta, I don't know if they spotted him on the drone, but they do have an inkling. Now Larbot gives him sight. He doesn't know if there's another, but now he hears him on the jump. NDG makes the call that it's a 2v1. He sees the elbow, but Laz lines up the headshot. The clutch master for Zeta Division, the IGL, trying to put the first victory on the board, but this is a mind game that you cannot possibly be ready for. The lockdown, he surely assumes that he's backed out all the way, but
Borkum knew this was coming.
yeah, he's just waiting in Snowman. I mean, he has all the space to hold the angle. He's waiting on the peak as well, and Laz has a suspicion, but Borkum shuts it down, and he shuts down the lockdown. That's 8 rounds. Ults wasted. Zeta still nothing on the board.
Borkum read that the lockdown could come through, so he moved to the side where he's going to have more extra open space to contest the
บอกคุ้มมันเอาจัด
defuse
เลย
attempt by Laz. Laz is just kind of a little bit befuddled there. That toxic screen that Borkum throws up right after the plant makes it impossible to know which way he went, if he went left or if he went right. He went right this time, and it was the right decision as well. So now you have to, again, already take that second time out.
I mean, at this point, it's anything to get the mental back in the game, right? Forget the map itself. I mean, whether you win this map or not, if your mental gets destroyed just within the first 12 rounds of this best of 3, you have a long way to go to try to crawl back.
แสดงว่าซีเคทค่อนข้างที่จะมั่นใจแมตช์นี้แต่ว่าโดนเจนจีแบบว่า
Players aren't too flustered despite the scoreline. Just don't look at the scoreboard. Get back into it round by round.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is something that I remember talking to Minnie about last year at Champs, and he said, you know, sometimes when you're just getting blown out, the only thing you can do is just, you know, reset. And it almost makes it easier sometimes because you're just like, okay, well, all right, maybe they'll get this one, but we can get the next one. And that can change your mental really fast if you can let go of it that quickly. And Zeta, you know, certainly a team that's been around the block for the most part, other than the new players, you know, maybe a little bit of a struggle for them to kind of adjust mentally to these situations, but the rest of them, absolutely not.
Yeah, one of the biggest things is not only is Depp getting pushed out of position, but it's also the trades afterwards. Even if Depp is able to get a kill, Secret just hasn't let up. They haven't taken their foot off the gas. Anytime the first kill happens on either side, Team Secret will be pushing through. So now Uran tasked with supporting Depp. He's got a bulldog in hand. Not the greatest of weapons, but one that could get a multi-kill.
Oh, the turret set up here, expecting a push out, ready to play off of it.
Oh,
so difficult to, so difficult to deal with that Blade Storm in hand. You can't, you know, clear that turret so easily, so they have to step up, use the Bulldog to clear it. They're able to ping it with the drone as well. So now Depp just going to fall back here as Zeta going to have to reset. Team Secret now beginning to make their march forward a little bit.
Good spot from Uran. Yeah, that sets it up for Depp. He's on for
We'll
push them back.
You will not
Cascade, but there's a Resurrect, and that's a weapon not recovered. So the only thing Zeta really gains from that is the ult and the wall being taken out from Team Secret's arsenal.
Depp still bouncing around, still looking to pick off another head of a Team Secret player. Jesse, though, going to identify a lot of players of Zeta.
That is a lot of info gathered. You still have some control of mid as well. You've been keeping your eye on that as Borkum was on the lurk. Still have the nano swarms from NDG, just putting pressure down on the potential rotates.
30 seconds
All this
Thank
pressure
you.
to make it look like they might also have a pinch going through mid. That really slows down the rotate over from Zeta Division. And Laz, he'll be watching under 2, but the site giving up for free.
Some shock darts to try to do something about this. Laz thinking about the nano, but deciding better of it. Now another tough post plant for Zeta to try to break through.
I mean, you're down 0-8, you have ultimates, but there's the preemptive lockdown, and it's going to draw out the Hunter's Fury, because if it's not for that, you absolutely are already giving up on this round, and Jeremy just pushes out Mr. Chaos with a double kill, and Team Secret just wants to end this match. They want their break, and it will be Envy with a triple kill, leading them 9-0.
Yeah, just phenomenal stuff here from Team Secret. Nothing else to say, but they're not feeling it after that loss to Gen G. It turned them around a little bit, it feels like. They are really dialed in. They are really crisp, really snappy, making good decisions. Zeta left scratching their heads. You're going to be able to funnel another op into Depth's hands. You still have a reckoning for Sugar Zero. Overall,
ไม่มีโค้เมื่อกี้ใจเย็นรอบนี้เราบายแล้วแต่ถ้ารอบนี้แพ้ก็เจอกันเลย
Now
เจอกันแมปหน้าเลยรอบนี้แพ้
line up here with that slow orb. A little bit of pace to this one.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. And it's almost as if Team Secret are making Zeta look like they went back to 2023. I mean, I would say overall Zeta's movements themselves have still, had a little bit more oomph to it than compared to last year, as we've been praising them with the roster upgrades. But Secret has just pushed it up in relativity, and Zeta look like they are immobile. Now, perhaps a little bit of an overreach. SC Bash is trying to create another curveball. The Reckoning early, but it will not stop the plant. Envy holding in the Poison Cloud while he gets that heal. The Reckoning trying to get the positions. They find one. Will eventually recover onto that aim. Peek out one by one into the operator. Will this one be the round win? Borkum still trying his best. He already had one in this match, but now it's 4 other members, and he's been surrounded. He's aware of it. He picks off one. The defuse on the way. Not much time, and finally, a round win.
ในสุดก็ได้ราวแรก
Yeah, it took everything seemingly to get one in the books. The Reckoning able to help out a little bit, but Depp really clean with some of those op shots. Peeking some angles were Team Secret. Depp instantly punishing them. And it's a good rotation call early here for Zeta as well. You're the only one on site initially able to find a good first kill, but on their horse were 3 other members, leaving just Laz behind at the A site. The other 3 well on their way early to get there to try to punish this. So there was plenty of time on the clock there. You can see they were comfortable enough to, of course, swap it around a little bit, make sure everybody, or make sure they knew who they wanted to have their ult orbs and that kind of thing. And that's encouraging for Zeta, but is it too little too late? And yeah, they are better on their, or at least they were better on their attacker side versus GE, but who knows if that's going to matter.
The tailwind in from Jeremy. Once again, pace picked up. That's going to 4-step out, and Jeremy's waiting for a repick up high. Not sure how he catches that kill so quickly, but sends him flying back down to the ground. And with that Sage Wall, once again, another easy plan for Team Secret. I mean, this composition, it has its very strict strengths. Zero finally gets the long-range kill with the Vandal. It's the Vandal getting that headshot. They know he's close, but he's not quite sure of that member. The Poison Cloud, the Shock Dart goes in, and it will find Jesse Vash. Thoro is Hero-Ron, as he's clear to yellow, now wrapping around against the enemies. 2v2, NDG solo. He knows the location of Envy, but he doesn't have, he doesn't finish. Just enough.
ฆ่าตัวแรกนานไปหน่อย
Envy will swing around.
ไม่เป็นไรยิงหลังมันจะยิงไม่โดน
That's heartbreaking. Thought he had the spray and pulled off of it to check, knowing that there was going to be another player over in green, and just didn't actually quite have it. A little tough sometimes, and yeah, they got the ping still on depth. I think maybe he thought it was already going to be done, and he tried to go back up. I'm not exactly sure.
I think it might have been that deep recon coming out from around the site.
You could be right.
Yeah, right above the screen. Depp probably thought he was safe from the toxic screen.
Yeah, because he got pinged by the drone earlier.
Yeah.
Backed off. Thought he would be safe, and he wasn't. Jesse's so smart with his utility. Don't cheer me.
I mean, Team Secret at this point, the entirety of the squad on stage is just,
ที่เล่นเมื่อวานไปไหนแล้ววะเอาทีมนั้นกลับมาที่
they are letting it out in this fast-paced game of Valorant. NDG. I mean, surviving that alone.
Jeez, dude.
I mean, that's huge. Keeps them tied up. They have to worry about NDG on the flank. Spike's been planted. They will all run out and most of those footsteps. And he even catches the tail end. Euron goes down, Pit is up, NDG still a menace in mid, eventually gets taken down by Depp, but Depp's the only one who has been putting up these
เรา
kills
มองไปที่แมปหน้าเล
for
ย
Zeta Division, 11-1 scoreline for Team Secret.
An absolute dismantling on their first map so far. Once again, be unreal to think that there's any world where Zeta is going to be able to come back into this. Yeah, again against
ถ้าวาโล
GE,
มีเอ
better
เจ
on
นต์
their
สัก
attacker side
50 ตัว
than their
นี่จะ
defender side.
จะมีการแบนเอ
But
เจนต์
I'm not sure it's this good. I'm not sure it's you know, potentially just
ถ้ามีนี่แบบ
rattling 12 rounds in a row off or something like that. But
yeah, I mean, this is a big part of. It's not even that they're getting trades back and forth, right? I mean, if you look at the overall KD, Secret's just surviving. I mean, they are
ทรง
able
จะ
to
ไม่ถึงแมป 3
after
มาดิ
that
เซต้า
initial
เฮ้ย
trade,
แต่เมื่อ
it's just one
กี้
trade
เจ
back
น
and
จี
forth, and
ก็
then Secret wins
ทรง
the
นี้
rest
เลย
of
นะ
the
ภาพ
duels.
นี้เลย
And it feels like Zeta is just not ever able to get into the positions that they're comfortable with.
yeah, no doubt. They're not really winning any of their opening duels. They're getting beat in open trades. Often they're getting read like books. You know, NDG is doing a great job controlling that middle part of the map, making sure that any lurks or any flanks from the side of Zeta were basically contained and dealt with. Jesse's nailing some great util. There's not a lot else to say other than Team Secret is a team to be feared on this map. There's a reason nobody wanted to play them on this map so far until now, until today. And yet Gen G was able to just barely beat them. But Zeta is completely befuddled right now.
Yeah, Warbird slightly befuddled there as well, as it looked like his monitor just flickered for a second, but looks like everything is back in normal. And now, just 2 rounds away from the first map win, it's Team Secret leading 11-1. I mean, Jesse Vash, the least kills on Team Secret with 7, and he's still above everybody on Zeta Division except for Depp, who is trying his darndest with the most kills in this game, surprisingly enough.
Yeah, Depp is
quite good, but we've been used to seeing the rest of the players pick it up for Zeta so far this season. You know, particularly Yuran and Laz have been quite good, but so far today, rather quiet. What in the world?
Man, the combo coming in once again. We saw the assist from Borkum. I mean, these lineups, you see it on Breeze and Icebox, the snake bite, shock dart combos are deadly.
It's just ridiculous. I mean, it's just so well read. Laz is going to find Jeremy pushed out a little bit too far, getting him from the belt, but still, it's just like that early start just has to put such a just dagger in you if you're Zeta. That's just going to be in your mind the rest of that round. Like, they're reading us so well right now.
Exactly.
What can we do?
And the fact that you're buying that on
ผ
the
มว่า
first
เมื่อกี้
round,
เจนจีที่ช
committing
นะ
the
คอม
200
ซิเคน
credits
แม่ง
just
เขา
for
ไม่
that
มี
potential
KO ด้วยแห
early
ละ
kill.
มันโคตรปวดเลยนะไม่ต้องเช็คเย
That's
อะ
the
แล้ว
biggest
แถมแบบ
part, right? I mean, you can't really force your way into the site,
ช่วง
especially
จังหวะ
on
ปล่อย
this
ของอะ
round. No cove
โอแม่ง
available
แบ
for
บ
Sugar Zero.
ตัวแม่
So
งแส
they're
บมาก
gonna
เลย
have to fight their way into the site. The question is, Secret, do they let them in first and wait for the retake? Looks like Borkum might be ready for a cheeky kill. Tries to get some tags in, but NDG trying to provide backup. He's going to be late to it. He'll clean up one. He's ready for the wraparound. NDG with a jump right click. Doesn't have enough bullets to finish the kill. Sugar Zero barely getting out with his life. Spike goes down long range for Jesse Vash. Stabilizes in time. Cascade comes out. He's ready for it. The snap bomb to the head and a third. That's 4 kills for the IGL. Jesse Vash gets the defuse.
Absolutely phenomenal stuff. Jets
ตื่นคนเดียวจริง
struggled on Icebox
เลือกทรง
last go around, but he has something to say about it. Didn't need much time to recover, to
เรา
recuperate.
จะมองไปที่แมป
That
2
was
เลย
snappy
Speed
shooting
run
from
gaming.
Jesse.
Oh man, the swivel onto Sugar Zero. That's gotta feel bad. He was even slow through the
The
cascade.
double take there. Oh my god.
Age is just a number.
Yeah, exactly.
Age is just a number.
Yeah, just unreal from Jesse there. Really glad to see him be able to bounce back. Such a tough situation that they found themselves in.
And
Now,
we're
Zeta,
already at that point.
yeah, and Zeta has to buy. No reason not to. Just buying everything
มอง
you
ไปที่
can
ชัว
the
ร์หน้า
rest of
เล
the
ย
way out.
โห
Jeremy already up
ถื
in
อว่า
the
หนัก
nest,
นะ
or excuse me, Pipes.
Yeah, Clue's a judge, and Depp just not ready for it. He won't be able to be that spear
Depp
point
ไม่ได้
for
เล่นอีก
Zeta
แล้ว
Division no longer. And perhaps he just won't get a chance at all in Icebox as they are staring down the barrel of this first map. Still just a couple weapons, Bulldog, Stinger, Judge. I mean, it's just a hodgepodge, no philosophy to it. You're just hoping that you get the frags. You're just hoping that they walk in to your sightlines. And Secret knows they just have to wait. Jeremy picks up one. He's ready for another. The shock dart lands right on top of Euron's head as well. Euron trying to hide as long as possible. The heal's ready. I mean, Team Secret, they have no intention of giving this site over. Jeremy's pushing in. He goes for the aim labs, and that's the third kill. Dashes out. He's on the chase. Last is low, and that will be the ace for Jeremy as Team Secret cleans up that one.
ไปเรามองไปที่แผนที่หน้าเลยโอ้โหเร็วจัดลงเวทีไปโค้ชคงแบบเอาไปล้างหน้ากันอีกรอบไหมแปลกๆไม่ให้กูลุ้นเลย กูนี่กดเข้าเกมไปดูสกินดีกว่าเร็วขนาดนี้โค้ชน่าจะอะไรเอ่ยกันหมดงงจัดอันนี้อัพแพดแล้วเหรอวาโลอ่ะไอ้ท่านบัฟแล้วเหรอมาโดนแน่วันนี้เอ้ยอะไรคือหน้าอีสปอร์ตวะเอากดดูตรงนี้ได้เหรอกีสป๊อปโอเปอเรเตอร์มาขายวะเอาไงดีG2 แม่งเท่ว่ะต้องจัดเลยอ่ะทารอนก็สวยโอ้เลือกไม่ถูกเลยว่ะซื้อแม่งทุกทีมอะเอาวะกี่หมื่นวะเนี่ยซื้อทุกทีมเปเปอร์เล็กก็น่ารักไม่มีทุกเปเปอร์เล็กก็สวยเนี่ยเดี๋ยวผมซื้อทีมเมนหลักไว้ดีกว่าถ้าแชทอยากให้ซื้อทีมไหนก็ค่อยนี่ว่ากันแล้วกันเหมา แค่ปืนพกมั้งหรือเปล่าวะอ่ะเดี๋ยวผมเปิดจอให้ดูแล้วกันเราไม่ได้เล่นเกมเพลย์อะไรก็น่าจะไม่มีปัญหาเลยเราแค่ดูอันนี้เซนติเนลลองดูดิตามันเหมือนกันปะทุกอันปะอุ้ยสวยเนี่ยไหนลองดูของทีมอื่นนี้มันเสียงเหมือนกันปะวะโอ๊ตมันก็ต้องเสียงเหมือนกันแหละแหมถ้าเกิดว่าคนละเสียงนี่คือต้องขยันมากๆอะเดี๋ยวนะทำไมเหมือนไม่เหมือนวะอันนี้คือเสียงจุบ เราคิดเองวะเนี่ยเหมือนปืนเป๊ปมันไม่เหมือนปะงงว่ะไม่เหมือนเป๊ปกับนาวีอะไม่เหมือนกันเมื่อกี้ไม่เหมือนจริงเนี่ยลองดูนะเนี่ยเสียงอะไรจะลั่นกว่าหน่อยแล้วลองดูของเมื่อกี้ดูของอะไรเมื่อกี้ดูของเนี่ยดูนะไหนลองดูทีมอื่นดิEGอะว่าทำไมเสียงเป๊ปไม่เหมือนกับชาวบ้านเขาวะเฮ้ยหรือว่ามีความแตกต่างเนี่ยมันจิ้วใช่ป่ะซื้อดิวะยังไม่มีตังค์ไว้ก่อนมันมีอันไหนจิ้วอีกป่าวะไหนลองดูดินอกจากเป๊ปยุงกัดหน้ากูเลยนะไอ้สัตว์ไม่ตบหน่อยนี่เอาใหญ่โอ้ยอันนี้สวยวะ สวยจัดอะดูดิดำแดงอะโอ้สวยจริงไหนดูดูหน่อยเกมมายังวะเนี่ยยังไม่มาดูต่อของเป๊ปเป็นจิ้วด้วยวะเพราะอะไรวะเฮ้ยนี่เป็นแดงขาวอีวันก็สวยเนี่ยไอ้ทีวันก็จิ้วเหมือนกันวะเป็นติกEGไม่เหมือนนะนี่ก็มีความจิ้วเหมือนกันGE อ่ะไหนดูดิ GE อยู่ไหนวะว่ะเหมือนจริงเสียงตามโซนเหรอแต่เมื่อกี้ไอ้นั่นมันก็จิ้วนะไอ้ฟานาติกอะอ๋อเสียงตามโซนไหนดูทารอนดิทารอนจะมันก็ไม่เหมือนนะเป็นเล็กมัน NRG นี่คือดำเลยเหมือนที่1แต่ละโซนของปีที่แล้วจะจิ้วใช่ไหมมันมีอะไรนะมีเปเปอร์เล็กที่1โซนนี้มีฟานาติกลิควิดนี่MIBR ซื้อของเป๊ปด้วยอ่ะเนี่ยสวยเก็บตังค์ก่อนไม่มีตังค์เลยเป๊ปเสียงหนวกหูดีนะชอบเสียงดังดิดิวิธานก็สวยเนี่ยมันมีกี่ทีมวะ433ทีมเอา33คูณ77,000ไอ้เหี้ยกูต้องเติมเท่าไหร่วะเนี่ย เอาไปหาร2,800แปลกๆรู้สึกคำนวณผิดปะต้องอันนี้ไปคูณนี่เหมือนจะ 27K ป่ะเมื่อกี้ใช่ไหม27ประมาณนั้นแหละเมื่อกี้ได้เหมือนกันใช่เหรอเสียงเป็นชมพูม่วงเกมไหมวะเกมมาแล้วนี่เอาชิปหายไป1-0เลยยังไม่ได้ดูเลย
Yeah, and it's just going to be a bit of a short
เพลินดูเพลิน
setup. No, eventually switch back to the classic actually for
ไม่
Jeremy.
เป็นไรเรา
Over by Tree,
เก็บตังค์เอา
and they will
เซ
just
ต้าได้ไป
wait.
แล้ววินหนึ่ง
Has a fair good inkling that it's going to be that A hit, but Zeta, they have the weapon advantages. They don't want to rush anything. They're still waiting for any sort of lurk out of B at the same time. Wants this information. Deb, if he's tasked with having to go through on his own, this could be a rifle drop. Zeta has to be very cautious. I am a little concerned given their positioning because it looks like they do want to send him in on his own. He will get
ล
picked
งแรง
off. And now
ข
Zeta
อบคุ
has
ณ
to
คุณ
fight
เปีย
to
โน
keep
นะครับ
control
สำหรับ
of that dropped
40ซุป
rifle.
ด้วยครับขอบคุณครับ
Yeah, this is
แล้วก็
really, really tough.
ขอบคุณน้องเอิญนี่
Jesse
นะ
was
สำหรับ
also
100
bouncing
ซุป
a
ด้วยนะ
shock dart and
ผมสมทุน
anticipating
โอ
that
เค
timing so well. That knife
ขอบคุณ
going
นะ
to
ครับ
delay any more utility from Jesse, but Zeta doesn't really feel like they have any options to get through this site. They feel like there's too much pressure here, and they're going to just have to let that rifle go, it looks like.
Well, Team Secret just going to hold on to that position. Does look like Sugar Zero might have picked it up right on that shadow step. So just trying to make sure I get the weaponry, make sure we still have the firepower lead, and try to overpower where it should be weaker. Obviously, there could have been a gamble for Team Secret, but it doesn't look like it. It's just going to be a hold at mid doors on Market. Uran tasked with holding that site. Try to make sure there's no early backup. The Nano Swarm gives him an idea that there is one member at Market. Great
ขอบ
shot
คุณ
dart,
ป๊อปเปอ
so
ร์ด้วย
much
นะเมื่อกี้
damage
นะสำหรับ
done.
100 บิตนะครับ
Phenomenal.
Just swapping of a couple of those pistols, trying to get the best chance they can. Team Secret, they're just going to flood onto it. It is just
โอ้โห
forces in numbers, but they will get mowed down by the
เร็ว
Rifles, Bulldogs,
เกิดอะไรขึ้นบ้างวะน่ะ
and Zeta will get that second round.
A nice job there by Zeta. Able to recover that rifle even. Looks like
Good
they
job,
might not be
good
able to get
job.
to it, but like you said, Sugar Zero stepping in and out. Gonna find the ability to keep things in check here for Zeta. So already finding more round wins here on Ascent than they did on Icebox. Our Zeta,
Yeah.
I mean, it's just, it just do be like that.
Yeah, it's brutal, but it's a fact.
Yep. But, I mean, things are looking a little bit better. It's a good read to pull off on that contact.
ตามมาแล้วเซต้าตื่นเถอะขอร้อง
Jesse there as well with that Sova. That gave them real
ตื่น
problems
ให้มากกว่า
on
นี้
Icebox. So I imagine that's going to be something they want to try to avoid is that impeccable
เอาแบบ
timing
เมื่อวานอะแบบ
of
เมื่อวานที่ทำอะไรก็ดี
Jesse's
ไปหมด
Sova
อะ
utility that he's so well known for, so renowned for. Now the one way will be dissipating. Zeta once again going going to be seeing if they can find purchase on the A site.
Yeah, and because they see no one working off of that one-way, ZETA just wants to push up the
flash.
tempo. They're doing the same thing Team Secret did to them, but Envy's ready for it. He eventually gets traded out. They haven't found Borkum. Takes him down, left at 30 HP. With the Ghost, everybody pinged down so low as Jeremy gets the spray down. He cannot stabilize for the third, but Jesse Vash is already on the ground.
โอ้เจเรมี่เลื่อนเหลือหนึ่ง
Jesse finds the perfect timing on a recon dart, spots everybody that's left on ZETA. It's a great push there, great execute from ZETA to get some space. Sugar Zero able to clear that space. That's a really nice combo there. The flash lands right as the recon dart is, so it makes it hard for Borkum to clear it behind Dice. But still, I mean, Jesse's just, he's on it right now.
Yeah, I mean, the backup was there. And ZETA, sure, they tried to push up the tempo. And yes, it was a bonus, so take out a couple of weapons. Sure, maybe they could try to be happy about that. But given the round differential, I don't think ZETA's going to be satisfied with anything but a clean match win.
Oh my God.
It's going to be a fast push out, but it's not exactly a tower scorch. But Jeremy somehow gets to swing around with that extra flash coming in from Envy. The support is impeccable. Now stuck on an island. Team Secret has to choose to fight here. Jeremy is going to get surrounded. Depp trying to get the kill, but the paranoia is good. Jeremy's still alive for a second. And they just cannot clear him out just yet. Sure, they take out the backup, but now everybody out from B main. Jeremy's not the main threat. It's Jesse Vash from behind. Jeremy fighting for his life. And somehow this round is now a 1v1 in mid.
Some great trades back and forth.
Huron does get the last kill. I mean, barely scraping.
เจเรมี่มันโคตรแบกอะตอนนี้
Man,
ซิกเก็ตอะ
great plays on both sides here. What a setup for Jeremy. A little bit of a delayed flash after he pushes to the other side. You're expecting him to go really aggressive, really fast on those tiles crunches, but it's just delayed enough.
คือง่ายถ้าซิกเก็ตไม่มีเจเรมี่นี่ก็คือเล่นยากสัสๆเลย
Great timing on
ตัวเปิด
trading
ตัว
their
เปิด
positions is ZETA. So they're
บอ
able
ก
to
คุ้ม
pick
เหรอ
off those members that are still over in tiles.
แต่ตาที่แล้วบอกคุ้มมันเอาจัดเลยว่ะ
Just barely
บอก
get
คุ้ม
through
บอก
with
คุ้ม
that round win, and now both sides
ขอบคุณ
having
คุ
their
ณ
no commands.
ป่านนะครับ
Jesse
สำหรับ
does
4 เดือน
have
นะครับ
Hunter's Fury as well. Already suspecting that a lot of pressure has been put at A. Maybe they're going to try and take a little bit of
ทำ
space
ทีม
at B
VALORANT
early,
ไป
but so far no contact for
11
Jesse to use that shock dart off of the turret.
เราเป็น Z12 ไป
Nice early alarm bot clear mid as well. So ZETA taking this round advantage where they do have the score lead, the firepower lead as well to start shaking up the default just a tad bit from Team Secret. Jeremy not backing away from it, but it is a Marshall. He won't find that clean kill. And while it delays him just a tad, and they do have a nice spot onto Huron, if they want control of mid, they're going to have to push back out, and Jeremy gets just a little too aggressive. Gives Huron that sightline for the headshot.
Yeah, Huron launching a flash into there even. That might have helped him just a little bit in that fight.
Oh, and amidst that chaos, ZETA, they've prepped all 5 members for a execute onto the B site. Still quite a bit of time left, so they can take it. I mean, sure, they don't have any information on A, but they still have that turret watching their back. The paranoia comes in. Jesse Vash just trying to hide away from the recon, and he does enough to make sure that he can get Deb. A little bit uncharacteristic for the duelist as NDG gets a triple with the Sheriff. Once again, a 1v1. There's just something about Team Secret's killjoys
เอาเยอะจัด
out of
NDG
market, getting these multi-kills. Borkum with a paranoia, just trying to cut that noise. Does have the Vandal, he hears the weapon swap. Laz has an idea, but he doesn't have the plant just yet, wants to stick it. Borkum going to peek out at the last second, he knows he's stuck, but Laz will swing out and win the 1v1.
ที่หลอกเขาเอาให้ลัดคุง
It's hard to play it much better than that for Team Secret with the gun disadvantage. They were so smart on that
เกือบโดน
round.
อีโค
And again, it's
Z36
concerning for
เวเปอร์เด
ZETA
มอนไอที
because they don't seem to recognize quickly here. It seems like their comms are
ชื่อ
a
แ
little bit
ปลกๆ
off.
อะ Z36
You know, that hidden position of NDG. A lot of times it's Borkum lurking in that cubby. Team Secret really likes that spot. That's something that ZETA has to be aware of going forward.
ปืนนี่แหละของจริง
Jeremy
บอก
with
เล
the
ย
Blade Storm is going to cut funds, so just rely on that ult. Rifles otherwise. No ults used on either side in that previous round. One away from the lockdown is Laz. This could play for an orb. Could play to try to get that to at least force out potentially that Hunter's Fury.
Well, they're just going to really bump it up. ZETA, again, just sticking with that same mantra. The Hunter's Fury tries to keep them tied up at market. He gets the first tag. They're barely surviving onto the sentry. Now on the site, but haven't quite cleared it just yet. Laz, meanwhile, keeping mid control, but that's not an option to hit the site just yet. A 1-1 trade. NDG staying alive, fragment a little bit off, and now we have backup from Jeremy. He's gonna rise up, but he gets gunned down by Huron from below. NDG cannot follow through on the spray. The tracking just not
พลัง
there
แห่ง
through
เท
the
พเจ้า
wall. And of course the Odins, the desk mentioned it, and Euron's the first one to bring it out. And now Envy all alone. If he can find Laz, there might be a shot. He's well aware of it. He hears the sound.
Spike planted.
Trying to take that advantage that they don't know his location. He finds Euron. Now prepared for the wraparound from Laz.
Yeah, I mean, Laz anticipating maybe he was in a different spot. They never identified where Envy was until he got that kill.
Oh, but Laz has the angle. He's waiting for it. He heard the door. And it's
เข้า
going to be
เป้า
the IGL once again getting another round win for Zeta Division.
เก็บโอดินมาแล้วด้วย
Okay.
Where are we going this
Well, a great look here for Zeta on their attacker side. Now they've built up a ton of ults in rotation, so they have a really good opportunity to steal another one away from Team Secret. You've got the lockdown without the Hunter's Fury. It was drawn out there with that no command coming through. Jesse Vash felt like he had to pull the trigger on it before it got close enough to him that he had no other options with his utility, trying to just buy some time and space, hoping that somehow maybe you can fish out a kill. He's good enough that he gets at least the tag. Depp has to use that dash. Try to get over it. I don't know how Depp got that one kill. He was already so beat up. He was at 45 health, took a shot of damage through the wall, still peeked out and got a kill before NDG got him.
I mean, just knowing the mission, right? That you still have to just somehow break into the site, whether you're bait or whether you get the frag or not. I mean, Depp continuing to smile again, something we're not quite used to seeing on stage here in Seoul.
He's in a really good mood today.
Yes, I mean, overall throughout this kickoff, it just seems like whether it's their performance or whether it's the team vibes or the communication, something has revitalized them. Same can't be said for Laz today, though, as he does feel the pressure after that just crushing 13-1 map loss on Icebox.
Yeah, we need some nices out of Laz.
Yeah, we haven't heard a nice today.
Exactly, we need that. And looking over at the weaponry here for Team Secret, there is going to be the op all in. Yeah, they've got enough cash for the next round
Calling my boss.
that they can go for the half armor buys. So there's a Bucky in here as well. So somewhere Achilles is tilted.
Well, it's worked on Achilles. Can it work on Zeta
ขอบคุณ
Division?
เอิร์นนะครับสำหรับ10 กล่องด้วยนะครับ ขอบคุณมากนะครับ
Meanwhile, it's just default set up on A with the one-way. Now the op watching mid. We'll see if he finds any contact. This time Secret playing off of it. The paranoia, a little bit of a mismatch there from Borkum, and that means Secret will have to back off. Of course, not great weaponry either. So unless they got that first kill, it's not going to come to fruition.
Zeta's still thinking about this A hit, even after all that contact over there.
I mean, all that utility gone, right?
Yeah.
The paranoia not there to quite stop them. That's one of the best ways to hold them up in the choke point. And of course, only one flash drive left for Envy. So Zeta
ใช่ครับ
seeming
โดนไป
to think
13สิ่ง
that
นี้
this is their
เร็ว
chance to
วะ
break open this A site. Obviously, things can still go very sour, as we do have Borkum holding close with a stinger.
And now they haven't
เดี๋ยว
really
เซต้าแต่ย้าย
info,
ดู
but
เพียง
now
YouTube
Jeremy
เนี่ย
starting
เซ
to
ต้า
peek
มัน
his
น่า
way
เชีย
through
ร์
mid.
มัน
Hasn't seen anybody crossing just yet. Depth with the blades, thinking about going somewhere, bouncing some utility into the spawn. I think that might have been a shock dart to clear the alarm bot.
The potential alarm bot. What I would like is they're just making
ไอ้
noise,
กระโดด
right?
นี่
Trying
นึ
to
กถึ
tell
ง
them that they might have rotated, that they might
นึก
pressure
ถึงไม
mid
ฟีกเลย
to make sure that they back away from the entrance of the site. And Borkum somehow still staying alive, but he can't find a kill.
Oh,
The
you
Hunter's
couldn't
Fury
go.
trying to find its target.
You
Eventually
couldn't
it will,
go.
and that will be the
Ha!
site broken open.
เร็ว
Zeta trying their best to just avoid all casualties.
เจ็ดมัน
Hero
รอด
will go down, but that is the spike planted. Oh, not yet. We'll stick it now. I
was gonna get
thought
there.
they were already singing it because you might as well have, but
You knew it was going to get
You
there.
take well.
yes. I'm a little ahead of myself. No?
You're all
Oh.
good. We all knew it was happening.
Let me take a very bold risk here and say they might even get the round win.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good with a Bucky and an operator. I mean, the operator is just going to be saved, so NDG just going to go to try and do some damage. I mean, the thing is there is some damage to Zeta's economy, so if you can get an extra kill here, Depp's only on 6 HP, so one pellet connects with him, and he's not feeling so good. But okay, well, Depp's just too good, too fast.
Knives are stronger than guns. Everybody trusts in the Valorant philosophy. Depp still on point. I mean, we got to remember, in that first map, I mean, seeing scores like that, right? Keeping up, competing for best ACS in a map where you only got one round win is absolutely nuts, regardless of impact of
ไอเซน
frags
บ้าน
or
เซต้า
not. I mean, Depp has been keeping up the
ปี
energy
ที่แล้วเซ
here for
ต้า
Zeta
โดน
Division.
ลาวเพราะแอสเซนต์เลย
Throughout all year, he's just
ปีนี้น่าจะแบบว่า
he's been absolutely
ทำบ้านกันบ้าน
phenomenal.
แอสเซนต์มาจน
Such
แน่น
a
แล้วแมปประจวบเหมาะที่แมปแม่งไม่ได้เอาออกด้วย
across so many esports. He is truly the greatest from Japan to play FPS. I mean, he is out of this world. This year is just another step in that direction. I love the way he's playing. He's been one of my favorite, if not my favorite players to watch so far here in Pacific.
Yeah, a lot of charm and aggression as well, something that obviously was always missing from Zeta Division. So now trying to back that up with the rookies, Yuran and Hiroran. We'll see if they can continue the lead. We see the buys on Team Secret. Operator, of course, saved over. Now Jesse will have to stick around with the Sheriff. But a couple else to play with. I mean, if there's a round that Team Secret can bounce back on, it has to be this one. But there is a risk taken. Borkum planted in wine, holding on to that paranoia, and Envy is ready to swing with him.
Yeah, they tried it last time. It was identified by Zeta and dealt with. Here again, another one-way smoke to try to set up. The pings are coming down from Zeta. They flash right underneath it.
Nice pop flash. Drone's still not used just yet, but Zeta's very wary of it. They want to just draw out all the utility. The 0 point pings 3, and that's the paranoia drawn out. That's exactly what Zeta wanted. Now that utility's gone, they cannot use it to delay the push once again.
บอกคุม
He
บอก
has
กู
to
ไป
find
แล้ว
the shadows out as well. So much value lost. Backup has arrived though. Envy now watching Tree alongside Jesse Vash. It's going to be the null command, trying to make sure that the entry is just a tad bit slower through that smoke.
30 seconds left.
Still have that lockdown in play as well for NDG. He's starting to slide over towards this side. Two members of Zeta trying to flank through short A
Only
to
20
set up
seconds.
for the hit. Yeah, it's got to be fast.
Yeah, now that the no command has ended, this is the moment. If they don't get the initial frags, it's going to be rough, and Envy gets the first kill. It's going to be the hold from NDG on Tree as well, and that is
บอกคุมเอาให้
cleaning
ว่ะ
house. Zeta, the plague of the timer, catches them once again as they give the second round to Team Secret.
Yeah, this is a great adjustment here from Team Secret. Of very
มันโดนเบรก
similar
ครับ
look
เลย
at
เขา
the
เข้าช้า
beginning of the round, but the follow-up
โดน
this
เบรก
time
หน้าช็อต
is a heavier
เอ้ยไม่โดนเบร
rotation
กหน้า
towards A, expecting that we
Amen.
showed the exact same thing. Paranoia
แล้วก็โดน
flashes
เตะ
used
เคโอเบร
early,
กอีก
and we're
เลย
just
เข้า
going to
ช้า
send
เลย
Borkum back early, right behind Dice. He's able to whoa,
Jeez.
Borkum.
All right.
That is some fancy shooting there.
Oh.
And you're able to keep the lockdown as well.
Exactly. Very important round. You have the lockdown. You now have the Odin in hand as well. You've basically got the full arsenal that you would want. Jeremy does have to give up mid position, but Alarm Bot's still there. It's pushed up a little bit, so Tep will have to shoot it out, giving away his position. Team Secret sending an aggressive drone, trying to regain control of mid. And during all of that, a push out of B main
Jeremy
as
โดน
well.
ไปนัด
Secret
หนึ่งด้วย
now they are the aggressors, taking over so much map control in the first 30 seconds of this round.
Yeah, let's see if Laz is ready for this. He's tucked himself behind the corner. Turret is cleared. He doesn't push off of that. And with Jeremy with an op, and he got him.
The timing, and you saw
Surprise!
the he was ready to swing. It's always just a little weird that a Phantom would solo push out of B main, and Laz has the read, the experience coming through, but the push not stopping for Zeta. Envy will cut off the backup with that fragment. They did hear the jet go through, though. I don't know if he has, now he does. He's watching for Evan, trying to plant himself over in hell. Jesse Vash will hold on Tree, so keeping his teammate alive. KO hiding in the site. They haven't quite identified it. Dep finds him. He's low, and he
ยัง
finds
โดนหวย
one more kill. Another pop flash trying to land. The spike is now down. Laz tries to push him out, but he's already repositioned Laz with a nice flick around, but it's just not good enough. Sugar Zero, can you be the hero? Not this round.
Good patience from Team Secret. Envy winning such a crucial battle underneath Hell, just waiting for Dep to drop down the whole time. And Dep, when he drops, it's just a great re-peek. Jiggle there initially from Envy. Dep kind of pre-fires and isn't ready for the follow-up. Jesse there. Johnny on the spot with the Odin. Oh, and he catches the feed as the door is closing.
That's rough. I mean, even after that, sure, the angles looks great for Team Secret, but that's just salt in the wounds. Jesse Vash with great support with the Odin. And while, 6 rounds, Zeta already feeling like they had a decent start, they had such momentum, so it's going to be a timeout called as now Secret has stabilized everything from, gun economy all the way to ult economy.
Yeah, I think now you've got to start working a little bit towards the center of the map here for Zeta. They started out that round, but because they missed the initial clear on the alarm bot, it forced a dash out of Dep where he had to leave those stairs right in mid. And then they were kind of scratching their heads a little bit, thought, okay, well, Dep got so deep there that we got to try to go to A. We've got this great angle for him to set us up. But Team Secret was fine with it. They were prepared for it. They mentally had players ready, and that was able to be dealt with rather quickly. So nicely handled by Team Secret. Zeta now finally not able come through with a full
Yeah,
buy.
just Sheriff's in hand and a Hero Vandal.
And an
for
Ares?
Depp and an Ares. I mean, it can still fire back. It looks like they are just set for a B hit right off the rip. Ready for the spam through as well. They hear it, a bit of a different angle here for Jesse Vash, just trying to catch them off guard, trying to catch the bulk of them if it was a rush. So Secret seems to have a read. I mean, 3-man stack on B as well. The Nano Swarms to make sure they can't get in. The Recon is on point and he's spraying down. Yeah, you can't come through here. This is way too risky, Deb. You might be the child of God, but you eventually are mortal here in Valorant. That's going to be the shock dart, pushes them away.
โอ้โหเข้าไปแย่
Hail
มา
Mary shut down Jeremy, holding close, could be a risk. He's been spotted, but he gets one, gets
โอ้
two.
เจเรมี่มันนิ่ง
And
จัด
that
เลยว่ะ
will dwindle the numbers.
ขนาดแบบมีคนบินไปยิง
Vandal's still in the hand of
มันยังไม่สน
It's crossfire.
Envy's ready for it. He's able to stabilize, and that's just around cleaned up. 4-6, and what looked like a one-sided first half, no longer.
Yeah, it's really good reads now. Good communication from Team Secret. Anticipating the way that ZETA wants to work the map, the way that they want to move around, and able to shut it down nicely. I mean, Jeremy, that second one is really nice. This follow-up through short. I mean, you know exactly where they're going at that moment. You saw them crossing mid, and you can just line it up. Not much left for ZETA to do there.
No, well, it's looking like a potential another crunch here, or at least faking it out for it. It's going to be the Odin, and that is so many people bunched up, not finding a kill, has to back out of the Nano Swarm. Thought he had a little bit room behind him, but now he's stuck. They know he's here. The smoke to try to survive, but Dev will just get the peak. An unfortunate death for Jesse Vash, but he did sprinkle a lot of damage onto Zeta Division Borkum. How much can he do? They're trying to find him, and Uri's ready for it. They heard the shadow step. It was a 50-50 already. Cross angles covered.
Now you got to worry about this late lurk from NDG. Still sitting on this lockdown. He's had it for quite some time. Euron just going to pick Envy off. Getting a little bit ahead of things.
Well, surely the retake not able to find success. I mean, especially with the Jet being spotted. NDG will pick up the Odin. Now, they do have the creds to go for it, so we'll see. You got to imagine that the lockdown will be saved up by NDG, but any damage you can do, Zeta very low on credits. Take away a couple guns, and that might be a weak last round of the first half. Jeremy's going to go for the drop, and he finds the flick onto one, clears the other with the shorty. That allows NDG to enter into the site. Spike already ticking down, so Jeremy preparing to exit, but damage still trying to be done by NDG, and two more as well. That's already 3 weapons dropped for a Zeta Division. And Euron, can he get out in time? Jeremy's trying to run away with the op. Everyone will get home safely. And Jeremy, his back exposed. Eventually, he almost got the swing around there at the end.
Jeez. Yeah, some nice attempts here from Jeremy and NDG. Put a lot of damage in. You saw the creds on Zeta not looking so good coming into this last round. I still think they'll be able to scrape together most of a buy, but it was a little bit
ต่อจากนี้คือกำไรอะคุ้นๆนะ
Yeah, you have to cut.
All
ไว
right.
เปอร์เดมอนไม่ได้กล่าว
Zero, just the sheriff.
Yeah, mostly
เค
still
ยกล่าว
fading
ไว้
the
เมื่อนานมา
armors
แล้ว
as well,
ต้อง
so
บอกงี้
just going for that. Of course, half armor on Hero Run, but he's not the first line of entry. Lots of util trade. The picks are so good for Jeremy. The spray, double-edged shot. Now that wasn't the main force, but it's already 2 members down. No smokes for Zeta to defend on the post plant. They're going to activate the null command. They need to find whatever kills they can, but the KO goes down. Depp, 37 HP alone on the site, gets picked off.
เยอะไปเด็
It's
ดเยอะ
all
ไป
down
ไม่
to
ไหวแล้ว
Laz against 5 members. He finds the first, 4 more to go. The count is going. He's aware of the flank, but Jesse Vash wins it. And it will be a 5-7 stabilized half for Team Secret.
Yeah, again, a great bounce back here for Team Secret once they started to kind of figure out and keep Zeta at bay and really mirror their movements, cut them off in rotation, things like that. Really started to turn this half around for them. Some great play calling, some great utility usage again from Jesse. I mean, that last round there is another Jesse special with that recon dart coming out into Gelato. The players out there are just stuck trying to dodge Jeremy. There's nothing they can do. It's being seen through those smokes. Hello.
Well, the official broadcast here, the viewing party for Zeta Division. Regaining some joy, it looks like. Can't imagine it looked similar to that during the first map, but now in the lead in the first half. On ascent, 7-5. Not the lead they were hoping for, given the dominant 6-1 lead they had, but they'll take whatever they can get at this point.
Yeah, I mean, you'll always take a positive score coming off of your attacker's side. Now we got to see if Team Secret get some of those classic executes set up. I mean, again, my eyes are on that Sova of Jesse. He's having a ton of impact with his utility here. Is the rest of the team going to be able to get going behind him? Seen some good moments from Envy.
Yeah, they're
Orcum spray
firing today. And like you said, I mean, a lot more utility impact today than some of the previous matches for Jesse Vash. ZETA Division also, I mean, it looks like they're going to start on a 2-1-2 default, but do they have anything else up their sleeves on the pistols? It can be so crucial when it's just all the way up to 13 for each map here.
I'm kind of wondering if this is like a fake towards long A, and maybe they cut through short, or excuse me, cut through mid and go maybe towards market or something.
Could be, trying to be aware of that potential mid push too, I would assume. So common for a lot of teams towards the end of last year. A pop flash into B main, they'll only find the turret, eventually clears it. But that gives notice to Team Secret that it's a heavy stack onto B. You heard the flash, you heard the ghost, you heard the footsteps, and now it's the entirety of Team Secret entering onto the A site. They stop to pop the nano swarms, waiting on tree, seeing if they can cut off the reinforcements. Main still smoked off. They have jumped up. It's just a matter of ZETA. Are you aware of it? At the time, Huron swings back around, but he cannot clean the main forces. And now, two members of ZETA hidden in L. They've been surrounded. They're going for the drop, and it's going to be Sugar Zero with a double. Yes, go for the reload. 1v1. You hear the reload on reverse. Orcum gets taken down much lower with the shock dart. Just trying to keep him stressed up. He's looking at the wrong angle. 22 HP versus 56. Just one right click is all it's going to take. Orcum will spam him down through the crack. And Team Secret get the pistol.
Oh boy. That was so close. Sugar Zero doing everything he can from hell to get ZETA back into that round. And I like the way that Huron uses his shock darts, never over-peaking to give Borkum a chance to finish him off. And then it's just bring around the rosy trying to guess where players are. And ZETA kind of realizes it might be window, looks away momentarily, and that's exactly when Team Secret stepped out. So the timing there.
ไม่ได้ยินเสียงเหรอวะ
Yeah.
งงว่ะ
It just
ยู
feels
รัน
like
มันไม่
Huron
ได้ยิน
maybe
เหรอวะ
overthought it a bit,
นี่
right?
คิดว่าขึ้นไปข้างบนแล้ว
Go
ง
for
ง
the
มัน
entire
ทำอะไรของ
wraparound
มันวะ
dice. But at the end of the day, it's going to be Porkum who wins that out. Another round for Huron to kind of look back and try to gain some experience from as one of those rookies joining ZETA Division. But for now, he has to look forward as ZETA working with an eco, two sheriffs. They have been favoring a lot of these sheriff buys, whereas many of the teams have now kind of regressed back into just classics only to save up those creds.
No doubt. And I think for ZETA, especially in
มี
the
เคย
hands
แข่ง
of a player
เซ
like
ต้า
that,
ซีเคด
you're
เป็น
willing
จี
to
ซี
give
เคด
him
แล้วก็
a
เซ
little bit
ต้า
of
เป็น
extra
จี
comfort, a little bit of extra room to pick up some kills, get some alt orbs flowing, get that incredible duelist potential he has going. Now, drone to check here for Team Secret, but all of ZETA is here. Maybe they can get something done.
They're ready for it. Can they get a nice little peek out of the smoke, though, trying to make sure they have an entryway, but the paranoia is going to keep them at bay. Now, there's still two members in the site. One waiting on market, trying for the reposition. Borkum gets one. Huron staying alive in the back of sight. That should buy enough time. The paranoia for support, but NDG will clear him out. The remaining members of ZETA, they haven't quite gotten into the site yet. They have been spotted. The spray down gets one. It's a trade for trade as Jeremy swings out, brings Dep down to 25, and that should... Okay, Jeremy. A little bit of a performance, trying to let Dep know.
Oh, the 360. Oh boy.
มันเป็นในเนี่ยค
You
รับ มัน
don't
เป็น
see
เพล
that
ย์อิน
every
นะ
day in Valorant. That's
No.
a little trickier to pull off.
ถ้าแพ้สอง
than some
ทีม
other
ก็ตกรอบเลย
games.
Wow. I mean, today was the battle of all the duelists who have been topping the power rankings with all the stats and all of our own votes
เฮ้ย
as
รอบนี้
well.
มีปืนแล้วมีโอดิน
You
ด้วย
know, Jeremy just says, continues to tell Dep, doesn't matter what experience you have on here.
เกม3ไปอยากดูเกม
It's
3
just
What a show.
so funny. I love it. I just love that stuff. That's just phenomenal from Jeremy.
เกม3
You
ทุก
can
คู่
see the
นึงนะจบ
confidence now for
ดึก
Team
อะ
Secret. Right back in it. Dart to check. Rest of Team Secret is going to be playing back. So Huron going to see if he can maybe get somebody towards the edge of the door with the shock dart. Not going to be home. And now that Outlaw beginning to maneuver its way in towards market to keep track of it. Everybody fanned out here for ZETA. Dep playing pretty far back. That Odin is on Euron. Trying to see if he could maybe earlier on get that rhyme that I didn't even mean it to.
Well, Deb not quite aware that Jeremy had already made it through, though. I mean, if you're going to choose to play that far back, you got to at some point just trust the alarm bot. Deb gets just a bit curious as they've spotted nothing. No information gained from B main, nothing gained from A, no reaction from mid. And Deb just feeling the pressure that he might have to get first contact, and he does find it, but on the end that he wasn't expecting. And now still alarm bot available so they can hold the 2-2 split for Zeta Division, but that does make the site quite weak. Paranoia on a timing will hold them back. Keeps Euron alive, the fragment. Gives away his position just a bit, so he's going to have to reposition with a flash drive. Trying to swing a bit wider. Wants that first contact. Euron will swing out on a timing from B as well. That's already forced TS. Oh, it's forced their hand, absolutely, as they try to rush in. They haven't quite cleared the KO. Eventually, he goes down. 3 versus 2. Last team to town. NDG, he's been quick with it. Sugar Zero shows himself with low HP. Another 1v1 here for Euron. This time it's against Envy. A long bounce onto that recon. Spike will go down. Euron's trying to hold the spray. He knows the exact location. He's trying to bait out the peak, and Envy's just too quick with the swing. Gets the edge shot, and Team Secret will overtake Zeta 8-7.
Oh, well, this looked like it was going to be a solid round here for Zeta. Getting a lot of good reads on different parts of the map. I mean, Euron finding Jesse, you know, Hirodon doing his best here to get out of danger, get to a spot where he can pick up a good double.
Let's fucking go, Jigs.
But it's, yeah, they're ready, man. I mean, is Team Secret starting to feel that energy underneath them, starting to get their aim well established. It saw it on Icebox and is right back in form after some rough rounds to begin, and it's Sheriff's Abound for Zeta Division here.
Yeah,
I don't know, man.
Full Sheriff buy, and these, I mean, they haven't really been bringing home the results, right? Sure, their creds, you know, when you consider the half armors and everything and the loss streak, yeah, they can still buy up, but at a certain point, you have to wonder if you'd rather just have more powerful rounds come through, because not finding success.
Yeah, it's a hard thing to gamble here, especially on a defender side. On Ascent, you're thinking, well, okay, we can sneak out an eco potentially with these Sheriffs. We trust in our players to be able to pull off those snappy Sheriff shots. We see it typically, but today so far, Zeta has looked a little bit off overall. Yeah, Dep is still Dep, but outside of that, we haven't seen the typical Laz, the typical Sugar Zero maybe we were hoping for.
Well, we'll have to see it here, as it is just going to be a full site execute. A little bit of delay with the Paranoia, but they do dodge it perfectly, and Jeremy's going to get the first dash in. He does find the target onto Hirodon. That's the switch cleared. One way to make sure they can all funnel in, and that smoke just about to pop open as Team Secret will find sight of every member of Zeta Division. They get a couple trades, but it's just not enough with this weaponry. And NDG picks up yet another 9-7 lead, and Zeta Division, they're starting to run out of time.
No doubt, and this is an even better start than Zeta Division had. 4 in a row for Team Secret. Zeta got 2, lost 1, and then got 4 in a row. Already 4 in a row now for Team Secret. You've got some ults to play with now as well. NDG has a lockdown. Hopefully he can use for it a little bit quicker than he did in the last half. Love that null command, both sides of the coin. Dep's going to be grabbing that operator.
Yeah, the op is kind of the big part, but you have to imagine Team Secret probably just looking to avoid it as well with the ults you mentioned. You have to lock down the null command, find side of Dep. Obviously, he's the superstar of Zeta Division. Just flip around to the other side of the map.
Take flight. Right now, they're just doing a little bit of exploring of B main. Dep all the way over on the other side. Expect the Sova to be over here. Laz trying to punish that a little bit, but only gets a little bit of damage into Jeremy. Shock Dart to follow.
Yeah, they did hear that dash, and that's going to slow down the entry just a bit. They do still have the lockdown. They're going to activate the null command as well. Make sure there's just no chance that the lockdown gets taken out by any other utility. Now the operator has arrived, and the spray comes through from Hirodon, but it's going to be a shot back from Jesse Vash with Dep lined up on the cross angle. He gets chased down, but Borkum can't finish the kill. Only 2 members left for Team Secret. Make that one, and Borkum gets the spray onto one. He dodges the pop flash, but Hirodon will swing out.
Yeah, so the setup here initially for Team Secret, popping both ults, gives you some space, but it doesn't clear that alley corner. And they don't use any utility to cover it. There's no smoke there. There's no flashes there. There's no mollies there, and that just turns it into a shooting
แล้วทำไม
gallery
Secret
for
มันไม่สโมก
Zeta.
ตรงนี้วะ
It's either right on the outside of it. Sure, they use
คืออะไรวะ
smokes to cover their side, but it's a lot more effective. The paranoia is a little bit late there. Borkum manages
อ้าว
to
เพิ่ง
squeak
สโมก
his way
ใส่
through,
กูดาว
sure,
อยู่
but at
ไม่
that
สโมก
point
ที่
it's
ไหนวะ
basically round over, and that's just a little bit of a kind of leaves you wanting for Team Secret. How about that? Look at Depp. He's like, yeah,
he's
you're gonna jump up and over, aren't you? Yeah. Go ahead.
I mean, if he does try for it, he'll be very well prepared. Now, didn't see it at the start of the round, so Depp starting to have his doubts. He'll change his sight lines down to the main entrance, repositions to make sure he's not taken out too easily. Of course, Odin on the other side as well, so Zeta Division just holding true with a 3-2 split. Alarmbot watching mid. And Team Secret trying to perhaps send this fake as the spike still awaiting right outside me, trying to hide from that drone.
Yeah, this has gotten even Hiroron to shift over to the other side. And it's going to be, I think, just Jeremy going in off these flashes, trying to really sell it, like you said. And then see if they can maybe... Oh, no. They're going to come back.
Yeah, they're just going to back out. I mean, it does seem like the Odin spam just really shutting down any potential ideas. Now, they're still going to send the smoke into mid, but again, the alarm bot just not triggered. It will pull Hiroron back just a slight bit, especially with no one getting hit by the 0 point. Is that going to be enough for Team Secret? 4 rifles and a blade storm. Jeremy, he makes his way in. The op doesn't find the first kill. Jeremy into paranoia, but he gets out just in time, and he's going to take out Huron. He's trying to go for the pop flash. NDG now on the side alongside his teammate Borkum. No, Sugar Zero with a quick swing around. Spike being held, and Envy will answer back.
One enemy
Just snapping
remaining.
shots.
อาการเป็นไงวะยูรัน
V1.
What is that bounce?
Well, I mean, it got the damage they needed. Laz wasn't quite ready for it. But he's been in this position before, just waiting for the peek out, waiting for the impatience from Team Secret. You never know when a timing swing might happen. Tries to check for the jiggle, holds close, but he's not going to get the kill onto Jesse Vash, who will bring Team Secret the 10th round win.
What a push here for Team Secret. These executes working a treat. And this is a team that used to scrim a lot against Korean squads, did Team Secret back in the day, and that's got them kind of built into this team that can really dial up these phenomenal executes when they need to. I mean, Hiroron getting a little ambitious there, trying to go in for the big play. Sugar Zero, I mean, stalwart on the side, a phenomenal anchor as usual, finding 3 big kills. But at the end of the day, it's not nearly enough. The combined firepower, Envy, Crisp to hold that short A angle, that makes it all but impossible for Laz unless he can pull off the artist there and go for that big play at the end, but not to be for Zeta Division. Down 2 rounds and out of timeouts after this one.
It took me a split second to understand what you said there about
the
artist, and then I realized it's because I wiped it from my memory with all the trauma that it caused.
Yeah, us Pacific fans try not to remember that moment.
Yeah, there are some great memories for Pacific, and then there are some traumatizing ones. But for now, Zeta, the future itself is looking bleak as well, as they might be staring down a potential 2-0 loss, which would really dwindle, if not completely snuff out their chance for play-ins just because of the potential for map differentials and round differentials as well.
Yeah,
but of course,
this is a must-win for both teams.
Yeah,
it's crazy how close it is already, and I mean, we knew it would be coming into today for sure, but the options start to dwindle here for Zeta Division, and it makes it all that harder for Gen G in their next match. You know, if this is a 2-0, then they have to 2-0 as well.
Yeah, to make it even somewhat comparable, of course, the round
หน่อย
differential
สิ
we
ต้า
will get to that.
จ
But
ง
a
ตื่น
different setup here for Zeta. The Killjoy coming over to A to help buy some time. The turret will get first contact. That will cause both nanoswarms to be popped. And then the 0 point to shut down the Blade Storm as well. Team Secret, they think they have a timing here, but it's only Jeremy in the site for now. They're funneling through. Uran comes up with the stinger, but it's just too long range. Step, can he get more than one? No. He will have to stop. 2v3, he gets the jump with the headshot onto Jesse Vash. Now, Blade Storm and a Sheriff, 2v2. It's against the Vandals, but the spike is down. So Depp buys time for his teammate to regroup onto tree. Door was closed, so Huron's gonna have to reconsider that.
I mean, this puts the fear into you, no matter who you are. When Depp starts hitting blades like that, with the speed and tenacity that he can go.
I mean, if they start the stick, it suddenly turns into a 2v1. He avoids the 0 point as well. He just wants to find a timing on the stick, but he won't get it. Now split positions. It's going to be NDG going all the way far out, but the turret, yeah, you have to take it out with the Sheriff, and now they know the positions of both members. The turret lets you know about that heaven position, and it's just a crossfire setup from Team Secret. I mean, this is all up to Depp. He has to fly high and find a kill. The fragment onto below on Hell, but he's not on that side. They're gonna have to dash in. Depp trying to create a wider angle. Time ticking down. He just does not find a peak. Team Secret is just so patient on this hold. They find one position. He needs to find whichever kill he can first, and NDG is just not letting go of it. The Vandal pick up though. Not something Secret expected. Time, he doesn't have it. He's just waiting for the last kill, and NDG will not give him that joy.
Yeah, it's just, you could never find the comfort there to make that retake work, and that turret positioning really is what does it. It makes it so uncomfortable. The turret, the ultimate enemy of the blades. I mean, if knives beat guns, then turrets beat knives.
Yeah, robots beat knives.
Yeah, robots beat knives.
It's a little rock, paper, scissors here in the Valorant universe, because guns will take down robots.
Exactly, but I mean, I mean, a Team Secret potentially here going to be closing out their day on a very high note after such a difficult loss against Gen G. The unbelievable mentality they have to be able to come back after that and just really take it to Zeta Division. You know, take a rough first half and turn it right on its head. Make it just look so good, so clean here.
Oh, and Secret are just using Zeta's habits against them. They know that Zeta now has to play with a little less confidence, and they will just wait for the 5-man push into B. And it's going to be that null command coming out as well. Already onto the site, Jeremy finds Zero Run from behind. He's waiting for the up-peak depth. Gets one, he's held these positions before. Backup has arrived, can he get a second? He's holding on to Boathouse, but he's starting to get surrounded. The jump peak, the shorty, it's not enough to clean it up. And it comes down to Laz once again. Just how many times can the IGL of Zeta Division handle this pressure? Trying to keep the Japanese squad alive, you have to imagine this one's nigh impossible once again. Sakura Vandal in hand, but it's not going to save them this time as Team Secret will rise to match point.
Unbelievable. They're just dismantling Zeta right now. You know, Depp, he's stuck there. He can get that first one, but then he needs someone to bail him out. He needs someone else to find another kill to create an off angle that he can work off of. And it just didn't happen. I mean, Jesse Vash tucked himself right around the door. How many times have we seen that here in kickoff where you don't check a corner, you get punished instantly, and Team Secret loves to be a team that hides in those nooks and crannies. Have to be so aware of it. So everything in the kitchen sink here for the side of Zeta. They put their economy all into it. You do have the Outlaw, Stinger, Bulldog, couple Guardians. You have the Hunter's Fury for Yuran. But also Jesse Vash has a Hunter's Fury as well, and we've seen that he's so good at finding those opportunities to use it with his own recon utility.
Very aggressive with it as well. I mean, not just kind of timing based on luck, but really just forcing Zeta's hand. And again, somehow, Team Secret has hit Zeta so hard that they flew all the way back to 2023, just playing so passively, not able to find that first contact that they've been digging for throughout this kickoff. And perhaps they're just gonna need another month or two to regroup, because after this, their chances looking nigh impossible. Of course, we'll have to run the simulations, but
I wonder if there's going to be a recon to check for Depp's position, because he's been up here a couple times, and if Jesse's got it on download.
I mean, they've punished it a couple times as well. Maybe not always with a kill, but they have pushed him away from it. Now Fragment onto the site at the ready. It's going to be a perfect set execute coming in, Jeremy. They hear the Outlaw once, and there's Hunter's Fury just trying to clear things out. Uran will get that kill for himself, trying to keep them at bay, but the forces have still come through. And now site taken over, 2v4. Hunter's Fury still alive for Jesse Vash, mind you. Team Secret will play this patiently, a little bit lax on that door closing, but still numbers advantage and the post plant available for the Team Secret squad. Door broken, and NDG so snappy with it, and Jesse Vash will get the last headshot. A 2-0 victory, bounce back from Team Secret.
ดีเลยจบเร็วเหมือนกัน ซีเคร็ตมันเอาว่ะซีเคร็ตมันไม่ยอมตายว่ะเดี๋ยวเซต้าก็ต้องไปเจอเจนจีถ้าเซต้าชนะเจนจีนี่ทีนี้ก็จะเป็นงูกินหางละไม่รู้ว่าจะตัดสินกันยังไงต้องไม่อ่านเนาะเดี๋ยวจะเชื่อเกมแรกมันหนักไปหน่อยวะมันอยู่หัวตารางเพราะมันแข่งเยอะหรือเปล่าแข่งนับราวใช่ไหมไทยเบรกราวดิฟถ้าเจนจีชนะเซต้าก็ซีเคร็ตก็ตกเหมือนกันนี่ใช่ไหมเจนจีจะได้ราวเยอะกว่าเซต้านี่น่าจะยากแล้วนะเพราะแพ้ซีเคร็ตยับเกินไปแต่ไม่ค่อยได้ราวด้วยโอ้ตาแรกยิ่งหนักเลยเซต้านี่ไม่มีภาพแล้วตอนเนี้ยแดงแล้วคือเซต้าตอนนี้คือตกรอบแล้วแบบบายได้เลยไม่คือไปลุ้นเจนจีเลยว่าเซต้ากับเจนจีไอเจนจีกับซีเคร็ตใครจะชนะขออนุญาตพักเบรกแป๊บหนึ่งเดี๋ยวมาเจอกันคู่ที่3 ไม่เอาทรงเลยเซต้าวันนี้ มาคู่นี้ผมขอญาตเชียร์ไปที่ทีมเจนจีก่อนแล้วกันหมดลุ้นกับเซต้าแล้วดิมาขอญาตเชียร์ไปที่เจนจีนะครับตอนนี้ถ้าเซต้าชนะเจนจีวัดไงวัดลาวครับเราเซต้าคือไม่มีภาพแล้วตอนนี้คือแดงไปแล้วอะที่วัดลาวคือเจนจีถ้าเซต้าชนะเจนจีก็แพ้ครับไม่ได้เข้าแต่ถ้าเจนจีตบเซต้าได้ก็เข้าเพย์ออฟแต่ไม่รู้ว่าถ้าเจนจีชนะถ้าเจนจีแพ้แต่ว่าลาวแบบว่าแน่นๆเลยอะไรเงี้ยก็มีภาพชนะมีภาพเข้าอยู่โอ้โหไอ้บล็อกอีกแล้วเล่นอะไรกันนักหนาเนี่ยไอ้บล็อกแมปเหมือนเมื่อกี้เลย the same map เจนจีจะเอาแต้มจากไอ้บล็อกกันดิเพราะว่าเมื่อกี้เจนจีตบซีเคทในไอ้บล็อกแล้วซีเคทก็ตบเซต้าในไอ้บล็อกไอ้หมอนี่ไอ้บล็อก3 เกมเลยวะดูหน้าจนกูเป็นน้ำแข็งกันเลยอะโอ้ปะ
that they can use, but I
ดูฟอร์มทั้งสอง
don't
ทีม
really know how effective because you want to use that to take space, but how do you take space and hold on to that space if someone like Lakia is splashing you and pushing you away?
At least, again, I am such a big believer of the harbor for retakes because of the safety of the cove,
True.
the walls, and
Wrecking.
hang on, I need to call. And again,
Bless you.
yeah, sorry. That is going to be very important here for Sugar Zero to really amp up what he was doing. He was doing so much impact when they played against Team Secret. I feel like he has a lot more to prove right now when the rest of the team needs to look up to him or follow his lead.
For real.
Now, what I really want to see is both our Jets stepping it up because, frankly speaking, honestly speaking, both of them have not been looking their sharpest. I want to see their crazy plays where our jaws are on the ground with their magnificent jet plays, especially their jet plays from Texture and Jet.
Yeah, confidence, I feel, needs to come back in. Very much more for depth. Texture, you know, maybe he hasn't had the best day, but definitely starting to wake up.
All right, we are ready to start our final series of today. Let's go back to our casters, Paper Thin and William.
And we're in for map 1 of the very last best of 3 today. And of course, that will wrap up both phase 1 and 2 for VCT Pacific Kickoff. If Gen G wins, they move on to the playoffs. And if ZETA wins, it will in fact be Team Secret.
A lot on the line here, and ZETA certainly hoping to play spoiler against Gen G, so a lot of pressure here on Gen G to get the job done, to secure their position, destiny, their fate in their own hands. Will it be Gen G able to best ZETA in a similar fashion to what we just saw from Team Secret, handling them incredibly well on this map in particular? This time around, a very different look on this pistol here from ZETA, pushing right down mid heavily, but it's an A hit from Gen G, just completely sidestepping this crunch towards attacker spawn that ZETA has set up.
Yeah, I mean, Gen.G doesn't have much information about it, but they won't care one bit. Now, the big question for ZETA is, do you split back and try to wrap around to make sure that they don't push entirely out into the defender spawn? It does look like that's a Huron to make sure screens doesn't get overtaken by Gen.G. The remaining forces of ZETA now looking for the round. With the site empty, Gen.G very well aware of this.
Whoever comes
เขา
up
คง
on
เล่น
the
แหละ
ball,
เล่นแบบว่าลองแผนเขาอะไรเงี้ยว่าจะไหวจริงๆไหมเพื่อในอนาคตไม่ได้ไปปรับเปลี่ยน
That's going to be the first contact. Meteor gets taken out from above, and Gen.G has to back out, and they will correctly push right back out to secure a little bit more space against this retake. Now the spike planted above, I believe, right onto that nest. So we'll see if they can get in there. Gen.G Texture trying to find a timing, but he's not going to get it. Kara will hold true. Still 3 members left alive for Gen.G. It's only 1 left for the side of ZETA Division. Last 2 low, she gets shot through the wall, and Lakia will kick things off with a triple.
สองคนนี้เฮไม่ลงว่ะ
ตอนนี้ผมเฮไม่ลง a very unique approach to this round. They're able to catch Gen.G enough off guard that they get the first kill, but the reactions are really good on the other side of the map. A quick 2 kill that shuts down any
เชียร์ Gen.G เพราะไม่อยากให้ Secret เข้า
created from the side of ZETA, and then the rest of everybody doing their job.
แต่ไม่ได้แบบไม่ได้จะเทซีต้าไงก็เลยแบบเทไม่ลงว่ะ ใจหนึ่งก็รักใจหนึ่งก็เจ็บ
Just like nice. But then on the other side, Lakia is popping off. I mean, he had a rough start to some of those matches that Gen.G had to play. Of course, great at closing it out, but it's got to feel good to be the opening act here for Gen.G. And now a fast push onto green. The high tide will keep them at bay, but not much else other than the stack here from ZETA Division, and it is going to be a heavy one. 4 members right on the site.
รักใจไม่ขาด
They've read this correctly so far.
ใจหนึ่งก็รักใจหนึ่งก็เจ็บอย่าเฮดังอย่าเฮดัง
against the defense that they've set up. 0 point.
ลาเกียตื่นเฉยเจอ Secret ไม่ยิงเลย
Poison Cloud right up close and personal.
Trying to find a pick right above the screen, and they're not going to find it right away. Karon gets the first pick, and Texture saw most members, gets 1 kill, gets traded, but it's set up for Lakia once again. Another double for the initiator of Gen.G, and it's just Laz left once again. And one of the reasons he just hasn't had much impact today is he just would
คิด
never
ถึงฟิต้าฟอร์มเมื่อวานทำอะไรก็ดีไปหมด
I mean, it's a lot of times some gamble hits. And yeah, there's a dink, but Karon gonna find the headshot with that Guardian to take Laz down. And only losing 1 member in the fray is Gen.G. Just Texture going to fall. So plenty of options and already a thrash online for Lakia. I mean, that did not take long, and that is super scary here for ZETA going up against the bonus. Such a powerful ult. I mean, one thing I'm really trying to key in on here is the harbor.
เว้นแต่จะชนะ Gen.G แบบ 13-0 2 เกมเนี่ย
It's going to be really important that
ซึ่งไม่มีภาพเลย
things are timely to either protect you from, you know, trying to push off of flashes or covering those angles that the flashes are going to hold the high tides as well, of course, but usually the high tides are more used for site control initially. Here, just trying to find a little info is Gen.G's Lakia holding the spike as well.
Gen.G ชนะเซต้า
The other problem is of course it's the
เขียน
Gecko
กง
as
ฟี
well.
แบบ
So if
คู่
you
แข่ง
do
มา
kind
ไหม
of let
อยู่
them
ดี
go
ก็
in
ต
for
ก
the
รอบ
plan, normally you'd hope that they used a lot of their utility and you can use those cascades and high tides to go for the retake, but now with the Gecko, I mean, you can still save one of the flash drives. You can get the Dizzy back. Yes, we do find sighted. Depp will just hold his ground for a couple more seconds after getting just dinked all the way down to 11 health.
Ooh. Yeah, just a tough start for Depp. Ascent was okay-ish for Depp, but not as good as his Icebox, but definitely looking, as the desk was talking about, to see both of our Jets start to pick it up, and Dizzy at the ready.
เฮ้ย
See if they can get
ดู
up
ทรง
and
แล้ว
around
PRX T1
this
Final
utility, and
ก็อย่าลืม
certainly they've cleared
DRX
plenty of
ดิ
space. Euron just has to back off.
Yeah, can't let this one happen, and that's the Thrash. Just keep them at bay as well, trying to see if there's any more of a stack here. They're not going to find it, but Wingman does get taken down and
ลา
missed
เกีย
that.
บอกภาพ
So
คุ้นๆ
not
ภาพ
enough
นี้
members
เหมือน
trying
กู
to
จะโดน
watch
อีกแล้ว
out
ป่ะ
for the little bro. And Spike stranded, 25 seconds left. It is the bonus for Gen.G, so any more damage they can do against ZETA, they'll be happy about it. But a round win seems possible as we go for the flash into Snowman. Texture will get the double. Freeze flash, he's still holding control as Laz jumps down for 2. He's now been part of the fight. Lakia holding true on the site. Meteor with an outlaw, both of them below full
ตัว
health.
คู่ตัวแล้วนะ
Could be one shot, one kill on
PTO
both.
นี่ไงกูก็ตกมึงได้แล้วไอ้ยุง
In
น
the
รก
chamber.
ปีทีเลือดแตก กัดกูไปกี่รอบแล้วเนี่ย
They tap that spike and he spots at least one. He spots one on wide, so he has his suspicions. Trying to close the gap. He scoped in. He finds one. He the second. The Outlaw brings Genji the bonus round win.
Unbelievable stuff there from Meteor. Great positioning with that turret to make sure that one side is covered, he can focus on the other. Recognizes the double stack and is able to wrap around to the other side to give himself just enough time to isolate those two fights. Brilliant stuff from Meteor. What a push here from Texture to find those first 2 kills. Catches Zeta way off guard. Laz tries to respond, finds 2 of his own from up in kitchen, but it is just not enough. Meteor just too darn good with the sniper rifle.
And using that turret as well, somewhat as a shield, and the angle he's holding, not one you'd expect, especially not with that weapon. Just
ถ้าเซต้ากลับบ้านรอบนี้นี่น่าจะทำการบ้านไอ้บล็อกหนักๆเลยแบบหนักสัสๆเลยเลือกทรงแล้ว
What a play from Meteor, and he was a big reason they could stay in the match against Team Secret earlier on.
Holy crap!
He had some really impactful
โอ้โหนึกว่าพอสแบบว่าปรับแผนอันนี้ยาวเลยวะเนี่ย
He looks so comfortable on these Sentinel roles. He is just really at home. I mean, it's still a position where you can grab those sniper rifles and still have a lot of effect. Not just late round like this, but in the early parts of the round when he's on defender's side.
โอเคแป๊บเดียวโอ้แป๊บเดียว อาจจะเมาส์หลุด
Oftentimes you see this where a duelist
ให้เมาส์หลุดแป๊บเดียว
แป๊บเดียว นิดนึง Sentinel role is something that they often can really dive into, really pick up quickly due to some of the similarities in the play styles, and that Outlaw will continue, of course, as Zeta is going to be onto an eco. Marshall for Hirodon is the only thing outside of the Sheriffs.
Yeah, and of course barely any armor, let alone half armor, so just trying to set up for some sort of a trap play. The Cascade gives away his position. Sugar Zero fair reload. They haven't spotted him on the exit just yet. Could have made it through yellow, but Texture is keeping his sights trained.
โอ้โหอะไรวะเนี่ย
Speed gets 1 kill.
สงสารเซต้าว่ะ
in
ใครมึง
yellow.
เอาเซต้ามา
You have hero on here, but
เล่น
it's
ไอ
just
บอก
not
ปะเนี่ย
much
วันเนี้ย
support. And while the round was never meant to be your victory, you would like to do at least some damage against your opponents. That's going to be Sugar Zero taken down as well. Just clean from Genji, and Texture seems to have found his tempo once again. He had a little bit of trouble finding his footing against Secret. A little bit of a rest, and he's right back on it.
เล่นตีมันแข่งแล้วเหรอ
Turret
เมื่อ
posted
คืน
up
ใช่ปะ
himself. That's Texture on top of Yellow, and Lakia continuing to
เอาหน่อย
get
เซ
the
ต้า
frags
อย่าขาด
halfway
อย่า
towards
ปล่อย
another
ขาดข
crash.
นาดนี้นี่มันโซ่หลุดชัด
Heartbreaking
คืออะไร
now for Zeta to have a flawless come through like that. This is going to be already, it feels like a crucial round. It already feels like Zeta is falling apart at the seams, just like we saw on the previous Icebox, where they just cannot get anything going, where they're just being read on the map much better. Texture just finds that nice angle. He can spray through. Lakio holding it, and the fans are hyped, and Texture's, you know,
yeah, just keeping it chill. He's ready. He's good. Doesn't want to get too hyped up. Now, one of the worst parts is, of course, is Texture gets a nice opening kill onto Depp with the Blade Storm. Fast pace up from Genji. He take down Depp, and already Zeta just seems like they might start crumbling. They don't have too much else to show so far today in these matches. They will have the Killjoy setups here on the A site, but Genji happy to back off. They want to reset. They have the numbers advantage. And I was about to say, I mean, obviously none of the ults coming online yet either. All the way into the 5th round for Zeta.
ผมว่าเซต้าคงไม่ใจเสียอะไรหรอกคนนี้น่าจะเล่นเอามันแล้ว
You would like to have the
เล่น
ults
แบบว่า
alongside the
ผ่อน
firepower
คลาย
to
รีแลกซ์
overcome
หน่
the
อย
round differential, but right now that's not happening.
Yeah, for
น่า
sure.
จะไม่
There's
กด
not
ดัน
a
อะไร
lot of
มาก
options for Zeta outside of good gunplay, it feels like, which has seemingly eluded them throughout the day so far. Yes, of
ส่วน
course,
ใหญ่
there's still
พวก
some
โค้ช
utility
เขา
to
จะ
play with.
ให้นัก
You're
กีฬา
on.
เล่นแบบว่า
Just
ไม่
gonna have to
ไม่
back
เครียด
right
มาก
off. The 0 point comes
ไม่
in.
เครียดแล้ว
The
มัน
Dizzy
จะ
is gone. It's
ออกมา
all
ไม่ดี
looking like just a bit of a fake to draw some attention over. Meteor has information on the other side. Him and Laz in a bit of a killjoy battle, but Meteor knows there's not much going on over on this A site, so he's calling in the rest of Gen G to come in and find the weak side of his opponent.
Yeah, the fake absolutely works. The high tide spent as well. Meanwhile, I mean, a big part why this fake works is Meteor breaks, activates all the enemy's killjoy utility, but there's just no push on it, so Zeta believes it's still a B hit. But it's actually the perfect fake here for Gen G as they start the plant. At 15 seconds, Wingman will get it down. Undeterred. Sending 3 Blaze just in case for a repeat, but he still has a weapon, so Texture still deadly as ever with that Phantom. Everyone able to back out comfortably. They'll even have the leisure to watch their flank. So 0 point is actually going to catch Huron. Just nothing going Zeta's way. they will just have to push in and clear out this
แต่อย่าง
site
ที่พี่เคยบอกครับ ผมว่า
4v5
วาโลเขาไม่มีการโยนหรอก
already
เพราะ
on
ตั้ง
the
แต่เขา
way
ต้อง
to
เล่น
buy
จุด
time.
นี้
Meteor has somehow snuck right under
ยิ่
here
งเป็น
and
ญี่
we'll
ปุ่น
find
ด้วย
him.
ญี่ปุ่น
Even
นี่
since
แบ
out
บ
4 to 4, they'll start the defuse.
ไม่มี
Not
พลาด
quite
เลย
sure
ที่เขา
if
จะโยน
Genji's heard it as they're a little late on the swings. He's just going to eat the snake bite,
Good
and
day.
it is going to be the ZETA defuse right on
Oh.
top.
ลาเกียร์กูเดินเห
I
งา
mean,
เลย
with everything working against you, okay, Lockie is going to pick up a
Oh,
couple
yeah,
at the
by
back, and
song.
that's not great for ZETA. The money is horrible, and that's not something you want to see there at the end of that round where you lose a couple players. So, okay, now the alts do find their way into ZETA's hands, and maybe they could start stringing some rounds together. It's great you get the Bladestorm as well for depth, so the loss in funds isn't the end of the world for this round. Going forward, it could be a problem, but absolutely just unbelievable that with lacking so much utility, getting caught, you know, with those 0 points and things like that, that they're still able to break their way through. Still fight left in this ZETA squad just yet. Depp pops the blades. Gonna be getting up.
นับคะแนนไงไม่ต้องนับเยอะเลยครับ ตอนนี้คือ
Likes to get up.
ถ้าเซต้าแพ้ก็คือเจนจีเข้ารอบเลยครับ
Wants to counteract
แต่ถ้าเซต้า
potential
ชนะก็
pressure
ซี
from
เกต
Texture
เข้ารอบ
that
เลย
he was on the receiving end of in that previous round. Meanwhile, Huron now a little bit
Pero
more
ta-
focused
ta-
on mid. They do have the
ta-
turret
chana-
set up for Zeta Division,
Tong lao
but
deep
just
iyeo,
a little
tingnan
bit
mo
of
ba?
extra reaction available. Also able to keep the
Di
eye
ภาพ
on that potential window in the tube. So
ซึ่งไม่มีภาพแล้วตอน
Zeta
เนี้ย
trying to slow things down. They don't want to get that early contact. They just want to play with the safer defaults, especially with the slew of ultimates they have available. Retakes are on the board for the Japanese squad.
All right, exactly. I mean, lockdown, Viper's Pit, all the things you could want, and that's going to be Depp's knives taken away temporarily, so he's going to have to back out. Flashed up his Locky, chewing through just a little bit of
just
damage.
can't find his way out amidst all the colors floating around, but yeah, it doesn't take too much, thankfully, on his end. Could have been a lot worse, and now they'll just leave Munchkin.
Look at this. They're reading it so well again. Like, they know that they've gotten Zeta to bite, and this has been Zeta's MO so far today. Euron's going to see that dash
ต้
from
องประ
the
มาณ
jet
นั้นเลย
immediately. Everybody else, and he pops the pit. This is pretty smart, I think, if he can hold on here.
Yeah, he's just trying to make it so that the plant is just ever so more difficult. The high tide signifies his backup is here, but Meteors finds him. He's just waiting for more. The trigger discipline is impeccable. He finds one. Not quite sure where he was. Sugar Zero, the comms maybe not just there, or the audio just too muffled as Meteor will go through the pit and clear it out. But the timing, can you get the plant in time? He just starts it. I'm not quite sure on the A side amidst all this chaos, and it will not go through.
Oh my.
And somehow Zeta
วาง
will
ไม่
get
ได้
away with
โด
the
น
win
อันติ
amidst
โซว่า
all this nonsense, but I mean Zeta Division, these round wins do not feel good.
Well, that,
โอ้แค่เสี้ยววิเอง
Viper's
เมื่อ
Pit
กี้
did end up winning him the round. It bought just enough time to get them over. Meteor, I love what he does there. He hides for forever inside of that Viper's Pit, completely unaccounted for. It finds
เหมือนจะดีนะ
to
เจน
strike
จี
after
เมื่อกี้
the chaos caused by
แต่วางไม่ได้
Texture sends everybody scrambling from Zeta. And yeah, somehow Sugar Zero just not
กับ
responding
การต
to
อนนี้เซ
Texture's
ต้าไม่ได้
position there.
เซต้าต้องเอา
Just
จริง
walks right
สัสๆ
back
แหละ
out and gives Texture the refrag, so that's
มัน
even
ตี
though
โซ
they
ว่า
get
เลย
the
เมื่อกี้โซว่าตีมา
very,
ไม่ให้
very head
โกวาง
scratching in a way.
ก็เลยต้องยอมตายไป
Yeah, Genji, you'd like that one back for sure, but still, economy very much in your favor. You've got a thrash again for Lakia.
Exactly.
Meteor's not too far away from his ult. Munchkin's not too far away from his ult, so a lot of things could start to swing your favor. That helps.
Yeah,
Mali
Meteor
to
just digging deep with firepower. Now Laz is there to trade, so Genji not going to keep control of mid, but they do have the thrash to clear out the site. Now, very curious what the post plant will look like in a 4v4, but first they'll have to take out Depp. Huron is by screens, and that's a great flash, but it's actually just a little bit too early for Texture to swing, and that allows Depp to swing right back around and under. They'll clear out the site, and Zeta now finding some footing in the style they would wish.
Yeah, here we go. Now Zeta can get a little bit of an economy going. They've been barely
ทำไม
scraping
เซต้า
by
มัน
these
ทำให้
last
ซี
couple
เกตยับ
rounds, even
ตัว
though
ขนาด
they're
นี้
getting
วันนี้
wins.
ไอ้
A
เก
lot
ม
of the
ไอ้
guns
บล็
were
อกเนี่ย
being dropped. Therefore, the economy was just hanging on by
จะ
a
ได้มีลุ้น
thread.
หน่อย
So now, they're even still lacking a little bit, actually. The money's just not phenomenal. They should have enough here for Laz to drop a gun unless this is going to be a timeout.
We'll have to wait and see, but like you said, just barely still scraping by one, just enough to try to balance out weaponry in one way, shape, or form.
Okay.
It will indeed be a timeout.
I was like looking at their money, and I'm like, why aren't we buying rifles?
I mean, hey, they did enough damage to bring out this timeout from Genji, who does still have the lead, but they're not liking the momentum they lost. And quite frankly, the fashion they lost it in, right? I mean, if it was only one or two, it would be Zeta scratching their heads, feeling unfortunate. But then it just continues into a second and a third, and Genji starting to feel that they're just missing something here in these rounds.
Yeah, I mean, my concern for Gen G has been that some of these retakes for Zeta have just been a little bit strong at times. Like, Gen G hasn't kind of fully dealt with them. We saw that 4v5 one where they didn't have a ton of util to work with because their Sova got caught, you know, with a 0 point, and they still made it work anyway with their gunplay. So now you got to kind of try to find ways to get around that, whether it be maybe trying for some of those deeper post plants, you know, with the wingman setups, although Euron's done a really good job of denying those so far, so that's been something that hasn't been able to work out just yet for Gen G, and trying to find a way to set up some kind of a pick play. But look at this, Zeta's going to get pretty aggressive towards green.
Just trying to push them away into the A site. They've got that Reckoning for an A site retake. Just trying to sell the idea that there's a lot of presence on to B, which would not be fake. The high tide to follow suit. Really holding on to A. You even have the Alarm Band and the Nano Swarm to continue to delay Gen G. One of the biggest things is there's been a couple rounds now where Gen G started to run out of time. And in Zeta, they are not strangers to that timer. If they can force Gen G's hand at the last minute, it would be huge. Now, Depp aggressing alongside Huron could be seen as a risk given the setup on B.
Yeah, and I don't think Meteor's
Well,
even...
Laz just gets a double on the side of B, though. It was kind of an instant reaction from Gen G. Not sure if intentionally timed or not off of that alarm bot trigger. But they're going to lose 2 members, and Depp has wisely backed off.
I think they're trying to sell a fake over there, and then they kind of overdid it, and it got shut down pretty quick. So that aggressive positioning from Zeta's Killjoy utility does cost them a lot. No command is going to be popped by Munchkin. Try to get through here, but with that toxic screen in the way, they're not going to be able to push through just yet. And Depp going to tuck himself underneath this box.
Yeah, fragment.
Oh, did it go?
Does not hit him. He's still hiding the spots. They are aware that it might not have cleared the entirety of the corner, but a nice swing around out of time. He can get up into the second. And Meteor is actually going to recover this round. The lockdown now goes down. Of course, with the harbor down, that means no reckoning for Zeta Division, but they do have a pinch. 2v2. Euron, can he find the first hit? Will get spotted by the turret. They are aware of one. Now Laz, it's up to him. He needs to push the timing back in Zeta's favor. And Gen G will correctly try to make sure that they're covering each other's backs. They are separated into 1v1s, and Euron finds it. Now the pinch onto Charon. He finds one. Snappy as ever. Can he be as clean against the veteran, the IGL of Zeta Division? He's approaching on a timer, and Carroll will find the headshot. 5th round win for Gen G.
That is snappy from Charon. He has been really impactful with some of these clutches he's had so far today. He had a couple big ones against Team Secret earlier today. And now, coming up huge once again. Man, what ability that he has to come in like this and just find so much value in some of these rounds.
Yeah, I mean, very calm as well. I mean, you can see why they were praising his aim. Sure, he's not putting up the greatest of numbers compared to some other rookies, but he's doing the job he needs. Meanwhile, same can't be said for Sugar Zero, someone who once gained the nickname of Sugar Hero, now with 0 kills so far in these beginning 8 rounds. It's not what you want to see from one of your older brothers on Zeta Division. And that aggression from B, they're trying to remedy that, but Gen G not there. The Reckoning still available, so Zeta, the same plan applies. It's a retake with the Reckoning in store.
Nano Swarm trying to buy a little bit of time. A long lurk from the other members of Zeta. Oh, it's not accounted for. Cleared quickly, though.
Well, that's a very big high-low. That's a good shot from Huron. He's looking for a second. He doesn't really have a way out. And he's just trying to buy time, so no longer a pinch on this retake. Still should be a great angle for the Reckoning. It's going to be used early just to gain some space to push them back. The pit will be used to delay the approach. Ult for ult. Zeta, they will still have to find the frags, and Depp only has a Sheriff, trying to make sure his feet don't show under him. Now they're trying to get them surrounded, and it's going to be Sugar Zero finding one angle on the right side. Use the code to try to draw out of reaction, but no one budges from Gen G. Texture finds sight, so does Meteor, and Texture's gonna find the last one onto Uran. Gen G continue to lead 6-3.
Yeah, great response here from Gen G's Charon again, popping that pit right after that Reckoning. It's so difficult to get any value out of that powerful retake ultimate. And they just hold firm.
เปเปอร์เล็กเป็นโคเรียนสเลเยอร์ต้องดูกันว่าจะไหวปะถ้าเกาหลีเข้า3 ทีมก็คงเชียร์เป๊ปแล้วแหละ
Gen G right back in the
โอ้ ติด
driver's
กันเสีย
seat.
เป๊ปอยู่แล้วไง
That forces a timeout right away from ZETA. They don't want to see these rounds start to slip. They don't want to see these rounds cascade like they did against Team Secret.
Yeah, I mean, you really think about it, they maybe only really had one round that they won on their own terms. The other two, things just happening to line up perfectly in favor of ZETA Division. And while that did give them enough breathing room, the coaching staff now saying this is when we have to put the stop. Gotta kind of pump the brakes against Gen G's momentum and see if we can claw back to a 6-6 for ZETA. You can see on the right side, I mean, Carlisle just looking a bit concerned, but trusting in Junior's comms here toward the rest of the team. Meanwhile, HSK pointing out a lot of things on the side of Gen G alongside the head coach Solo.
Yeah, really curious what this is going to look like. We're back to yet another eco for the side of ZETA. They have been really struggling to get an economy going. They did very briefly. Since then, it has fallen apart. So that allows an outlaw to be sneaked through here for Lakia, knowing that it's likely only going to be half armors at best that he's going up against.
Yeah, and most likely trying to use that more so for the post plant, you've got to assume. But of course, at any point you get content, it will be a very valuable weapon given the situation. Another B stack for ZETA Division, but this time just waiting for a bit of a trap play, just only showing one with a jump peek. That'll be Uran.
Careful here.
And only an alarm bot as well. I mean, they're not trying to preset any sort of utility because they expect this round to be a tough one. They don't want those creds to go to waste too easily.
เหมือนเซตา
Use it
เผื่อ
for the
ครับ
retakes. That's an instant
ไม่นะ
cascade to try to push them back. And I mean, this should
ใจก็
work
อยาก
to push
เชียร์
them
ให้เซ
into
ต้า
A
ช
site.
นะ
The real
อย่าง
question
น้อย
is,
ก็
what
แบบ
does
ว่า
your retake look like with this weaponry?
Yeah, I mean,
ใจแม่งก็อยากเชียร์เซต้า
fortunate
ช
their
นะ
attempt
แต่
at
ว่า
B,
ไม่
but
ไม่อยากให้
not
ซี
really
เกต
what you
เข้า
wanted. I mean, like, there's not much
Man,
going
Cleo.
on here. Like you said, the alarm bot only, and that's just basically to give them a little bit of extra time
ใจเจ็บ
to
ไง
call in
เชียร์
the
แบบใจเจ็บ
rotation. So even then, they're just starting to make their way through. Hiroron going to try to do what he can with the shock darts.
ว่าเป็นเล็ก
but Lakia
เพย์ออฟ
was
น่าจะ
on
เข้ม
top. So he's
เพ
gonna
ราะว่า
be able to dodge. Pretty
น่าจะ
dodge
จับ
all
จุด
the
แล้ว
damage
น่า
from
จะ
that.
ทำอะไรได้หลายๆอย่าง
Huge win.
น่าจะเริ่มชินแล้วด้วย
Ready for an early shot as well, and it's lined up perfectly on the peak up the ramp. And Hiroron goes down. That's a lot of info loss on the side of ZETA. They will once again just have to
เฮ้ย
push through.
เดี๋ยวนะ
The flashes are flying out.
เอ้า
And Texture
วิ่ง
just
เมื่อกี้
catches
จะออกไป
sight.
ยิง
Here's
ก่อน
the
แดนนะ
outlaw against the F armor, and Texture with a nice wraparound timing. Gen G 7 points on the board, and ZETA still can't find the answer against it.
Yeah, and Munchkin with a great deep flash
โคตร
there
บ้า
to set Texture up for those kills.
ยิง
Landed
ยังไงวะ
nicely in the back, caused some confusion, and Texture was just chomping at the bit to get behind the backside of
เอ๊ะแข่งวันเสาร์นี้
ZETA strike, and he certainly did. Another thrash for Lakia. He's been racking them up. You do have a lockdown for Laz for the retake potentially, but I mean, again, most of these retakes just really haven't been able to go for the side of ZETA. It's just walking into the open arms of Gen G, and they're fantastic riflers shutting them down. And Lakia's just gonna stick with the outlaw.
I mean, it got you decent value. You
ไม่เป็นไร
got
ค
the
งเฟิร์ม
thrash, right?
DIX อีก
As
แล้วเหรอ
that get-go, he's going to provide a lot of value to his team regardless on this attacking round.
เดียก็คงแบบมึงอีกแล้วเหรอ
He gets plenty of
เจอ
money.
บ่อยเกิน
True. There's only 2 rounds left in the half. I do understand.
Yeah. Oh well. I mean, it's a good gun.
Still a
You
decent
can hit
one.
good shots.
But yes, I do agree. A regular rifle probably would have been a bit more valuable. Meteor gets spotted, but there is backup, and
Wait,
Laz is
that
ready
man
for it.
didn't
A good read coming out from the ZETA Division IGL. But it's still only one. Now, it is a very important one. That 0 point and the flash drives eliminated from Gen G will make their approach a lot harder, but they've now
ยัง
stuck
ยังไม่เจอ ยัง
around.
ไม่เจอ ยังไม่
This
รู้
cascade, of course, Uran's well aware of it. It's his own teammate Smoke, but that puts a lot of pressure for this double angle that he has to be afraid of if there's an approach onto the B site.
Yeah, now certainly that is the direction that they're looking to go is Gen G as the spike is shifting towards them. Lakia is going to try to buy some attention with this thrash even. He's investing hard in this fake. It is going to get shut down, and then everybody on ZETA, other than Uran, has stuck at A, and finally they're coming over and realizing, yeah, this ain't it.
Yeah, and I'm curious if Lakia is going to find a kill onto Laz, and he does. He's already switched out to the Vandal as well. Texture with a quick follow-through. Almost gets it, but Depth's there for the cover. Gets traded out by Charon. Uran will push him out. Rookie v rookie on the Vipers.
โอ้ย
But the spike already ticking down. Now 3 versus 2. Numbers advantage for Zeta Division. They will all enter from the defender spawn. High tide out. That calls for the early utility. Sugar Zero gets a nice spam, and Karen just thinks that he has a timing to push through. But that will not be it, as that gives Zeta a 4th round win.
I'll call that ambitious. That's, I mean, it's unexpected. I'll say that if you're popping out through your opponent's high tide and through some nanos, that's it. It's unexpected.
One thing we can gather from that is that kid is damn sure of his aim.
That's true.
Because he thought if he pops out and they don't see him first, he will get the triple 1 by 1. But obviously, quite a bit of damage taken as well. The slow from the high tide, and they swing right onto the spike.
Well, might as well try it. It's going to be a desperate situation no matter what in that 1v3. Texture sneaking in and up for this final round of the half. Again, lockdown, Hunter's Fury.
Yeah, they've got, of course, the Blade Storms for both jets as well, so that long-range availability, but can really push up the tempo. Now another split, 2-3 from Gen G. It's been working wonders for them, except for that one round where the timer just ran too low. But they have been quicker to react to initial contact. Laz thinking better of that deep alarm bot. Doesn't want to give away his position too much. They will trust in that turret to watch mid, and they've emptied the site once again. You have that Untitled, you have the lockdown. Now, every time they've done this, they did not have the entire squad available for the retake, and Zeta will have to be very cautious on this last round of the half.
อุ้ยทัมมิ่ง
Oh boy.
Oh, that
อุ้ย
timing.
หลบพอดีเมื่อกี้
That's really
เกือบละ
fortunate. I mean, if Euron peeks his head out again one more time, could have been it ripped off by Texture. Texture's just going to continue to check out what's going on over here, but you got to suspect there's at least 2, of course, with the high tide, and you just know that Euron's feet are firmly planted onto this B site. Toxic screen going to come up, and they might be able to set up a pretty big execute, and no one else from Zeta is here to contest this. Not that I expected them to, the way they've been playing.
And they will send out the cascade, but the thing is, again, when you have a Gecko and a KO on the other side, you're just not winning that war of attrition. They will still make it all the way onto the site, and Texture's going to push all the way through again with a nice flash drive. He's set up for it. Fine step, he's ready for it. The op at the ready.
น่ะ
He
มันโดน
wants
มัน
that
ไม่ มัน
opponent
เห็น
jet
แค่
to
นิด
peek
เดียวนะ
out, get the shutdown against the enemy superstar, and Texture, contact for his teammate. He's waiting for the wide swing.
Home.
But Def will get a nice shot,
Home.
a second headshot as well. 2 members left for Zeta Division against the 3
Oi.
of Gen
Oi.
G, trying to clear out the site. They just don't have information. He finds
Oh.
one, but that distracts him away from Charon. And it's all down to Huron. A rough day for the Academy player who had a stint in Challenger Japan, but he won't find the hope this round as the first half ends 8-4.
Yeah, some really nice turret placements at times here from Meteor. It's really bailed him out from some of these tricky situations that could have
กู
occurred.
ทับกูทับ
But he's able to set up his utility really nicely to give them good opportunities to react to a lot of this aggressive flank pressure that Zeta tried to apply early on. Didn't really pan out. This time around, just set up waiting for these retakes. Love that Texture gets aggressive there at the end because what we've been seeing is that the retakes have been attempted by them, so one way to kind of make that more difficult is just disrupt them at the point of attack when they're setting up to use their utility and do all that stuff. Just make it so they can't even get to that stage of the battle.
Exactly. I mean, of course, again, with the ultimates as well, perhaps Gen G just had a read. Perhaps it's just you kind of expect it when it's that last round when the site's been emptied up that much. You saw the cascade coming out from so far. Expect things like the Hunter's Fury. You've got that deep flash drive that they've shown off before. And Gen G continues to show why they've tried this adaptation, their own interpretation on this icebox composition. The double initiators, the timings on the flash just have been splendid.
Yeah, Munchkin really, really good throughout the year so far on this map. He's really found a home on this KO. He's done a great job landing those flash drives, and the Dizzies are always really valuable to gain space, gain information, potentially bait out enemy utility, things like that. That this Gecko that we see on a couple different maps from Gen G has really shown that it has value. And we've seen it throughout the other regions, of course, as well. A lot of teams are really starting to lean into that Gecko, realizing that the ability to, throw out abilities and then pick them back up is extremely potent at the professional level.
It's almost oppressive to a certain point, right? In that skill attrition. And so Gen G doing a good job with it. Now Zeta trying to bait out a reaction in mid, but it's much more of a trap play here. Trying to catch anybody who creeps out. Now, this should be an angle from Texture, who's standing on that box on the window, but it's going to be a quick reaction from your end as well, and a swing out from Deb. It's just a bloodbath in mid, but Charon comes out on top, keeps control of it, and will back off with his life.
Ooh, man, Charon, really quick to react. He's had some great moments so far today. And now Munchkin swinging back in to watch that mid push, which seems to be potentially coming. They're going to be making their way through tube. The real question is he going to be ready for it? Yeah. What awareness from Munchkin.
Yeah, he's still checking both, right? That's exactly the area they gave up. You got the turret helping watch A site as well. So Meteor fairly comfortable on his own. That's a very deep push in. Still 40 seconds on the clock, but Munchkin sniffs something out. He's ready for some skills potentially.
Oh,
now,
boy.
I mean, the A site emptied. So Spike should be able to get planted. And then it's a question of can Genji get the retake. Charon is quite low.
Is this turret going to be angled that it's going to be seeing anything? I don't think so.
Yeah, they'll spot it, if anything, before they take any chip damage. Should be hearing it, and they'll be able to plant it in the back. And Meteor has a good idea because his turret hasn't spawned anything. The question is, does he expect Huron? Not quite the right angle, but Huron not quick enough on the trigger.
Yeah, that's a nice piece of awareness there from Meteor. Not overextending himself, not giving a free kill.
Oh, and Huron tries to find a timing on it. He will survive with 35 HP, and that might be just what they need as Charon sitting dangerously low at 24 as well. Now grouped up on this retake alongside Meteor. 2v2. They've hidden Huron into a corner. Uran with full health will be the point of first contact. He finds Meteor, turns back around. Can he? No, he cannot finish off the kill. But it's just a one-shot, one kill on either side with the Sheriffs. And Huron, he's waiting for the wraparound. He's just trying to bait him out. He's trying to waste time. Is that enough? Meteor, he started the channel, and it should be... No, not close at all, in fact. Didn't quite catch sight of it and couldn't quite hear it through all that noise, but it's going to be the round win for ZETA.
Yeah, that's huge now for ZETA. Able to get a pistol round win on this map. Something that eluded them previously against Team Secret. It's just a scrappy fight in the mid, and ZETA's throwing a lot at Genji, throwing a lot of unique looks that we did not see at all against Team Secret. So trying to keep Genji off balance, and it's been working enough that they've got some rounds. Texture is going to sneak in that Marshall and Sheriff for Meteor back pocket. So otherwise, it's just, you know, the normal accoutrement for the side of ZETA.
Wow, quite aggressive Texture. Really wanted that Marshall to pay off in value. Bit of a dangerous risk, but of course it is the Jet. So Tailwind's out. Does let them know that there is this Marshall purchase, and we've seen several Korean Jets who will make this work regardless of the situation. See if Texture can do the same, just going for these long-range spams. But Depp has dug deep. They're not quite aware of his position. The high tide perfectly placed onto that kitchen entrance as well. Further with the cloud burst, a little too deep. But Depp now focused onto the first opening. Dizzy, he dodges right away from it. The cascade will provide a little bit more timing, but he's just holding true on this angle. Bind side of one, he's just keeping them distracted. He does have a Vandal. If this drops, that could be a lot of firepower given over to Genji to at least do some damage. It's Laz on the alert, though, to really stabilize things, and that's going to be 2 kills for the side of ZETA Division. That is a kill on the Mosh, but Laz and Euron will make sure ZETA get out with 3 rifles.
Okay, you got done what you needed to here for ZETA. He only lost a couple, and that's fine. That's an acceptable round for sure against an eco. Now going up against full firepower of Genji here on defense. Now we're starting to see Texture come alive, 16 and 10 throughout this, and it's an okay post plant here, but man, it's so risky. I mean, this is just a crisp one tap from Dev. You gotta love to see that.
Yeah.
And Laz finding a great time to sneak underneath tube, do some damage, make sure that gun is never able to be picked up by Genji.
That's going to be push out onto pipes. 2 members to make sure they've got all their angles covered, as they often do. You even have Munchkin on the side, ready to provide a flash drive if needed. He'll try to just take the aggro away from this drone, and it should be enough, but that should give ZETA a bit of an inkling of, okay, something fishy's going on here. Main force already on the B side anyway.
Yeah, and looking over, Charon playing in the floor level, waiting for contact. Assuming that poison orb is set up on that one way. Yeah, it is. And It's going to delay things a little bit. Depp's going to try to take space. He's going to get it. Take control of the backside of yellow. High Tide's going to come down. Execute looming here for Zeta. His texture's already coming in towards under 2.
Now, they do still have time to rotate if they so choose, so I'm curious if they go for the hard commit, but Euron will get that first pick. That should be the cue. They're still trying to draw out more of the aggression on this bonus. They want to really shut things down, but Lakia's still alive. Texture suddenly popping out from mid. Huron is on the flank. They don't have quite the idea that he's here, but the question is the Sheriff enough?
30 seconds.
Yeah.
You will find out. Texture
Ui,
swings
คนลุก
around. Catches sight of him in the last
เจ
second. And now a 1v2 for Depp. Trying to isolate the angles, but it's going to be across the open field, and Lakia gets another 3K to get the lead 9-6.
Okay. That was not easy by any stretch of the imagination. It looked like Zeta was
เอ
going
เจ
to
นต์ใหม่
rip
ไม่มี
that
บทเลย
round
ช่วงนี้
right underneath Genji's feet. Not quite. Not quite, says Genji.
ต้องรอดูโซนอื่นว่าเขาเล่นคอมที่แบบว่ามีเอเจนต์อื่นไหม
that smoke as it's coming up, and Texture able to find value there. Even with that late lurk by Huron, that's something that Genji's going to have to be aware of, is this Zeta looking way different than we saw against Team Secret. They are really pressing angles. They are not content to just sit back and play defense, or excuse me, not just sit back and play post plant this time around. They are really wanting to make things much more difficult for Genji in terms of map awareness.
Yeah, really working the entire map. The Zeta division. Once again, Laz now on the lurk on A site and trying to put some early pressure. They want to draw out that utility once again, and this time it could be a setup for a rotate over to A. Caron shows himself on yellow, has to use that snake bite, but Munchkin with a nice kill onto Depp, and that will slow down Zeta to a halt.
Well, now they got to really rethink this. They've only got a few more pieces of utility in the pocket. I mean, yeah, you've got those nano swarms and things like that, but those are for post plant generally. You got to wait a little bit here for some of that harbor utility to come back up. Laz going on an exploration mission through mid, but there is an alarm bot. I believe that's underneath the tube. Well,
Yeah,
doesn't matter.
doesn't
Meteor's
matter.
just, yeah, he's just ready.
And he's already taken quite a bit of damage as well, so it seems like Genji a little aware of that possible rotation. And that keeps the rest of Zeta stranded on the site. They try to push Zero up onto heaven. Sugar Zero trying to bait out just at least another kill. But that's going to call for the Thrash, and they'll try to clear that entire thing out. And Sugar Zero, he gets caught. The cove gets broken, and that's an easy kill for Munchkin as he slips out for a third.
Oh, man. Munchkin so good with those Guardians today. Saw it on the Ace earlier. This one also looking very clean. And that's going to give him that null command to boot. Some nasty shooting. Great stuff here from Meteor. Ready for these lurks now, our Genji seemingly. Things that I was just talking about that I was starting to wonder if they might cause Genji some grief. And instead, they're...
Munchkin's really speaking his mind to the global fans today.
He is fired up today, man. I tell you what. He had some words after the match.
I mean, the thing is I gotta believe that he kept it tame for the Emerge video on that interview, right? But I think Munchkin's out to prove something this year.
Yeah.
You know, didn't like the direction that they were taking in T1. They had to split their ways, and he says, I'm given the second chance to lead a squad of, I mean, very talented players. A lot of players that fans around the world have been clamoring to see at the world level once again from Korea. He's at the helm of it, and he wants to prove it was just the ingredients that he was missing.
Oh yeah, you got to think back to even his Crazy Raccoon days. You know, I mean, as a player who was showing up to international events, you know, being talked about as a guy who was pretty solid, but you know, the Crazy Raccoon team never really able to accomplish too much. Yeah, maybe that Gambit game was something to write home about, I mean, for sure. But
the thing is speaking of his history, he's one of the few players who had a theme song made for him, right? Because that was at Masters Reykjavik when they did it for star players of each team. That's how far back he goes.
I forgot about that. That is, yeah, that's true. I mean, he's been here since day one, right? And he's a consummate veteran, just a guy who wants to win so much, and he's been so hyped for his team. Meteor, on the other hand, he's much more mild-mannered, but he's still getting it done. Oh
yeah,
my
that's
God.
just going to be a spray from Munchkin and Meteor. Quick with it right around the Frozen Cloud, ready for more. They're getting spotted, and Munchkin will back out. 2 HP, but he calls for support. Meteor now jumping up from Snowpile. Has his eyes set, the flash drive to support. They hear the spray, and Sugar Zero's quick with it. Finally, a couple more kills onto the board for the controller of Zeta Division. They are trapped. That mosh pit and the Dizzy and the Wingman. It gets him right through the crack. 1-for-1 trade, but now stuck. It's up to Huron, really, to free up the space once again with a Sheriff. And he's already taken too much damage from Charon. He's not going to land his own shots, and Charon knows it. Knows he's won the mental game.
Yeah, nice hold here from Gen.G. Great communication. Really doing a nice job anticipating some of these mid maneuvers that Zeta has been attempting, and really haven't gotten too much out of them has Zeta so far. Sugar Zero, though, look, this guy can do it. There's no doubt about it. Nobody has any idea where he is, really.
Yeah, just sneaks on right by Charon as well, but a little late on the swing, and Charon not one to miss the second time. Well, picking off right around the corner, 11-6 scoreline for Gen.G.
Starting to get scary again for Zeta. Still just really struggling to find any momentum, any continuation in the success that they found from time to time on this map against Gen.G. They didn't find any against Team Secret. Gen.G is just so stalwart today, and we already saw it against Team Secret earlier that Gen.G, once they got firing, it's hard to slow them down. It is hard to stop this freight train. Lockdown for the side of Meteor. We do have the Viper's Pit and the Reckoning, so some good abilities to get a retake with the Reckoning, or execute with the Reckoning, get a post plant with the Viper's Pit. The Munchkin has a nice little piece of utility of his own.
Yeah,
maybe play retake a bit.
Can really shut down most of it, so they're just going to use an early Reckoning in fear of that. But that means Gen.G, they have their choice for retake here. I mean, it could be both ultimates used to try to get to that map point. Wouldn't blame them for it. Getting right up close, and they're actually going to use no command now to make sure that that pit doesn't potentially go up. They realize that the site just has not been taken over by Zeta Division just yet. And with a minute on the clock, Zeta has to reconsider. Dep planted on top of the site, gets one kill.
สรุปไม่ได้แผ่นนิวใส่อันติปุงปังกันตั้งนานไม่ได้แผ่น
The initial ideas for Zeta were shut down, but Gen.G losing Lakia in the trade. Charon gonna go exploring to try to retake some space on the A site. Still Zeta content to try to make this one work. Dart cleared. Oh, the shot is nice.
And it's on to the Sova as well, so the Hunter's Fury not quite there to break apart this lockdown. They're trying to push through. Meteor cleans house as Fury just drops down for two, trying to push in for the third, as that lockdown will go off. Laz left alone again, but the Spike's stranded. He's fairly aware of one side of the site, but this is such a split angle. Just entirely across it, only 10 seconds on the clock. Laz gets one, and Meteor, he's actually pushing close, trying to play against him. He draws to set up his utility, and it's just not the time for it. Meteor will pick up the kill.
The awareness there for Laz on one of them good, but just couldn't quite suss out where the final member of Gen.G was. I'm sure I'm a huge fan of that crossfire there in that 1v2 for Gen.G, but you know what? It worked. And Meteor so solid here throughout the entire day. Tons of multi-kill rounds against Team Secret. Led Gen.G in multi-kill rounds actually in that match. And now you got an op for Texture. Lakia gun, there you go.
Yeah, you do want to buy up this time around.
It's like, dog, like you've already done this to me once.
About to try to close out this map, and Zeta, quite a broken buy here. Sure, Bladestorm available, you got some ults, and it's going to be a long journey back if you want to climb into it. But they don't have a choice. Texture's already cleared out the entirety of the A side. They've pushed out. They have the operator for the long range. Zeta, this is no longer a fake or rotation. This is a commit to that B site. Now Uran on the lurk will find one. He's gonna try to escape. Barely gets into two before the push out happens, and Dep will regroup. They want to take over a little bit more space. He's a little late on the weapon switch. Meteor still alive on here. They get the spam through the box as well. Charon must have seen his elbow going through, and they're ready for Lakia's swing, but no, Lakia picks up the kill. Spike ticking down. Hunter's Fury at the ready, and Sugar Zero and Huron just need to buy just enough time for that ultimate to matter, but they swing out a little too far. And the Wingman, that's not what you want to use the Hunter's Fury on. He's just sticking on to it. They get the kill. It doesn't matter for the shock darts, but the Wingman will finish the defuse anyway as Gen.G will take map one.
Well, certainly Icebox not quite where it needed to be for Zeta coming in to these two teams. Certainly a map that I think they had to expect was going to be there with the way that the bans were likely to work. And just not able to really find value out of that double controller. The Harbor at times working okay for Sugar Zero, but it didn't seem like there were really impactful coves and things like that. It didn't feel like oftentimes they were able to play off the cascades as well as you would like. That was one thing that kind of concerned me here for ZETA. I mean, obviously, there's a lot to be concerned about. Another very tough time they had going up against Gen G. Just like against Team Secret. It's concerning.
Surely, one glaring thing is, of course, the map pool here for ZETA Division, but we'll leave that up to the Jets to break down as we get ready for map 2.
And thus we finish the first game of this final series of today, and it has been absolutely brutal for ZETA. Is this how we thought this was going to play out?
I don't know if it's how we thought it was going to play out, but, you know, that kind of happened. I mean, looking at how it plays out, you start things off with Gen G really strong. Again, third round, somehow ZETA can't really convert it, even though they had a full buy. And you were just watching this Gen G that felt so much better. Texture was getting some good kills with the Outlaw of all things. And if you're Lakia getting 10 kills and only like 1 death after a round like that, after, you know, round 3, round 4, round 5, that says a lot as to how Gen G is performing.
Well, okay, I do want to point out, we did just see Icebox not too long ago from ZETA, so this is much better than the last time around. You know, 6 is higher than 1. So
yeah, but this isn't still obviously what they're hoping for, because
no,
I mean,
this is not
again,
the result.
I'm also on that copium that you know they win and give Team Secret a chance here. But of course, the reality is Gen G's just so good. You know, aside from the stuff that Quack mentioned, there's also the point where the ZETA players, they just can't find a break in pushing an angle. For example, how many times have you seen, let's say, Deb, any player of ZETA Division, try to push a corner and be able to win that fight without having to be pushed into a less winnable situation, right? It's either they overpush, they can't really find an angle, Meteor, Munchkin, anybody from Gen G here wins the fight, or if somebody wins that fight from ZETA, the next step for them is to find some solid foot ground. For Laz, it was to put up an alarm bot, but then you see Meteor right in front of his face, already going for the kill, and that happened multiple times in different instances that it just felt really bad for ZETA that they couldn't find any solid footing to follow up on any singular play that they try to do.
Yeah, especially like towards the end of that second half, you could really see and feel
the frustration.
Oh my god, like, first of all, there was like this round where, if I recall correctly, there was a bit of a fake ZETA was trying to execute, and they managed to get a bit of a numbers advantage against Gen G. They had, I think it was Yuran on a lurk or something, and he managed to take out a couple of the Gen G players, turned it into a 3v5 situation. ZETA has 5 players. But then Texture comes back in along with the rest of the team, and with the support and the protocols to really kind of take up space and even like push back players like Hirodan, who had a Hunter's Fury, can't deploy it. Viper's Pit came up, everything just went wrong, and it's a 3-on-5 situation. Like, numbers-wise, in all counts, ZETA's supposed to win that, but they didn't.
Now we're looking at our MVPs right now. I mean, you guys made a lot of great points. Meteor, look at his KD.
Yeah, dude is just having the best time right now. And again, it's all akin to just how well they were able to bully ZETA Division into those weirder angles that they were kind of holding. Again, ZETA, I think for the most part, was just trying to always make an aggressive play. They wanted to catch out Meteor here, the rest of Gen G, but Gen G's just not having it. They were always right on top of things. And I think one of those things is also how well, it doesn't show here because Meteor's the one with the highest ACS, but the first kills were always, I feel, favoring Texture. Every single time that ZETA was about to push, it's the Texture special again. Get that quick contact, get the first pick, even just a tag, even just, again, disrupting the flow for ZETA, and it kept happening over and over again. So really, really hard to be in ZETA's shoes right now.
Yeah, it is. But I do like that Texture is stepping up earlier today. He wasn't quite the Texture that we, know and love as far as kickoff goes. So now he's getting back into full form. I think taking that break just now really helped. And now we're looking at our 2 Killjoys, our Sentinels. And of course, Meteor had incredible stats just now. I do want to see last step back up too.
Yeah, I think he's having a bit of a rough day. A lot of the ZETA players are. Again, the matchup against Secret really did not do them any favors, but they did reset a little bit. Coming back into Icebox against Gen G, Laz did manage to climb back up a little, putting down the lockdown for his team in certain situations, getting a couple of frags here and there. But again, that's the best that they could hope for. I really admire that they're not just giving up and not like doing anything. It was not 13-1 against Gen G. They took away 6 rounds. Still not bad. But at the end of the day, the story always remains that this Gen G right now looks like a force to be reckoned with. If the next map goes this way again, and Meteor is putting up such big numbers as an anchor player, especially on a map like Ascent, which can be pretty defender-sided. There are lots of choke points on this one. If he can even stop the ZETA execute, when Dep dashes in, the rest of the team follows up. There's that flash coming out from players like, I think it's Hirodon or Uran, I can't remember. One of them plays Sova, one of them plays KO. But yeah, if even Meteor can stop that, sorry Secret, sorry ZETA. Gen G going up against one of the big 3 teams, PaperX, DRX, T1, that will be very exciting.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm a little bit excited of the prospect of having all 3 Korean teams in for the playoffs, but it's not over yet for ZETA. Well, for ZETA today in this series. And as far as Ascent goes, Laz, ZETA historically has been, when they're down, they're usually really affected. They need a lot of time to kind of get that momentum back after they've been crushed. We've seen it happen last year. So it's really up to Laz, especially as their IGL, to kind of boost that morale, get his team back into shape. I mean, he is definitely the brains of this operation. So we kind of need him to help strategize and think out of these really tight situations.
I think that's one of the points that we were kind of discussing a little bit in the green room, is that you're already, you have nothing left to lose.
Yeah.
Right
what
now,
do you do when your back is against? You have nothing
Don't
else to
feel
lose,
so
right?
bad. And just go in, play your best game. You still love the game, still have fun. Go in and do whatever you can. Try something different maybe, and give us the best performance possible.
Absolutely. We kind of saw that with Talon at some point last year when they did triple duelists on Split. And they just
apparently
against
that
DRX.
was like a plan, a composition that worked in their scrims. So you never know, right?
Team personality-wise, I don't think that's gonna happen, but I wish it will.
I
for
do.
ZETA
I
Division.
really do.
Yeah, like we see Laz back on that chamber again. I don't know if it's going to change anything, but at least we see him trying to make highlights.
Honestly, I agree with this. I think Paper Thin might agree with this. Maybe this is the time to pull Chamber out.
Yeah!
Get him out. Show us that incredible Chamber play, Laz. That's what we want to see right now. We want to see how Gen G is going to fare against it. But you were right, Quack, when you were talking about a lot of the attacker, when ZETA is on the attacker side, they have amazing executes, especially on the A site, and it's quite formidable. So Gen G is going to still have to keep their game going right now.
Well,
no chamber. Are we surprised? No, but we were hoping a little bit.
Also, gotta say, Munchkin on... He plays the Viper for the most part, but when he's on that KO, I feel like Gen G really steps up a whole different gear here. Dude performs when he's on that KO.
And also, points still matter. Winning every match in kickoff still matters. Getting points towards champions.
Yeah.
Now we're going to our second game of this final series. Let's go back to Clinton, Paper Thin, and Will.
Going live with map 2 on Ascent. Now, while momentum and everything would point in favor of Gen G, these are the moments when, unfortunately, ZETA Division does look strongest, when they're pushed right up against the wall and they're put on Ascent.
Yeah, that's very true. I mean, time and time again, we've seen this ZETA team bounce back from rough starts. Didn't happen against Team Secret, but you never know with them. I mean, there is certainly tremendous talent on that ZETA team, so they can get it done. But so far today, it has been a mighty struggle or to the ZETA Division boys. On the other side, though, Gen G has looked so darn good today, and now they are one map away from sending themselves into the playoffs.
And that's going to be a quick peek out from Texture. He'll find one, was gunning for two, but that will stop them, and it's a spike drop as well, so it gives Gen G a good idea of the original plan from ZETA Division. They'll be happy with that Killjoy setup as well, just absolutely planted to delay any sort of execute onto the A side in this pistol. Quick recon to check B main. That allows them to stabilize in a 2-1-2 default once again.
All right, going to be checked by the drone. Cleared on one side, not on the other, so going to remain hidden as Meteor, and he's going to find value.
Well, that's just a quick double right click, and it's trying to hide right behind the wall, but Meteor still able to activate that last-minute Nano Swarm. That leaves the spike down, but gives up the entire site. 2v3 now. ZETA Division not entirely at full health. Depth quite low at 54.
Ticking that extra damage into depth might be a difference maker in this round. You never know, so just able to pop something there. Some utility thrown in towards the site. Laz down to 67 HP as well, and this retake setting up potentially pretty nicely here for Gen G. Gonna try 2 through short A, maybe all 3 through short A.
Oh my god. Timing on the door and the recon. I was wondering if definitely quick enough. Laz gets a nice kill, but it's a defuse being stuck. He's not quite sure where the remaining member is. He's trying to find it, and Munchkin gets an easy kill onto Laz. What a retake, led by the IGL of Gen G.
Yeah, great timing there, great coordination. Something that felt a little bit off at times against Team Secret for Gen G, but here it was really, really good. The bait and switch at the door. Not the door that was closed, but the short A tree door here by Texture and Meteor nets them a pretty nice kill. Then they're able to find another one for Meteor on the way in. Nano Swarm pop. Then from then on out, it's just Munchkin is so ready, dude. He is so ready to go to playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, he is fired up, and he's trying to prove that they've got an entire another playbook at the ready. Now Gen G with another 1-0 lead. He's going to be buying up all the rifles they possibly could, setting up against this anti-eco.
Texture looking for that peek out, looking for those shots, can't connect.
That's a quick push out. He dashes right
แล้ว
to
เก
the
ม
wall,
เริ่ม
but
ไง
he'll get out in time. Uran trying to chase up to it, but he'll miss his opportunity by just a hair. And Munchkin now another bait and switch on tree, trying to make it look like it was weak, but surely you expect backup. When the Jet was out all alone like that.
Yeah, I think that's why Euron's taking a moment to pause here. He's just like, wait a minute, fool me once. We're not gonna fall for this again, I hope.
Now the question is do they think a flood's gonna be enough? But because there is a rifle here in the hands of Munchkin, and I don't think he has any intention to ever pull out his utility, as they already have strong mid control as well, kept Huron pinned down. They're waiting for it, and that's a dash right into the Vandal's crosshairs. Jumps out, gets to 0 point, that allows Textures to cover his back as well. And that's going to be 2 kills for Gen G. The setups around this A site, just so impeccable.
Yeah, really, really difficult to get through. Laz is gonna try to sneak around this corner, can't even pull the trigger.
Oh,
Munchkin.
whoa.
Yeah, the Guardian has been doing work for him throughout this entire match. And that's a 4th as well.
He is just nasty with the Guardian. I mean, so good today. It is incredible. I mean, it's hard to just articulate how good he is with that gun. It is so devastating, especially on these anti-eco rounds, to make sure that the opponents just don't really get much out of them. Texture that wallbang Sheriff shot. Poor Laz around the corner trying to see if he can catch him a little bit off guard.
No.
What the fuck?
Really wanted more than the 4K, it looks like.
Always animated as Munchkin.
Yeah, 1 point away from the no command, carrying forward with that Guardian. It's been trustworthy all today.
ละเมา
Early drone to try to take some mid control on this buy round. And ZETA, usually on the buy rounds, a lot of teams, they kind of want to wait for that aggression against the bonus or things like that. But they just say we want to pressure mid as early as possible. Whenever we have this firepower advantage, full armor as well, we'll push into it.
A lot of information gained by Gen G out towards Gelato. They were able to peek through for quite a while, didn't see any contact, just allowing them to fall back and really start covering this mid angle. You can see that the 2 members, Lakia and Meteor, were covering it for a little bit. Lakia is going to reposition, but this setup here is initially for main door, but now they know surely it's going through market.
นี่ไงเถียงไว้
Yeah,
ห
and
นึ่
a
ง
bit
นะ
of a tag as well. 2 members still inside. Only 1 hit by that 0 point, and here around
โอ้เห็นหมด
kill. A little more spam from Texture, but he's going to have to back out from the Nano Swarm. It's all up to Locky if he can hold on to the site, but there are a lot of members. He doesn't find the first kill. He's ready for the swing out, and Depth lands the headshot. Site taken over by Zeta Division. All members nearby for Gen G, but they will reset for a 3-man retake.
Still a lot of damage can be done. That Guardian for Munchkin as well, and that helps.
Yeah, that's one member down.
Just so good, man.
Yeah, can they inch forward for an upgrade? He doesn't even need it. That's another 3rd kill with the Sheriff. And now Utility being dumped into the site. His only hero run. He can't finish the kill either. A little flustered by his own mistake. And it will be the bonus win for Gen G.
I mean, just filthy stuff from Texture with that Sheriff. And now they're going to be able to go around, upgrade guns before they finish the defuse. Just so smart right now is Gen G. I mean, they were reading that round really, really well. Able to, again, push out, get information early, utilize that to their advantage to fall back into safer positions to protect against the market push, buy some time for the reinforcements to come. That is just filthy.
Doesn't have bullets. He needed the reload, calling for help. All right. Oh, maybe he's mimicking Munchkin a little bit. I'm not quite sure.
So funny.
Poking a little fun at his own IGL.
It's so funny, man.
I mean,
Zeta, oh, man.
You got to imagine Gen G just feels like the win's already in their hands.
Yeah.
I mean, the momentum fully in their
ไม่ใช่
favor,
Earth Match
and
ดิฟมันนับ
you
ไอ้
gotta
นี่ไหม
feel
เหรอ
for Zeta
ความห่าง
Division
ของ
a
คะแนน
bit. A lot of people were having high expectations over the course of the year for this
ไม่มี
roster.
ภาพ
And
แล้ว
then
ตอน
they
เนี้ย
came out with some nice ideas, at least
เพราะว่า
stylistic
แพ้
changes.
13-1 ใช่ป่ะ
People
อีก
were
ตาหนึ่ง
excited
แพ้
to see,
เท่าไหร่
and
วะ
it just gets
13-6 หรือ
shut
13-8
down
นี่แหละ
by Team
แล้ว
Secret,
เขาเอา
and
ความ
they
ห่าง
haven't
ของ
bounced
สกอร์
back
มารวม
against
กัน
Gen G.
มันเลยลบ
I'm
17 ไง
shocked. I mean, I predicted Zeta to win
มัน
both
ไม่ได้
their
นับ
matches
จำ
today.
นวน
I
วิน
really
ที่
thought
ชนะ
that
ขนาดนั้น
this new look that they're showing was going to be able to get them over the line. Not that I thought poorly of the other 2 teams at all. I mean, obviously, they're great.
Oh, good anti-flash from Lakia, and he will find the kill. He even survives long enough. Backup now arrived at the market door. Lakia still holding by stairs. Meteor tries for a swing. He'll buy just enough time for Lakia to go for 3 kills.
ใช่
Good trade setup
ZETA
from Gen
ตก
G
แล้ว
as
ต
they
ก
have
ตั้ง
now
แต่แพ้ทีม
swarmed
เสร็จ
the
แล้ว
last remaining member. And Sugar Zero goes down. 4th
มัน
round for Gen
คือ
G.
โอกาสชนะคือมันต้องชนะเขาชนะเจนจี13-0 2 เกมอ่ะ
The guy is just at
อันนั้น
home
น่ะ
here
คือ
on Sova. The classic
เป็นไปไม่ได้อะ
back on new turn. Of course, we all know about his tremendous play at Reykjavik, but this right now is just him just farming on the back alley. So nicely handled, so nicely maneuvered. That initial turn on the flash just follows into him being able to shut that push down. Munchkin
ต่อให้บวก 38 มาลบ
back
17
up.
ลบ
Some of these great
38 ลบ
plays. I mean, this is
17
something that
ต้องนั้น
also
อะ
is
ต้อง
so
ประมาณนั้นอะ
powerful for Gen G is Munchkin popping on these anti-eco rounds is getting him these ults so quickly that it makes it so much
26 ลบ
difficult.
17 ไม่พออยู่ดี
The
สุด
no
ท้ายตก
command is so powerful. People don't really sometimes think about it.
แพ้
How
เย
it
อะเกิ
just
นไง
completely can shut down executes if timed properly,
Yeah.
or can really give you a much easier retake, of course, because you're just knocking utility out of your opponent's hands.
That timing, especially Munchkin, has been using it pretty aggressively in some of these rounds that we've seen so far in kickoff, trying to predict the enemy's movements and their intentions, and it has been fairly successful. So he's happy to hold that in his arsenal. No flash drives available left for this round, though, so it's just a 0 point on the fragment alongside the ultimate to provide utility for his teammates. Waiting for a timing onto the 0 point. They want to see if they need to gather information. Uses it at the 50-second mark, and that signifies that this most likely is a B push, and they would be correct. It's a pinch. In from Market, the paranoia keeps Meteor blinded for just enough time for Depth to dash in. Now they've been
แต่ผมว่าเขาตั้งใจเล่นอยู่นะ
Roadhouse
แต่
once
แค่
again. Meteor can't get the first kill.
Oh, Depth.
And Depth with a quick swing
ไม่ไหว
onto
อะ
a double. Texture
Gen G
seemingly
มัน
wanting to hold for his teammates to
ทีม
arrive.
มัน
No
เดือดอะตรง
heroes
เนี้ย
just yet.
on fire
Depth waiting by the market door. Texture seems to have an inkling about it. Doesn't feel too safe. The paranoia is what he was waiting for, and they'll try to find an angle. Laz gets the first kill. Laz gets the second, and now it's going to be Charon left all alone as Depth holds the angle, and Laz gets the third as
มัน
well.
จะสวิง
Great adjustment here by the side of Zeta. This time telegraphing that they're going to go through Market again. But the paranoia is going to land right where Meteor was standing in the previous round, where he caused some
วันนี้
problems.
ซูก้า
They're
ชิ
ready
โร่
for
ยู
Locke
ราน
to fall
นี่
back to
ไม่
Boathouse.
เล่าเลยไม่ลั่นเลย
Depp is disgustingly fast. Oh, God.
Yeah, wow.
It's just not even fair how good he is sometimes. And then they're able to get into this nice post plant setup and just make this retake unassailable. for the side of Gen G. So a nice adjustment here from ZETA, learning from mistakes that occurred on their last B hit.
Very much so. Laz also getting some early kills on the board. That's got to feel good, but this is going to be that fast no command, but it gets shut down as Lakia just sends a perfect recon dart and follows him all the way through. The spam coming out for the Phantoms as well. They do not want this KO to get back up, and he saves the Tracers. ZETA Division, I know you want to save your teammate, but this just seems like disaster waiting to happen. 0 Point ties them up as well. They know they're still around. Meteor hunting for a couple more kills. Will eventually get taken down. Firing off the op. I mean, ZETA just trapped. They will get out with the spike, and that's the best they could hope for.
Oh, but they're all beat up. I mean, Laz on 13 HP, Sugar Zero on 39, Neuron only on 79 with 7 armor left. That was costly for ZETA. Lakia there with the timely recon dart, getting it out ahead of that no command, gives him the ability to lay down a ton of firepower. Saw it or heard the dash.
วันนี้โซ่หลุด
Able to trap him in the corner. Yeah. Now, I mean, this is so difficult.
เอานะชีวิตเราต้องมีขึ้นก็ต้องมีลง
Won't catch him out in mid here because
ZETA ไม่ได้กล่าว
And they have spent enough time to disrupt the stack a little bit from Gen G. Gen G will play it a little bit wiser and safer. They kind of predict the rotate over to A. They've put a stack on there, and they're just watching for the flank. So Lakia on a timer, wrapping around. However, this will allow ZETA to at least get into the site. But as you mentioned, just so low that this Odin, I mean, they can catch strays. It could be the Hunter's Fury, and that's just going to be Euron dead, fishing for a last kill. Won't find it.
Cover going out.
Now they have to fish them out of this site, but again, the Odin just
จะ
holding
โดน
on
สแปม
that
ตายเอา
left
เนี่ย
click. Could
เลือ
be
ดเหลือ
all
แค่
it
นี้
takes for ZETA's demise here in the 6th round. Laz feels the pressure. Doesn't want to use the lockdown. Doesn't have real good way to defend it. That's a pop flash coming out. He can't swing away from it. Sugar Zero, he's caught in the back. That's going to be the Odin just pressuring him, but that's going to be Lakia swinging out. The defuse is held. He finds a kill.
Ooh,
And
we
he
could-
almost swing out to
เขาบอกไม่เอานี่เอาเลย
absolutely
บอก
guarantee the round.
ดักเหรอ
Oh, we were so close to a Sugar
เดี๋ยว
Hero.
โชว์ให้ดู
So close there. I mean,
As close as we got all day.
yeah, it's a little bit awkward here from Gen G. I don't think you need to have that first player swing out while the defuse is happening. I think you can just
เกือบ
hold
เป็น
those
ซูก้า
dice,
ฮีโร่
wait
แล้ว
for the shots to come out, see if they spam the box, get them to reveal their position that way, and then tighten the noose around them from there. But it works out anyway. Karon has had some amazing
โอ้โหนิดเดียวเอง
clutches for Gen G so far today. In fact, I'm pretty sure it was like a 1v5 against Team Secret earlier, something like that. It was on the score line that I saw.
I mean,
When I was
he's
checking my notes, so I was like, whoa.
It almost feels like he performs a little better when he's left alone, right? Because all you got to do is really focus on your aim. No teamwork,
That's
nothing
true.
else. That's
That's
what
a
he's
good
used
point,
to.
yeah.
And there's a couple players that are still getting used to the pro settings, and when left to their own devices, they'll really pull up their entire potential. But this is enough to call for that timeout from ZETA Division. Now, as we heard, ZETA Division, this is their last match here in kickoff, no matter how you do it. But obviously, they would like to spend just a little bit more on stage, show off just a little bit more to have a good start and good expectations, preparing for stage 1 later. And of course, somewhere, whether it's backstage or back at their team house, Team Secret, rooting for ZETA to try to claw their way back in this best of 3.
Oh, no doubt. I mean, every one of these rounds that Gen G get just hurts a little bit more. It's, you know, death by 1,000 cuts right now for Team Secret sitting watching this match. Just hoping that ZETA can bounce back, that we can see that ZETA that we know they're capable of being, and they have so many ults for this round. Depp has the Blade Storm, you've got the lockdown, you've got the Hunter's Fury, you've got everything you need to get a round win, to right the ship, but so far ZETA has really struggled to do so.
Okay,
Oh,
Depp
that's a good
opens
start.
things up in Depp's style.
ผม
And
ชอบ
that's
เด็
the
ดมาก
entire
เล่นเจ
Killjoy
เด็ด
setup
แม่
on
ง
A, all
มีโค
broken
ตรคม
down.
เล
They
ย
see that it's all been set up for A site. Karon now left all
จะบอก
alone
ว่า
on
ชม
site.
ไม่ได้เลย
Just
เนี่ย
buying
ไปแล้ว
time
หมด
for the rest
มี
of
ด
his
หมดแล้ว
teammates come through. Almost a line up there, but Sugar Zero will stabilize the kill feed.
เอาไว้
Texture now
เทคเจอร์
going
ได้
for
โช
the
ว์บ้าง
speed with the
นี่
Blade
ไง
Storm, but Euron's ready for it. The Cloudburst gives a little bit of way, and that's a
เอามาวะ
quick round in favor of ZETA.
Yeah, and I'm totally fine with what Gen G wants to try here with pushing the pace on this retake, because they know that a lockdown and a Hunter's Fury are potentially going to be in place. So if you can just rush them down, take those ults potentially out of the equation, you can give yourself maybe a little bit of easier time to win that round, because once that spike goes down, and if you give ZETA Division the time to get into their post plants, this is going to be basically an impossible round anyway. You've got the Blade Storm. You might as well go for it. It doesn't work out, but I appreciate the attempt. But on the other hand, ZETA, a good hold there. Good job on isolating and identifying their targets, knocking them down, and getting that much-needed round win. And the great news for ZETA is you did not have to invest many of your ultimates to get that done.
Exactly. Ult economy still healthy for ZETA, and so is the credit economy. They've somehow been able to stabilize with these past couple rounds, whereas Gen G, some of those aggressive swings out have been costly. Now they have a broken buy in this one.
ชิบหายโดน A-less boy
At that range, Dev will trade for a kill onto the A side, and that ties up the reinforcements from Gen G. But Meteor, he gets the call that he still feels that it's a B hit. The lockdown should chase Lakia out. The question is does he get out with his life? No one there to watch for it.
They're being so slow to get into B here. Our Gen G, or excuse me, ZETA. Yeah, and finally they're starting to put some pressure to discloud everybody to kind of get into safe position.
Exactly. The crossfire is still available for Gen G. ZETA scared of the ghosts on the B site, and that might be what hurts them. In a round they were looking to win against this broken buy of Gen G. The alarm bot chases him through. He's been tagged up, Depp with a nice run out, but it's an instant trade for Karan as well. 2v2, and now it's just Laz left again. The spike down, trying to isolate the 1v1s, does not get hit by the paranoia. Only 20 seconds on the clock. He has to get in.
Yeah, he's got to get this down, and this is going to give Karan an opportunity to upgrade his gun as well off of that Bucky. So the teamwork could be good. Just got to make sure you time this right to displace Laz.
I mean, you imagine that he is in Boathouse, so it's going to be Karan who quietly creeps up close. Going to be the smoke to isolate it, and another one-way as well. Laz just does not have an angle. Now they're prepared to swing out together. Karan first at low health, and he just gets the headshot on the slow peek out.
นั่งพีค
My word, Karan
What
is
an aimer here.
so clean in these late game scenarios. He has been so impactful for Gen G today, and it's a thrifty. But what really hurt ZETA in this round is they take so long after this lockdown comes down. I'm just sitting there watching the map because I'm seeing if Lakia is going to be able to make it out, because he was trying to head back towards spawn, towards the alley, and he had all the time in the world. He gets out there, and then Meteor comes in through market. Yeah, it's like waiting with a sheriff with open arms.
Gotta imagine that, they were a little bit scared of, holding those close angles until the lockdown pops. And I understand that, but at some point, you do have to capitalize on the last couple seconds. And just the trauma of it keeps ZETA from winning another round. And we did hear Texture calling it out in that replay. He says the opponent have their Huntress Fury online. So Gen G very much aware of the ult situation.
Yeah, and if you can find a pick onto him, then that's going to make Meteor's life all that more easier. Flashed. Couple members have to use the smoke and the dash, but nobody is actually pressuring off that from ZETA. That's just using a little bit of utility to buy a little bit of time.
And ZETA now grouped up on the A side, but not enough contact on the B side. That's going to help get this operator all the way over. Texture has his sights lined up. The only thing he's really concerned about, once again, is going to be that Huntress Fury. The drone finds him. He'll take that out, but that allows his teammate Karan to be stable onside. The flash comes through, but Munchkin and Meteor cleaning house, and that gives time for Karan to start firing once again. The forces of ZETA just cannot enter the site, and Laz just waltzing into the smoke
พอแล้วกูจะร้องไห้แล้ว
without really a clear intention gets sprayed down.
Okay, well, Hirodon is going to take out Lakia.
30 seconds left.
That's a consolation prize, most likely. He does have the spike. He could potentially go get it planted. He's not going to get an ult charge out of it because he already has his ult.
Yeah.
So this is just, extra creds is nice at this point.
For the team, because with the timing, you couldn't wait for more duels. He'll just do whatever damage he can. He finds a target, but he won't land the kill. And Gen G not having an inch of trouble in this round as they pick up a 7th win.
It's impressive, but again, ZETA sells a slight fake with that flash over on the B side, but they don't capitalize on it quick enough. They move over to the other side of the map, but by that point, they've given Gen G enough time because they take it pretty slow to get Munchkin into place, to get Meteor there at tree, to all just kind of be ready here for that contact when it happens. And yeah, you keep the operator of Texture from doing too much damage, but the crossfires are absolutely just brutal. Good job by Karan on site, by Dice, really keeping that attack from gaining any steam with his initial sprays.
ถ้าจำไม่ผิดไอ้ VALORANT นี่ปรับ Field of View ไม่ได้ใช่ไหมต้องเปลี่ยน resolution จอใช่ปะยังทีมันมีความคิดอยากจะไปลองจอ 4:3 นะ
Not quite catching full vision, but they do have their suspicions, so it's going to be the op pushed out. Of course, Alarm Bot's still there, and Dep's ready to take it out. He knows how this works on Ascent. Been here before.
Gonna play like you're playing ISO there off those alarm bots.
Oh, Euron set up on a timing, but Munchkin not going to greed for it just too much. Thought about checking for how many members there might be, but it seems the call is for Gen G to back off, wait for a little bit more to group up. He's trying to bait them in, and he only catches the Sova.
Yeah, they still have to be remembering those rounds.
โอ้โหเจอนั่งพีคคืน
I mean, we heard the Odin spam, and Laz somehow gets right around it. Texture gets a little bit curious, wants to take advantage of his teammate's spam.
เจอย่อพีคคืน
That's
เมื่อ
going to
กี้
be
ย่อ
a
พีคเป็น
lockdown, trying to buy time. This is a little early, but of course, the members of ZETA still grouped up in mid.
เดี๋ยวมันมาจากบิดไม่ใช่เหรอแล้วก็มาออก
They will choose if it's going to be a 2-2 split. We might as well just go to A, where we're going to be able to clear things out one by one once again. But it's a nice flash from Munchkin, and that's a
เกิน
third.
มันกินเกินไปเปล่า
The KO of Gen G slows things down. 15 seconds and a follow-up from Logia from behind the spike. Safely still on site, but Charon is still here as Meteor jumps down. And it's only Dep. 26 HP, he can't find the first kill. He's waiting for the 1v1s, and Meteor shuts him down.
I mean, Munchkin on this KO looking so good today. Not just the Guardian play this time. It is setting himself up, using that fragment to buy himself enough time to get that flash in place, and then use the corner and Vines 3.
อันนี้ผมเล่น
Absolutely
16:9 แต่ภาพ 2K
That is so difficult to do. It is interesting that Laz kind of got away with a similar play to what we saw against Team Secret. It isn't the exact same formula.
อันนี้มันกิน
to find the
มันระเบิด
success,
ฟอร์
but
ม
he's
จัด
still
เลย
able to take an operator down. Kind of a
ปก
tricky
ติ
little
เมื่
maneuver.
อกี้
But
นี่หลับ
overall,
อยู่ช่วงแรก
Gen G is just working
วันนี้
so
มาช่วย
well
พี่
right
พี่
now.
เอาระเบิด
This
ฟอร์ม
round
เลย
though, really Munchkin is the one that turns this around.
Oh, yeah.
He really ends this for ZETA.
I mean, even if he had only gotten, one kill, maybe even only two, ZETA still should have been
คือ
able
เมื่
to
อกี้
clear the
ชุบ
site safely, but it's
ชุบเคโอขึ้นมาแล้วเคโอกำลังจะเดินเข้าช็อตเหมือนโดนกระชากคอเสื้อเอ้ยมาก่อนไปไหน
I mean, the
เซ็งสัตว์
IGL, sure, he's had some ups and downs throughout his career, but today in all the matches, he has been at the center of it to bring Gen G those victories. Now it's a switch up on the
จ
setup
ริงๆมันต้องเอาจริงมากๆครับ
once
เพราะว่ามันต้องเอาลาวดิฟ
again. To defend against the dash in onto the switch.
เผื่อมันมีเกม 3
Clear the bot, but this time around they're not making any pressure towards B. In fact, they're shifting over towards A, so that's going to draw the attention of Gen G more towards Laz's turret. Laz playing much further back this time. Going to be cleared by Lockett, and then they're just going to back right off, but
gives him the idea though, right?
Yeah.
Only seeing that Killjoy, seeing that turret, seemingly should have been the lurk. So now the rotate will begin. Now, of course, with the alarm bot down, you can't go all the way too safely. So Texture going to take his time, checking on mid, just leaning ever so slightly more towards the A side. Now calls for Meteor to swap positions. And Laz should have heard that.
Where he's got.
It's getting very antsy, but Gen G's not losing sight of this. They know what they've left open. They've pushed him away from Tree as well. So the operator only focused in on A main, and now we're down to 30 seconds. Once again, ZETA, not too much information. Last did hear one member rotating over to A site, and that's all they have to work off of, hoping that the B site is just a bit weaker. And this is when Munchkin loses track of that one crucial piece of information. 15 seconds on the clock. ZETA still has to get the plant down. Two members in Boathouse, they're still staying alive, and Charon is cleaning house. Only 6 seconds left on the clock. Can you get it in time? No, the clock is past the 4-second mark. And the round will be in favor of Gen G.
It's good trickery from ZETA, really working the map, but it just takes too long. It was in a great hold from Charon and Lockheed. I mean, Charon has just been absolutely insanely good this map. I mean, look at this, 11 kills, 4 deaths, 8 assists. Topping the charts for Gen G.
That's a dream scenario
so
for
many ways.
Controllers, right?
Yeah,
so many assists.
Yeah, you love this. Like, this is just when you know you're feasting on the defender's side of Ascent, is when your controller is just going absolutely bananas.
And not enough deaths either, so
ถ้า
really
จี
being
ชนะ
that
ก็จี
last
จี
man
นะครับตอนนี้
alive to
ก็
help
คือ
bring
ได้เข้า
things
เพย์
to
ออฟเลย
fruition on those retakes.
Ticket
And
ก็
we've
ตก
seen
รอบ
quite
แบบ
a few
ง
of
ง
those rounds from Gen G. And it hurts for Zeta. I mean, this time they had a little bit more to work with. The Laz on the lurk, even got 1 kill. But at the end of the day, didn't identify the setup on B. Didn't identify the members either, and it's just too much firepower.
Yeah, they just got to go for it at that point. I mean, you get the pick on a
หนั
Munchkin.
กไปว่ะวันนี้เซต้า
Right as
จะ
he's
เป็นแบด
popping
เด
his
ย์
ult. That's nice. You took
ไม่เป็น
that
ไร
ult away, but
จะมีหลายๆคนที่เป็นแบดเดย์เป็นเพื่อน
round still did not
ไม่
go
ว่าจะ
your
เป็น
way,
เย
and now you're in danger of going down
หรือ
10
ทารอน
to
หรือใครก็ตามแต่
That would be rough. You're on a nice
Home.
fire back, though. He's been a little bit quiet compared to the opening matches. That's going to call for an early Hunter's Fury from Lakia, seeing if he can catch anyone in this choke point.
ยิงเพื่อน
Eventually, it won't be it. That calls for the counter from Uran. He's trying to keep them at bay, but meanwhile, the site just not cleared out. The Hunter's Fury not finding the targets nor the clearance
ผม
that
จะ
they
ยิง
need.
ไว้กระทั่ง
The
ช็อก
door
ด่าน
still
เลย
broken to jump in, and they're not checking for Meteor. Zeta is in shambles as they just cannot
เกือบ
find
เอ็ด
their targets.
He almost had the ace. He almost had the ace. I am just,
My oh my.
I'm floored.
ใช่เยตามีปัญหา
It just seems like Zeta can just not find their footing at all. Every time something seems like it might go a little right for them,
อย่าแบดเดีย
Genji's just
แบด
not
เดีย
having
แบดเดีย
any
ก็
of
พอ
it. And this individual firepower that Genji has is proving to just be too much in a lot of these rounds.
It's just a perfect storm of Gen G playing so in sync, so well, getting such good reads on the timings, and meanwhile, Zeta falling
DIX
apart it
T1
seems
Gen
before they
G
even get
เข้า
into
เพ
the
ย์ออฟไป
site.
ก็
Yeah,
เสร็จเปเปอร์เล็กหมด
What
อัน
can
นี้
you
คือ
do?
เจอไปก่อนเลย
You know, if they're outplaying you like that,
They were like,
you
"Well,
don't
German,
see him or
ni ku ni
don't
kon
catch
luk
him
le."
jumping across that one-way smoke after you try to displace him with the shock darts, and then he just punishes you again, and the communication, the coordination just seems to not be there, and the ability to read the map. Like you
ขนลุก
talked
เลย
about
เปเปอร์เล็ก
earlier,
บอก
Will,
เจอขนาดนี้
really getting the information they
มึง
need
คิดว่า
before
กู
they
เจอ
make
เกาหลี
these
แค่
hits.
ทีม
They're
เดียว
just
เหรอ
kind of having to rely on the
ไม่
fact that
เอาไป3
executes
เปเปอร์
are
เล็ก
just
บอก
gonna
เอาไป
have to be good
3
enough, their fire is good enough, time is always running low, and we're falling back into the same habits of what we saw with Zeta from last year.
You wonder how it could be fixed. We thought the 2 rookies would
ใค
be
ร
enough.
เจอ
It
ไม่
might
ได้
take
ยก
some
เว้น
time
ที่
to
เลย
make it clean. But so
ศักดิ์สิทธิ์
far, Zeta Division seemingly needing this extra time before stage 1 because all the same weaknesses starting to shine through the cracks once again. But the map's not over. Pistol round. This could be where it begins. Zeta Division with a sheriff in the hands of depth.
พี่เอ๋ยเจอ
If you're trusting anybody with it, it's
แต่
gonna be this
วันที่
guy.
24 มีพี่เอ๋ยดูด้วยนะ
He was, in the top 3 of the duelists for power ranking so far and the kickoff so far, but after today, you gotta imagine he's fallen quite far down.
Yeah,
Top
it's been a
form,
brutal
also.
day for everybody on
ศัก
Zeta.
ดิ์สิทธิ์มากอะแบบเจอในขณะเล่นอยู่ยังไหวอะ
What you would hope for
ชม
if you're
ปุ๊บ
a
นี่
Zeta
คือเรียบร้อย
fan.
เลยแต่
Certainly a lot of hope, though. I do have to say that what we saw earlier in
แต่
kickoff
เว
was
กี้เป็นทีมสิงคโปร์ไหม
extremely
สิงค
encouraging
โปร์
for this Zeta squad, and one bad day
แต่ก็รวม
does
เพื่อน
a Zeta
อยู่ใน
squad
ทีม
not make. They will certainly be back.
Sure, Team Secret had a
ต้นกำเนิดมาจากสิงค
terrible
โปร์
first day, and
อย่า
look
เพียง
how far
ใช่
they bounced back forward. Of course, Destiny not in their own hands, but the firepower absolutely at the level a lot of people expected coming into
เจนจีมันเอา
kickoff.
สุด
So we
มาก
won't
ๆ
write
แบบ
them
ว่า
off for the year, but
มันไม่ยอม
it
เลย
is a bit unfortunate as we stare down the last remaining few rounds of Ascent. Zeta just looking to extend it, has to back off of the Paranoia. Texture is following deep through. Makes a very quick entrance, but the counter Paranoia is good from Zeta Division. But the flash once again, Munchkin's been so good with it. As Sugar Zero finally trying to be the hero that Zeta Division needs. Spike dropped on Heaven. Meteor brought
ใจเย็น
down
ไปทีว่าใจ
solo.
เย็นๆๆ
Surely not this time. 1v3.
ๆเอาประตู
There's
ก็
no
ปิด
way this time.
หนีดิวะ
There's certainly no way.
Tries to fake the rotation, but he gets spotted and now down to 7 HP. And that's
อุ้ย
going
เขา
to
ซื้อ
be
เกาะ
last
ไง
picking out the kill. Well, looked a little dicey with the headshot, but Zeta, they get that first step forward.
Really good back and forth utility from both squads here. A
Bad.
great Paranoia initially to get Hiroron out of position, and then a follow-up Paranoia from Sugar Zero, and then a flash from Munchkin. Everybody doing a nice job, but Sugar Zero,
เขา
when
บอก
he
ซู
gets
ก้า
down to
ซี
that
โร่
health,
เมลันนี่เขาซัดหัวรัวๆเลยว่ะ
he is a devil. He is tough to get out of there. That is his home.
ซูก้าซีโร่บอกกู
Don't
ท็อป
wanna
แฟก
give
เลย
it up easily. So now, finally, Zeta going to get a little bit of breathing room potentially. We'll see. Only a sheriff for texture. That's it. As far as purchases go, found a couple people and they're trying to sneak in. They're trying to bait you through here.
Oh, I don't like this look where Huron's one in wide. He's kind of stuck there. They will thankfully win out of the trade so far, but they will not be able to protect that rifle. Bit of an aggression, just hoping to really
Oh,
close out the
wing
round
wing.
there. Depp with the awareness to switch out onto tree. That does help a little bit.
Yeah,
แค่พี่เอ๋ยไปเกาหลีก็เจอ
Trying to set up
ทีม
a bit
เกา
of
หลี
a trap
เยเอ็ก
play
ชนะ
there
แน่
didn't quite go how you would like if you're a Gen G player,
ๆของ
but
พี่เอ๋ยหมดเลย
Zeta
Ép
able to
kèm
get enough
Papa.
firepower down that they
Papa.
can thwart the attempt. Follow up with a change in direction to the other side of the map. Now the utility will be there to alert Zeta as they have placed themselves right outside in benches.
Yeah, you got that turret watching down. The Nanoswarm's delay as well. 0 point. Also giving a little bit of information. Just waiting to pop those on a timer. That hurts Lakia quite a bit all the way
แค่
through.
เก็บออฟก็ต้อง
You
เจ็บ
love
ข
to
นาดนี้
see it onto that ult orb. Now Laz knows he's been weakened quite a bit. It's an easy kill onto the spike.
Spike down.
Spike dropped. Munchkin trying to find some wall bangs, but he won't.
มันกินคัด5ป่ะสลิป
Barely gets out. He just wants to
Tôi
stick
cây
with
đu trong
Laz.
bao ni
Just
bao.
a couple extra credits, please.
แม็กเดียวเก็บ
But
5
that's not going to be given to him either. Zeta needs everything they can to try to snowball a comeback.
Yeah, no doubt. It's a good start for Zeta. Still a lot of work to do. You got the must-win pistol. You get the follow-up. You're keeping some guns.
เหยียบเกาหลีแล้วเจอ
Back
เป็นตัว
over into the next one. So still have those outlaws. Still have the outlaws. Still have the bulldogs.
Yeah, just that one Guardian draws
Yeah, the
by
Guardian.
Neuron.
Yeah.
Of course, you know, a big investment for the second round, but they need to. And carrying over 4, I think they'll be happy.
Yeah. No, it has to be pretty much all or nothing the rest of the way. So
ถ้า
certainly
อยู่ดี
it
มี
is
เกม
a sign.
3 นี่คือซีเคทยิ้มแล้วอะ
See it from time to time where teams are able to come back from huge deficits on their attacker side. Definitely, again, Zeta, no slouches when it comes to those kind of things. And a few tags with that 0 point, but
Yeah, very nice. Make sure that it's not a fake anymore. And
Jeez.
with that early 0 point gone, Laz
Wow.
feeling fairly comfortable. Activates the Nano Swarms. Is able to survive, but gets a little distracted by that recon. And
Oi,
Texture's
malawa.
already on the site. No one else quite
Ying.
there to support. The smoke comes out off
Ying.
of that 0 point from Charon. And now Zeta, they're trying to just shoot blindly into the site. Already so scratched up. Depp, Sugars here at half health. Getting ready for this retake. And they do not have that recon bolt available on your end. So just a 0 point and the paranoia, that's the best they got. The drone will try to sight a little bit. The 0 point gets taken out. Only one member tagged in A main. That's not the information Zeta was looking for, but it's the information they're going to get. And they will just have to push their way through as all the spam comes out from Meteor. Still all stuck on Heaven. The bounce down into Hell, but it's not enough of a distraction. As Charon still focused on the drops. That's 2 to his name, and that's going to be the round for Gen G.
yeah, this is such a good execute for Gen G. The flash catches Laz's turret, so he's
พอ
not
แล้
able
ว
to
พอ
play
แล้
off
ว
that. And then the recon dart throws his aim way off, and they're able to just break the site wide open. From there on out, Texture does a ton of damage through those smokes to a couple Zeta players, and then they just keep spamming them down. By the time Depp gets to this retake, he's like 7 HP or 6 HP or something. It's not going great. And as you can see, they all just start kind of funneling in one by one, and Gen G has no problem dealing with it, and it will be a timeout for
Surely
assume
Zeta. Yeah, I mean, you gotta call it here, right? You can still buy back in. It's not match point just yet. Once you let it get to that 12, it just feels so impossible. But here, it's a mountain for sure, but seemingly one that you might be able to climb at least to the top. Whether you make it down safely or not in map 3 would be a different question, but they gotta get there first.
Anything's possible. Anything is possible, but it's hard to imagine with how good this Gen G squad has looked, other than the first map of the day. Ever since then, it has been all Gen G. They have been really, really starting to click, and it's been a lot of things that have started to come together. It's not just their shooting, but it's their teamwork as well. Seeing a lot better decision-making in terms of, you know, setting up some crossfires, getting into positions where they can trade off of each other, getting their util to combo a little bit better. That last round, yeah.
Gen G, they think it might be that tiles crunch coming out with that timeout, so they're just gonna hang back.
Well, it's probably not a tiles crunch, but definitely could be a push for mid potentially.
They're gonna see that deep recon bolt, and Gen G scratching their heads just a bit on what exactly the plan would be, as no solid information gained on either side. But Depp is planted into this cubby. Now, Hunter's Fury available for Lakia as well, so I have to imagine Gen G could just consider a full send once the timer reaches a certain point, just try to get to match point.
If he gets a spot onto somebody here, they know it. See, immediately backing out are the members of ZETA, checking that corner for Munchkin. Mid is safe, so that's going to actually give them the idea that maybe A is the way to go. They didn't see any pressure out at short, and Deb's going to try to use this timing to get out in the open, cover top mid.
I
See
like
if
the
he
positioning.
can catch anybody out of there. Yeah, I know. I really like this.
The counter drone spotted at least one member from Gen G in front of B main, so he expects to rotate after they don't push into mid. He's holding that. The question is can Sugar Zero once again anchor down on the site? Because Hero Run may not be able to support depending on the smoke. There's that Hunter Fury that pushes both of them out. They will have to exit. At least this will be a safety net, and Dep gets taken out by Meteor on the lurk. That was such a safety idea, and Texture will shut down the two members. The curveball thrown from Gen G. So often they'll be playing textbook, but not this time. They really want to put this in the bag.
Yeah, I love the Hunter's Fury just to clear space on the site. Laz would be the shocker of the century, but nope, immediately traded out by Karon. 12-4. We find ourselves in match point, and Gen G finds themselves one round away from going into the playoffs of kickoff for VCT Pacific 2024.
It's been an absolutely grueling journey for Gen G, having to have played 9 maps so far leading up to this match, and finally trying to catch a break on a 2-0. As Texture, I mean, that's just enough time that he needed to get back into the top form that we saw.
I mean, yeah, it's crazy to think about that this, if they can win this map, will be the first time that they haven't played a full 3 in a best of 3 this season.
It hasn't been easy as Dep just goes for a fast push. It's just a Guardian in his hand, though, so he'll have to land those headshots. And Huron leads the way first. The drone will chase him back, but now they're getting pinched upon in mid, and it's just a massacre from Meteor. Only Huron left in the blink of an eye. Guardian to his name, but the smoke keeps him at bay. You've got Karon still watching the exit from the smoke. The bodyguard guarding the rest of his teammates of Gen G as they funnel into B site. And the spike plant should signify the end of kickoff for ZETA Division. The countdown begins. And Hero Run, if there was ever a time to prove it, it would be now, but Gen G is not taking any chances.
No, might as well. Might as well. Just make it impossible.
Hero Run, what can he do? Just has to land the 3 headshots. That's all he can do. Can't really have the leisure to bring out any of the utility. No flashes to his name. The alarm bot spots him. Sure, he'll catch one, but the paranoia, he knows the timer's running out, but he's so scared he just wishes someone would peek him. But Gen G, they want to be absolutely certain as Meteor gets a 4K, and Gen G will be the 4th team in VCT Pacific to make it into playoffs.
Yeah, just a heroic.
เย้จบแล้วพรุ่งนี้ได้พักสรุปก็คือเจนจีได้ไปเพย์ออฟนะครับวันที่24มาเจอกันบ่าย3รอบเพย์ออฟแต่จริงอยากจะกดต่อนะแต่ดูทรงแล้วไม่ค่อยลั่นเท่าไหร่ไม่กดดีกว่าพักผ่อนหรือกดดีวะจับทีมยังไม่แน่ใจโอเควันนี้ผมขอไปพักผ่อนกันเจอกันนะครับขอบคุณนะครับอย่าลืมกดไลค์ให้คนละไลค์นะเป็นกำลังใจนะขอบคุณครับกดให้คนละไลค์เร็วกดฟรีกดให้หน่อย